This course took me almost 2 years to create, and I am back again with the latest backend development course. Just give me 2 to 3 minutes cause I really don't like to talk much for intro. Yes, please stick with me for 2 to 3 minutes and I promise I will convince you why this is the best backend development course for you. When I produced my JavaScript course in 2023, I got a lot of positive reviews that almost made me emotional, and there is a reason why this JavaScript course took me more than a year to create. You will get to know more about it if you watch this JavaScript course. I have provided the link in description. Let's put more focus on this course. Now after almost 2 years, I am back again with another top tier full course. I am about to give you a glimpse of what you will learn through this backend development course, and I will leave it on you to decide if you want to learn from this or not. Just look at the folder structure, how systematic everything is. Everything is taught in a step-by-step process. In the very first section, you will learn all about modules like importing modules, exporting modules, understanding Npm modules, and also how to create your own modules, because we will be creating a lot of our own modules later in advanced projects. No rushing to Express.js directly, because I know it is very important for you all to understand how raw Node.js works and how Express helps us massively over raw Node.js. I will also explain you what Node.js is and how it works with this amazing presentation. I am known for my presentation skills. Watch my JavaScript course and you will understand why. Then we will dig deep in Express framework and will get a detailed look into modern backend development process more inside. Moving forward, you will also understand what is API, and we will also develop one locally. And then we will talk about the big stuff, database. First, you'll get a simple explanation of how to use database, and then we will develop a CRUD app and will host our database on MongoDB Cloud. This one is very important. This section will alone put you in top tier backend developer list. Then we will talk about Git and GitHub for managing different versions of our app. And in the very last, we will develop a full stack app with MVC pattern where we will learn all about Express router, controllers, middlewares, environment variables, server versus app separation, authentication, JWT tokens, cookies, login, sign up, developing front end and connecting it to the back end. And then after learning testing, the best of them all, learning to host the app live on the internet. I promise you, if you complete this course, you will thank me again and again, which is not necessarily I want you all to do. Just liking, sharing this video and subscribing and making a nice comment will do the job. So yeah, I don't like to talk much, so let's get started. And yes, complete files is already given in the description. And at any point, if you feel frustrated, just take a break, or if anything does not make sense to you, make a comment and I will try my very best to explain you. And with all of that, I just want you all to enjoy a lot, and trust me, I will teach you backend development no matter what, because I have full trust in myself. So let's get inside and let's learn backend development and have a lot of fun. And make sure to subscribe the channel and like the video, because I invest more than 1 to 2 years in one single course. See you inside. Okay everyone, so we are going to start our journey of backend development by learning little bit about how to use command prompts or terminal to easily navigate between files and folders. Now the reason why we would want to learn terminal is when you will become a professional developer, professional backend developer, or in general a professional developer, be it front end or back end, then most of the time you will not be using graphical user interface to create files and folders. You will not be manually navigating to multiple files and folders, but instead you will be using a tool called as command prompt or terminal. So let's now learn, and you don't really need to have a PhD degree in command prompts or terminal. Understanding little bit is completely enough, and as you will proceed towards backend development, you can always explore the further possibilities that can be done using command prompt and tools like terminal. Okay, so yeah, let's now learn it. Now I'm using terminal / command prompt words simultaneously because both of them actually means same. Command prompt in Windows is same as terminal in Mac. Okay, and so let me give you a very fine overview of what do I actually mean. So can you see I have one folder here, right? Now I can create one more folder. I can simply say right click, new folder. In Windows, since I'm on Mac, in Windows you'll have to right click and you'll have to go to new and then folder. So let's now create a very simple folder, and I'm going to call it code block underscore backend. Okay, if I hit enter, congratulations, you successfully created a folder. If you want to navigate inside this folder, you can double click to open it. Now inside this folder, if you want to create one more folder, again you can do the same process. New folder, here you can say 01 starting with backend, something like this, right? Okay, so this is how you create folders. Now inside this, if you want to create new folder, probably you would be doing something like can I do index.html? Let's say index.html. Okay, so it is warning me if I want to keep this extension. Let's try to add it. Okay, so now I have okay, no, I thought that it will become an index.html file, but it is a folder indeed. But anyway, so this is how you generally create a folder and you navigate between them. So if you want to go inside this starting with backend folder, double click to get inside it, double click to get inside further. Okay, but doing this manually is a very hectic task when you have to navigate between hundreds of files and folders, because when you will be writing code, when you will be working for a professional web development company or creating projects, you will end up having multiple files and folders, and then there navigating manually like this can be little, not much, but a little pain. So for that we do not use this method of manually navigating between files and folders, but we use terminal for easy navigation between these files and folders. So let's now learn little bit, not much, little bit of command prompt or terminal, and then we will move forward to learn amazing steps of backend development. Okay, and so Windows user, press Windows and R, the combination of Windows and R, and then type cmd in the prompt box and hit enter. That will open or launch command prompt in your operating system. The Linux users, pretty simple, just find terminal in your application folder. You will be able to launch terminal from there. And Mac user, you just have to open this terminals. I have iTerm, you probably would be somewhere here in this terminal. I'm not going to use terminal because I have configured iTerm in my system, so I'm going to launch iTerm. It looks pretty neat in comparison to the one I showed you, terminal. So let me show you terminal. It's totally optional to do. It's not like that you have to do it. So this is terminal and this is iTerm. Okay, and I prefer to use iTerm. So let me close this. And there you go. Now again, we manually created this folder by right clicking, right? But now we are going to do all of these steps using command prompt or terminal. And so the first thing that we have to write is we have to say, well, do you want to update? No, let's not update it for now. Okay, so the first thing that you have to type is pwd. Yes, the same command is for Mac and the same command is for Windows as well. If you will hit enter, you will be given this file path. So this is your current location where you are right now. So I am at this code, so this folder here, code. Okay, now again, yeah, Windows user, you also have to write pwd, which stands for print working directory. So this code is my current working directory. And so now if you want to list all of the item that is inside this directory is simply folder. Okay, it's pretty simple. Directory is folder, folder is a directory. Folder is a segmented term in itself. Directory is more kind of attached to the location of the folder. So the directory is users/code, and code itself is the folder. Okay, now if you want to see how many items if you want to list, I'm not sure if you can see how many items, but if you want to list all of the items that is inside this folder called as code, or directory called as code not cold, you can use this command ls. Now this ls command is for Mac and Linux. Okay, so the command for Windows, the alternate command for Windows of ls is going to be dir. Dir stands for directory and ls stands for list, something like that. I don't exactly remember what does ls stands for, but if you say ls and for Windows you'll say the dir. If you hit enter, it will give you all of the files or folders that is inside this code directory. And so here you can see I have a folder called as advanced.js, downloads, music. Wow, I also have MongoDB and their data. I have a folder called React movies. Okay, let me show you. If I go to code, you can see it, desktop, download, movies. Now if you want to open any file or any folder, you just say open and then the name of the folder. So if I write backend, I can say backend, hit enter. Now just in a moment you see now backend folder is open here. Okay, similarly if you want to open I can see I have a photo here, great.jpg. This would probably be the photo of, as far as I remember, Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow. So let's see, I can say open. You can use this open command. Probably this open command is same for Windows as well. Okay, so you can write great.jpeg. Now let me tell you that you don't need to write this great.jpg manually. If you write gr, that's it. If you hit tab, it is going to auto complete the text for you. Okay, which means that it is going to look for any files or folders starting with the mentioned letter. So if you write gr, if you even write g, hit tab, and now it is asking me that do you want to open great.jpg or general or gopher. What is gopher? I don't know what is gopher, but anyway, since I have one file and one folder with both starting with g, it is telling us that now specifically mention which one do you want. Now I want the one which has r followed by g, so gr, and now if I hit tab, it is going to auto complete, and if I hit enter, now you will see our photo will be up in a moment. It's Captain Jack Sparrow. Okay, wow, golden days. It's been a while since I have seen this photo, but anyway I have kept it here. Okay, now this is a very simple opening few folders and files, right? Now how can we actually learn to create folder? Pretty simple. If you want to create a folder, you will have to navigate to the directory where you want to create a folder. So I want to create folder on my desktop, and for that I have to navigate to desktop, and to navigate to desktop you use the command cd for both Mac and Windows. Cd stands for change directory, because now we are going to change directory. Right now we are in this code directory, and now I want to navigate to desktop because eventually that is the place where I want to create my folder. Remember in my front-end code, I told you, in my front-end tutorial to be exact, I told you that I keep all of my files and folders on desktop, and when they are done, I just move them to a Git repository. Okay, so now I'm going to create a folder for backend development on this desktop for easy navigation, and then once we will be done, then you can download all of the starter file or completed file to be exact from the Git repository mentioned in the description of this video. Anyway, so now I'm going to change the directory. I will say cd and I will say desk, and I don't have to write all of it. I will hit tab to autocomplete, and yes, cd is the same command for Mac and for Windows and for Linux as well. Okay, so if I hit enter, directory changed, and now we are in the desktop. So now we are at this level, desktop, and now from here if you want to create a folder, the command to create the folder is mkdir. Mkdir stands for make directory. Mkdir command is same for Mac and Windows. Okay, so Mac users and Windows users as well as Linux user, all of you just write mkdir, and now you can give it a name. So what is the folder that you want to create? I will say code block underscore backend, okay, and this has a capital C and this has a lowercase c, so it should not be a problem creating this folder. So if I hit enter, somewhere here you will see, okay, it says code block underscore backend file exists. So somehow it also converted the name of this folder into a lowercase and then compared. Okay, I can change the name. I can simply say 01, hit enter, and now you can see I have this folder up here. Now if you want to navigate inside this folder, you just have to say cd, because you already are in this desktop directory. So you just have to say code block, hit tab to autocomplete, but now you have to go inside 01. So hit enter, and now since this folder is empty, we see this blank space here, okay, and so if I open this folder, you can see that this folder is completely open, vacant. If I create a new folder, I will say lol 11111, hit enter, and now I have one folder, okay. And now if you want to see how many folders are inside this code block backend 01 directory, I can again use ls command. If I hit ls, now you can see I have this lol folder, okay. Now if you want to navigate inside this lol folder, or if you want to create one more folder inside this code block backend, you can again use this command mkdir. I can say module system, okay, and now I have module system. If you want to navigate inside module system, you can say cd module system. There you go, and now you are inside module system, okay. And now here, if you want to create a file, not folders, I'm talking about file, index.html, style.css, script.js, you can do that. You can use the touch command. Now here's a catch: this touch command is not going to be valid in Windows. So you can say touch. This touch command is valid in Mac and Linux, but for Windows it is going to be probably echo space dot, okay. And so Windows user, you are going to use this command, and if this does not work, then you can say type null or probably this command, and then here you can write this, okay. And if not, then please make sure to make a search. Hopefully you will get the alternate command of touch in Windows, but for Mac and Linux it is touch. So here I'm going to say touch index.html. So if I hit enter, inside module system I now have index.html file, okay. And if I want to create one more, I can again say, by the way, if you want to recycle through previous commands, you don't have to write touch command again, no, just hit the up arrow and it will recycle through the previous commands that you have used so far, okay. So up and down arrow. So I can say touch index.html. Since we already have index.html, if I hit enter, then it is not going to create one, okay, because it already exists. If I want to create multiple files at once, I can do that as well. So let's say that I want one style.css and one script.js, and yeah, let's keep it only 3. If I hit enter, then you will see that we have style.css and script.js created on the fly, okay. So now you can see that how easy it is for us to do all of these tasks using this terminal or a command prompt, okay. So this is, right now it may be looking that, oh, I can do this, I can right click, I can create folder. Probably this is going to be taking less time than opening terminal and then configuring it and then doing all the steps. I understand that, but imagine you have to create 100 files like this. Although 100 files like this is kind of a bit exaggerated, you won't be ever creating 100 files like this, but probably moving through files and folders is going to be done. No matter how beginner you are, eventually wherever you will work, you will observe that professional developers use terminals and command prompts very often to navigate between files and folders. Then if you ignore these steps, it is going to be tough for you. Eventually you will have to learn it. So start right now, and as you will progress, you are going to learn all of these steps. You are going to understand all of these steps thoroughly. And if you will stuck somewhere, then you can find resources to get yourself out from there by yourself, okay. Now I'm not done yet. I have to show a few more steps. Now this is getting inside the folder, but what if you want to navigate outside of the folder? Right now I am inside the module system. So if I say ls, I am seeing all of the files that I have inside this module system folder. What if I want to get out of this folder? For that you can use cd space dot command. This command is valid for Mac, Windows and Linux. Hit enter and now you are at codeblock underscore, not underscore twice but underscore once. So codeblock underscore backend 01. Hit ls to get two folders. From here, if you want to come one step more backward, you can again say cd space dot and now you are at desktop. Okay, so this is how you navigate between files and folders. Now this is very basics of command prompt and terminal, and as a beginner you don't really need to know a lot more than this. As per my experience working with backend code, I can tell you that as a beginner this is enough, and as we will be moving forward, I will be introducing you with some more advanced concepts of terminal. If it is required, then we are going to deal with that straight away. Now going to leave you with some homework. Try to create new folder and get inside that folder, and then come out of that folder, create these files and try to manipulate these files and folders and try to open them as well. So if I say index.html, I will have to get into this folder. So cd module system module. Okay, module system is not there, so I'll have to first get into, where is this, code block backend 01. Hit tab and now I can say cd to module system, and now I can say ls open index.html. You'll see, because we are going to learn backend development. But anyway, this is a very simple command prompt. And where is this file? Let's open this finder. Let's close this one. Okay, so yeah, this is very simple terminal. Now let me take few moments and think if I am forgetting something. At this moment, this one is enough. I am not really forgetting anything. So let's now start with our backend journey. Before we talk about what Node.js is or explore why it is a useful tool, we are going to go ahead and install it. And the reason why we are installing it first is because we are actually going to use a little bit of Node.js in this part of the course to answer those two important questions. What are those two important questions? Well, the first one is what Node.js is, and the second one is why it is a useful tool to write our backend code or do backend development. In this video, we are going to install Node.js. It's a super easy process, and we are also going to make sure you have a text editor on your machine so we can use it to write our scripts throughout the class. Now to download Node.js, make sure to search Node.js and then click the first link, which will redirect you to nodejs.org/en. Now from here we have, if you can read, which probably you can read, it says Node.js is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. We are going to break all of these keywords one by one, and we will be exploring what all of these keywords mean. But first, let's download Node.js. So here you can see download for Mac OS, since I am on Mac. If you are exploring this web page using Windows or Linux, then you are going to get the Node version for Linux. Okay. Now here we have two recommended options. Well, these are not recommended options, but two options. One is LTS, which stands for long-term support, which is also recommended for most users, and the second one is latest features. I will not recommend you to download this latest features because this is sometimes still in beta mode. So again, even though if you are a beginner, you are not going to get that much functionality out of Node straight away, but still it is a preferred choice to download this long-term support version because Node also recommends us for downloading this version. Okay, so leave current and download this LTS. To download, you just have to click it, and now it will open the directory where you want to download the package. And on desktop, yeah, let's download it anywhere, because anyway we are going to delete it. Let's save it, and the downloading started, downloading completed as well. And now I just have to click it. double click it, maybe. Yes, I had to double click it. And just in a moment, installer is up. Okay, and so here you can read it. This package will install Node.js version 20.8.1 to this directory. Okay, I'm completely okay with that. You don't have to worry about this installer. Okay, so just keep pressing continue. I agree, and then install it, and probably I'll have to provide the password. Yes, install software, and it is preparing for installation, which will be really quick. And if it is not quick, then I'm going to increase the speed of the video. Did you hear that sound? I love this sound. This means that the software or package was successfully installed. All I have to do is click close. And now to check out if Node was successfully installed in your system, we have to open terminal. Now Mac users, to open terminal, you can press the shortcut command and spacebar, and here you can write terminal, hit enter, and terminal is up. Since I don't use terminal, I'm going to open iterm. And Windows user, you are going to open command prompt, and Linux users, you are also going to open terminal. Just locate terminal, it should be very easy to find out. Okay, and now to check out if Node was successfully installed, you have to pass this command. So this is the reason why I first explained you command prompt and terminal, because if I straight away start talking about all of these terms, then there can be a little toughness to understand this. Okay, so first we understood little bit of CMD, and now we are going to use it. And by the end of this course, you will be thoroughly capable to understand all of these commands, and you will be able to use it in your day-to-day project, doing backend development or front-end development or development in general. So you just have to say node, this is the command, and now you have to pass this command an argument, which is going to be -- version. This command will return you the version of the node that is latest and that has been installed recently. It is taking time, I don't know why. Okay, it took time, but it returned. Oh, it took 8 seconds. Pretty. Okay, let me close this one. Let me shift it here. Okay, and so now you can figure out that node version return us the exact version of the Node.js that we installed, which is 20.8.1. In your case, it could be the recent version that you would be downloading at this moment. Okay, and so yeah, this is a node command. Now if in your case you are getting something like node command not found, let me break it for a moment. I can say node -- version. If I hit enter, it says command not found node. So even if you run this command node -- version correctly, just as me, and you are getting this output command not found node with single e, it means that node was successfully not downloaded or neither installed. If it was successfully downloaded, it was not installed correctly. So make sure to follow up the process again, and you will be good to go. And then make sure to run this node version command. And so with this, you will be able to successfully install node, and then we will be able to use the capabilities of node, which is to help us leverage the JavaScript and create backend with it in our system. Okay, and so our system is going to be configured as a raw server, which we can then use to create backend web apps. All right, now with node we also have one more package which is called as npm. So just write npm -- version, hit enter. Now you'll get the latest version of npm, okay, which is 10.1.0, and it took 3 seconds to load. Now npm, I'm going to tell you about npm when we will be at the module system maybe, or maybe exploring the internals and externals of Node.js. There we are going to discuss about npm. For now, let's keep our focus only on node. All right, now this is installing node. After installing node, we are also going to install a code editor. My preferred code editor is VS Code. Just search for VS Code and click the first link. Let me expand this one. And then from here, the reason why I love code editor VS Code is it is built on open source. It is highly customizable, and the look and feel is really very slim, which means that at a point we just have to focus on code and nothing else. Okay, the UI is really neat. Just click this, and from here you can download it for your operating system. It is highly customizable. It comes with a lot of extensions, lot of fonts, and yeah, I just told you highly customizable, which I do not need to repeat the word again and again. Just click this download for Mac, and in the meantime I will also be updating. So let's click download right here. It is downloading. It will take little time to download, but anyway, downloading code editor is really not that difficult, okay? And once you will be up with VS Code, then we are going to move forward, okay? So this is downloading Node.js and setting up a text editor, VS Code. Now again, let me tell you, if you want to use another code editor like Atom or Sublime Text, feel free to use that, but I will suggest you to use VS Code so that we can be in sync. By sync I mean that whatever the code I will be writing, it will be exactly in the look and feel as your code, okay? For that, please use VS Code. Now we also need a web browser, which Google Chrome preferably, okay? So I don't have to suggest you to download Google Chrome. Google Chrome works completely fine, okay? And in the meantime, I can see VS Code also. Okay, so it downloaded. So what I have to do is, and I can see this package here, so let me delete it here. Command and delete. It is gone. We don't need that package, and let's keep it and move it to applications folder. I will replace it because I just updated. The operation can't be complete. Visual Studio Code is in use. Okay, so I may be running VS Code. Let's close this one because I recently updated it. And now if I move this to applications and I will replace it, and now my VS Code will be updated. In your case, you just have to download VS Code and move it to applications, and now somewhere here you will be having a latest updated version of VS Code. Where are you? Yeah, there you go. This is the updated VS Code, which is verifying, okay, but it will be up in a moment, okay? So this is how you install Node.js and a text editor called as VS Code. I'm going to see you in the next one, where we are going to understand why we use Node.js, what benefit do we have by using Node.js, okay? And it is almost here, open, and we will be up in a moment. There you go. Now VS Code is successfully launched. So this is our code editor and this is our web browser. We are going to write backend code here, and we will be seeing output here in this what is this? This is web browser. I have a very bad habit of interchanging the word for code editor and web browser. Sometimes I refer code editor as web browser and web browser as code editor. But anyway, okay, so yeah, let's continue. In this video, we are going to answer a single question, which is what exactly is Node.js? Node.js came about when the original developers took JavaScript, something that at that point we could really only run in the browser, and they allowed it to run as a standalone process on your machine. So before Node was created, JavaScript just could not be used as a more general purpose programming language. It was limited to what the browser allowed it to do. So for example, I could use JavaScript to add a click event to this button or to redirect a user to a different page, but there was no way to use the JavaScript programming language outside of the browser to build things like web servers that could access the file system and connect to databases. All of these are the things that other programming languages like Java and Python can do without any problem. These are inbuilt features in those languages, but JavaScript could not do this until Node was created. All of this ended up changing with the introduction of Node.js. With Node.js, now JavaScript developers could use JavaScript on the server side as well. So they could use the same JavaScript programming language to create web servers, command line interfaces, application backends, and more. So at a high level, you know what Node is, right? Node is a way to run JavaScript code on the server, and we are gonna explore the answer by starting this entire sentence, which says Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. We are going to read this out, break it down, and it is gonna shed some light on what exactly is happening here. So Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, And that all comes back to this JavaScript engine. Now, there are all sorts of JavaScript engines out there. Pretty much every major browser has their own. Node.js in particular uses the V8 JavaScript engine, and that is the same JavaScript engine that powers the Chrome browser. And V8 is a Google open source project. The job of the JavaScript engine, whether it is V8 or any of the other ones out there, is to take in JavaScript code and compile it down to machine code that your machine can actually execute. Now, I have explained all the internals of the JavaScript in my JavaScript course, like how the JavaScript actually works, event loop. I have explained all of these using amazing animations. And so I will highly suggest you to please make sure to watch that, because my JavaScript course is actually built before planning this backend course. So I planned all of my courses in sync. I planned my JavaScript course, and then there I taught everything that you as a developer need to understand. Not only how to code, but also how to think like a developer, plus how to understand the internals of JavaScript. And so that's why I have used animations and presentations by building analogies and chronologies to explain you the working of JavaScript. And so please, if you don't go through the course, just make sure to watch the parts where I've explained the internals of JavaScript with those animations and analogies. It will actually help you to understand how JavaScript actually uses the parser. It creates abstract syntax tree, and then again it creates the code to be executed by the machine. Okay, so there I have discussed about all of these V8 engines and parsers, right? Now, the V8 engine is written in the C++ programming language. That means anyone out there who knows C++ could write a C++ application. They could incorporate the V8 JavaScript engine into their application, and they could extend the functionality that JavaScript provides. And that is exactly what both Chrome and Node.js do. Both Chrome and Node.js are largely written in C++. Now, you will notice right here, it says that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime. And that is true. Node.js is not a programming language. Java and Python, they are programming language. JavaScript is also a programming language. But Node.js is not a programming language. In the end of the day, all of the code we are going to write in this class is indeed JavaScript code. But the runtime is something that provides custom functionality. So various tools and libraries specific to an environment. So in the case of Chrome, it provides V8 with various objects and functions that allow JavaScript developers in the Chrome browser to do things like add buttons and click events or manipulate the DOM directly. Now, neither of those features make sense for Node, where we don't have buttons, we don't have a DOM, because we are mostly going to work on servers. So on servers, we don't have UI components. So Node doesn't provide those things. Instead, the Node runtime provides various tools that Node developers need. Libraries for setting up web servers, integrating with the file system so you can read and write from disk. And in the end of the day, both Chrome and Node.js are just creating their own modified versions of JavaScript. Now, in the end of the day, it is still the same core JavaScript language, but with custom functions and objects injected. Now, this is actually a really important concept. So I put together a quick visualization to walk us through exactly what is happening here. So let's take a couple of minutes to jump into that. As I mentioned, we have the Chrome browser, and the Chrome browser uses the V8 JavaScript engine. Now, when Chrome needs to run some JavaScript for a particular web page, it does not run the JavaScript itself. It simply cannot. Instead, it uses the V8 engine to get that done. So it passes the code to V8 and it gets the results back. Now the same exact thing is true with Node. Node does not know how to run JavaScript code. It also uses that V8 engine. So when Node needs to run a script, it passes that script down to V8 and it gets those results back. Now I mentioned that V8 is written in C++, and I also mentioned that both Chrome and Node are largely written in C++, and once again that's no coincidence. The reason that both Chrome and Node use so much C++ is that they are both providing bindings when they are instantiating the V8 engine. This is what allows them to create their own JavaScript runtime with interesting and novel features. It is what allows Chrome to interact with the DOM when the DOM isn't part of the JavaScript itself, and it also allows Node to interact with your file system when the file system isn't part of JavaScript either. So V8 has no idea how to interact with the file system with JavaScript or what the DOM is. It is up to Node and Chrome to provide implementations for those when running V8. What does this process look like? Well, we have a table. It's not really a table, but it is convenient to think of it as a table. And we have a set of JavaScript methods and objects, and we have a set of C++ functions. So on the left, I have picked two very popular JavaScript methods. Here I have local storage.getItem, which would fetch an item out of local storage, and I have document.querySelector, which would allow me to query some elements from the DOM and then do something with them like deleting them or changing their contents. Remember the DOM part of the JavaScript course? Now it might surprise you, but neither of these are part of the JavaScript programming language itself. I explained you these steps in the JavaScript itself, that why DOM is not part of the JavaScript, but it is part of the browser API itself. And now, can you connect the dots? You can pull up the specifications of JavaScript, you can search for them, but you are not going to find them. That is because they are actually implemented by the Chrome runtime. When Chrome runs a JavaScript file that uses either of these two, in the end of the day, some C++ code gets executed behind the scenes, which is responsible for taking care of the functionality. That is why Chrome has so much C++ code. Now Chrome needs to tell V8 what to do when these methods are called. So Chrome is not just passing JavaScript code to V8, it is also passing down these C++ bindings, creating the context for which the JavaScript code should be executed in. Now the exact same thing is true with Node.js. Over here, I picked out a couple of Node.js methods that you will be familiar with by the end of the next section. I have fs.readFile, fs stands for file system, and a read file allows me to read the content of a file from disk. I also have os.platform, OS of course standing for operating system, and the platform method allows me to fetch the name of the platform I am running on, such as Windows, Linux or Mac. Now neither of these methods once again are part of the JavaScript programming language itself. They are provided to V8 as part of the Node.js runtime. So JavaScript does not know how to read a file from disk, but C++ does, right? So when someone uses JavaScript code in Node.js to read a file from disk, it just defers all of that to C++ function that can actually read the file from disk and get the results back to where they need to be. So once again, we have a series of methods that can be used in our JavaScript code, which are in reality just running C++ code behind the scenes. Now let's wrap up this video by going over a little code example that illustrates some of the differences and similarities between JavaScript in the browser and JavaScript inside of Node.js. So to start, we are going to open up any website. I'm just going to use the Node.js homepage and we are going to open the console. To open console, right click, inspect, and then from here, navigate to console tab. This is going to allow us to run individual JavaScript statements. So right here as an example, I can say 2 plus 3, hit enter, and I get 5 in return. I can also do something like this. So I can create this string code, and then on this string, I can run JavaScript methods. So one common method that we usually run on strings is to uppercase to turn them into uppercase. And in return, I got my string turned to uppercase. Now we can do the exact same thing in Node as well. Almost all of the Node code we are going to write in this class is going to live inside of files in a larger project, and that will happen over in Visual Studio Code starting in just a couple of videos from now. But for the moment, we are gonna go ahead and just mess around with Node right here inside of the terminal. So let's go ahead and do that. So from here, if you have some gibberish code, you can clear it by writing this clear command. This clear command is for Mac and Linux. Windows user, you will use this cls command. If I hit enter, it says command not found because of course I am on Mac, so I can say clear. Okay, this is a normal bash command allowing us to clear the output that we are seeing. Okay, so yeah, make sure if you are on Windows, you need to use this cls command. Okay, that is the version for your operating system. And now we are going to do what we are going to do from here is just run this node command. We are not going to put anything after it. It is just node, N-O-D-E, and then we hit enter. Now what we get here is a little place where we can run individual node statements. Now this place is also called as REPL, R-E-P-L, which stands for read, evaluate, print, loop. Like the terminal, it is waiting for us to run commands, but these are actually going to be Node JavaScript statements and not bash commands. So what are we going to do right here? We are going to write some JavaScript code, and then we are going to hit enter and we will see some output. And I'm going to use the exact same two things, 2 plus 3, hit enter. What I get 5. And then again, I will create this string. I will say code, and then on this string, I can actually say uppercase. You can see it is suggesting us, hit enter, and we got the exact same thing here as well. So right here, we can see that all of the core JavaScript features we are used to are still available when using Node.js because those are provided by the V8 engine itself. Now let's head over to the browser and start to explore a couple of the differences. If you have worked with JavaScript and the browser before, then you are likely familiar with the window object. The window object is a reference to our browser window. I can type window, I can hit enter, that is going to dump the entire object to the console. And if you expand it, right here we have a lot of methods. We have methods for frames, fetch, find, name, next. We have some methods for on click, on close, and if I keep navigating down, then we are going to get the dimensions for our window, which is the height of window, width of the window, so this entire window. Now all of these properties, these make sense in the context of JavaScript in the browser because we actually have a window to work with. What happens if I try to get the window in Node? So if I say window, hit enter, and I can see I'm getting an error, a reference error, window is not defined. So window is something especially provided by the Chrome runtime when JavaScript is running in the Chrome application. Node doesn't have a window, it doesn't need window, so window is not provided. Now with Node, we have something kind of similar. We have a variable called as global. So global stores a lot of the global things we are going to be accessing throughout the course if needed. And if we scroll up, we can see we have dozens of different properties and methods available to us. We are not gonna dive into any of these right now, but we will be exploring several of them as we start to learn Node.js. Now, does the browser have global?
No.
Well, if I navigate little down, not little down, but a lot down, and here if I write global, it doesn't have a global. If I hit enter, we get reference error. Global is not defined. Now there is another difference I'm going to point out before we wrap things up here. In the browser, I have access to documents. So I can say document, hit enter, and I get this document object. Now we have document because document allows me to work with the DOM. So right here I have a whole bunch of different elements that makes up my page, and I can use document to manipulate them in whatever way I see fit. Now this makes sense once again for the browser where we actually have a DOM. It doesn't make sense for Node where we don't have a DOM. So if I try to print document to the terminal, so if I say document, hit enter, we get a reference error, window is not defined. Because in Node, we do not have anything called as document. Now in Node, we have something kind of similar to document called as process. So process gives us various properties and methods for manipulating the Node process that is running. So if I dump this process to terminal, we can see there are all sorts of interesting methods and properties, including one that will be called as exit that I want to show you. So it would be somewhere here. This one, exit, okay? Exit allows us to exit the current Node process. Let's go ahead and actually use it to shut down our little Node example right here. So that is going to be process, so process, and then process, since it is an object. On this object we have a method called as .exit provided by the node, and then since it is a function, see by default it is not going to do anything. If you hit enter, it will say this is a function, and since it is a function, it is bounded to be called, otherwise why have we even created a function called as exit? So here I'm going to call it, and if I hit enter, what do I get? I get that I'm now brought back to the standard terminal where I could run other commands. No longer am I running little node statements. Now process once again does not exist over in the browser. So here if I say process, I get process is not defined. That is specific to Node.js. So again I typed process, I get process is not defined. So here we are seeing some of the differences between JavaScript in the browser. Here especially we are using Chrome, but other browsers would be the same, and Node.js, which is JavaScript on the server. So that is where we are going to stop for this one. Now let's take a quick moment to summarize all of this. Node.js is JavaScript on the server. This is possible because Node.js uses the V8 JavaScript engine to run all of the JavaScript code you provide. Now Node.js is able to teach JavaScript new things by providing C++ bindings to V8. This allows JavaScript in essence to do anything that C++ can do, and C++ can indeed access the file system. So now JavaScript can access the file system through Node. So this is what Node.js is all about. That is where we are going to stop for this one, and don't worry about memorizing all of this. No, as we move through the course and start to see this in action, I will bring up all of these individual pieces again. In the next video, we are going to dive into what is also a very important question, which is why should I learn Node.js in 2024? I'm very excited to get to that, so let's go ahead and jump right into the next video. Next question is why should we consider learning Node.js in 2025 and beyond? Now I don't want to bore you with another presentation or slide. So let's now use a modern tool, a relatively futuristic tool that will simply guide us, and it will answer our question in the most accurate way possible. So we are going to use a generative AI, chatgpt.com. We are simply going to ask why should we consider learning Node.js in 2025? Very simple question, okay? And let's see what it tells us. Okay, it powers huge part of the modern web. Okay, big companies uses it like Netflix, PayPal, LinkedIn, Uber, Walmart, okay, for backend system. High traffic apps we can develop it, and it's lightweight, fast, scalable, one language across front end and back end, that is JavaScript. We already have learned that. Huge ecosystem, npm node package manager, yeah, perfect for modern use cases, APIs and microservices. Node.js is lightweight and handles many connections well. and you can read further, like we can develop real-time apps like chats, gaming, or live dashboards. Node.js event-driven model science. Okay, a strong job market even in 2025. Node.js jobs remain in demand globally. Development and community, great for learning backend concepts. Like it gives us a whole lot of concept, but let's ask it further. Okay, what if I ask it that replacement of Node.js, is there any? Let's see, and we will compare as well. Okay, so there is no direct replacement for Node.js yet, but there are some strong alternatives. Did I ask a wrong question? Yeah, I should have asked alternatives. Okay, Bun, Golang, this is the language, and this is the runtime. So Deno, made by Node's original creator. Okay, Rindal, did Rindal develop Deno? Okay, we'll check it. Bun, Golang runs. Okay, but again, the same question is coming. Should you still learn Node.js in 2025? Yes, because widely used in real world projects. Okay, integrates with front-end JavaScript frameworks. Use, if you want, I can make a comparison table between Node. No, I don't want you to make a comparison table. I'm satisfied. And if you read these responses, like if you go through them one by one, you'll get considerably you'll get enough reasons why you should learn Node.js in 2025 as well. Okay, so yeah, I really don't want to bore you with another presentation or slide where I will be giving you a bunch of lists, maybe in a to-do format list, that hey, these are the reasons why you should consider learning Node.js. No, rather I asked ChatGPT itself, and I'm pretty much convinced that yeah, we should continue learning Node.js in 2025 and even beyond. So yeah, not a very shiny tutorial from my side. I know I'm not known for creating tutorials like this, but to answer this very simple question, I took help of ChatGPT. Let's move forward and let's learn new steps in Node.js. We are now officially starting our backend development journey. Now in backend development, we are going to spend most of our time writing code. This course is going to be different than your JavaScript and front-end development course. There, I used animated presentations and analogies to explain you behind the scenes stuffs. But to be honest, if you have completed my JavaScript course, I can assure you in backend, we don't have much complicated topics that can confuse you that needs to be addressed using presentations and analogies, because deep down we will be writing JavaScript itself. Remember, in the intro of this course I explained you how Node is just a JavaScript runtime. And also you must be remembering that in my JavaScript course I specifically told you that I have curated this course by keeping future in mind. So you don't have to repeat all those steps again and again. Indeed, I don't have to repeat explaining all those steps in every course that is somehow related to backend development and JavaScript specifically, because JavaScript is a must. If you want to understand React, you need to learn JavaScript. You want to understand Angular, Vue, the base is JavaScript. That's why I had told you I have developed my JavaScript course in such a way that you don't have to get confused in understanding the mechanism. You understand JavaScript once, your base is completely strong. Now you can pick up on backend, front end. Maybe you can also do React Native app development. I cannot promise you, but in future we may be taking our hands on React Native app development. But future, who has seen it? So in Node.js, we have very limited steps that can confuse you. So for that, I will definitely be creating presentations to explain those. Other than most of the time, we are going to spend writing code, because that is the main purpose of this course. Okay. Now we are going to start our backend journey by understanding about module system. I could have straightly explained you Express.js, Npm, but no, I want to start from complete basics. So the first thing that we are going to talk about is modules. And here I have also written a notes.txt. You can ask me, what is this? Well, you can read this. I don't want you to manually write notes on your notebook, because again in backend we don't have much steps that is worth taking note, very limited steps, and when I will feel like that you should take note, I will tell you. Okay, other than that, whenever I will be creating a new folder, yeah, I almost forget to mention that I have created a new folder called backend updated, dragged and dropped right here, and here we have 01 all about modules folder. So whenever I will be teaching you a new topic, I will be creating a new folder. So when I will give you the final file, it will be easy for you to navigate, okay, between different topics that we are going to cover in this course. So the first one is all about modules. This also contains a notes.txt where I have written a very simple note that you can open and revise. So yeah, we are going to talk about modules. You can ask me, what are modules? Well, modules are different types of files that contains different functionality. Okay, isn't that very easy to read? Yeah. In Node, we have three types of modules. Actually, in backend, we just have three types of module. One is Node's core module, our own modules, and then global Npm modules. Now you can say, whoa, wait. First, explain me what is modules. Then explain me what is Node's core module, how can we create our own modules, and what the heck is this global Npm modules? I don't understand all of this. Okay, let's start from bare basics. Read this region. It says, our files can easily grow large upon writing a lot of code, and to manage these code in a proper way, we can leverage the functionality of modules in our project. So let me give you a very simple example of why modules are very important for us to understand, and with this example, everything will be crystal clear and you will understand the requirement and best uses of modules. So let's assume that we are developing a very complex website that can do multiple things, or maybe let's assume that we are just developing the next big giant social media. So here I'm going to create a new folder. Well, this is not a folder but rather a file. So right here I will say outline.txt. okay. Now, a social media consists of views. Views simply means, well, views will be crystal clear when we will talk about Express. There I will explain you what is views. But views is simply a directory where we keep all of our templates. Okay? Templates. Now, other than views, we will have database connections. We will have login routes, password routes, and then we will have maybe reset password. Yeah, why not? Because you need to develop the functionality of reset password, right? And then you will have a route to deliver notifications and many routes. I mean, hundreds of thousands of routes just for creating new templates again and again for hundreds of millions of users, right? So yeah, you are going to have lots and lots of files. But again, why? So let me tell you. If I create a very simple file, I will call it my social media.js. This is my main file. This entire file is my main file. Now let's imagine that we are writing all of our code in this single file, which is my social media.js. This is the only file that is ever going to execute on our server, which means that we will end up having thousands of lines of code, or thousands is very less, millions of lines of code in one single file. This is the only file where we are going to have the views directory, views logic for views. The database logic will also go here, database logic, database connection logic will be here, and then here we are going to have probably a very complex routing, so hundreds of routes, and then the logic for reset password, and then what else do we have? We have notifications. So yeah, the code for notifications as well. Now all of this is a very separate task, and to do all of these separate tasks you are going to have separate engineers and separate team dedicated to each of these. So someone from front end will be managing views, someone from back end will be managing database, and again routes is very complex, so even front end can manage, and back end engineers can also manage. Reset password can be managed by back end engineers, and notifications can also be managed by back end engineer. But again, the crux of this example is that we are going to have different files with different use cases. Now if you write all of the code in one single file, this will very soon become complex and it is impossible to manage. Okay, and so that's why what we do is we create different files and we separate our logic in that file, which means that we are going to have a new file for database connections.js. And then here we are going to do all of our database connections. So here I'm going to cut this line and I will say here I'm doing database connections, and then for routes we are going to have another routes.js, and here all of our routing related tasks will be performed. Similarly, we are going to have different modules where logic for login will be written, logic for password will be written, and logic for reset password will be written, as well as logic for notifications will be written. The reason why we would be doing this is separate teams can work on all of these separate directories at different time. So we wouldn't be touching this main file. No, this main file is going to live isolate. We are going to do all of our work in different files. This main file will only contain all of the important files that will be loaded directly on the server using this file. Okay, but other than that we are going to use different modules. So deep down all of these files are nothing but just a module. So the next time if in interview the interviewer asks you that what is a module, just tell them that module is a separate file that contains a more slightly reasonable logical code that has its own functionality. And so if you read this last statement, it clearly says that, and to manage this code in a proper way, we can leverage the functionality of modules in our project. So let's now see all three types of modules one by one. So Node's core modules. Again, module is just a piece of code that has its own separate logic. Okay, so Node by default provides us few modules that we can use in our project. One such module that I vividly remember is the file system module. So file system module helps us to access the file system of the software is a wrong term, of the hardware of this operating system. So by using file system module, you can access some files, you can create data, you can append some data in those files and do a whole lot of things using the file system module. So let's now understand how to use Node's core module. Now, I am experienced developer in backend development. You are not, you may be experienced, but I'm assuming that you are a beginner. So how do we actually learn about these all sorts of stuffs? I'm experienced, you're a beginner. How are you going to learn? Documentations, my friend, documentations. So I want to bring your attention to the Node.js official docs. Just make a search for nodejs.org and then click this docs. It will navigate you to this window. Here in the left side, you can see whole sorts of modules. These are all modules. So DNS, domain, errors, events. Don't worry, you don't have to, learn about all of these modules. Very rarely we use all of these modules. Very few of them are always used, but not all of them, okay? And one particular module that I just talked about is the file system module. And one more I can see is the OS module. OS module simply means operating system module. Well, which one should I use to explain? Well, let's use both, okay? So let's first understand what is OS module. Click here, it will bring you to the actual documentation. So if you read, it says the Node.js, the Node OS module provides operating system related utility methods and properties. It can be accessed using this thing. So first, what you have to do is whenever you use module, you have to require it in your script. And here is the required code. So first you have to declare a variable and then use this require function and then require this module. So the module is very simple, the name of the string itself. Other than without requiring, you cannot use these modules, because then how would the script know that, hey, we are about to be using a particular set of module? No, right? So whenever you are using a module, you need to load it first. So first I'm going to create, I will say here, I'll say nodejs. Okay, so module system. Okay, I'll say nodes module. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to require. So I'm going to say const os. Os stands for operating system. Using this require function, in this string format, I'm going to write node colon os and then semicolon. Semicolon in JavaScript is optional. If you want to provide, if you want to skip, you can skip it. Okay, so node const os equals to require node colon os. Now if you say os dot, you are going to have a bunch of methods that you can use to access the operating system's details. So here you can read about it. EOL, the operating system specific end of line marker. What does each methods do? Constants, cpus. It's been a while since I've used it. Let's home directory, host name. Let's use host name. Returns the host name of the operating system as a string. So if I call host name, and you'll have to call it because it is a method, and now all you have to do is you have to say, well, what did I do? Const os, we need to store this in a variable. I will say os data equals to os.hostname. So now if I console.log os data, so first of all we have to, well, what did I do? I created this node way outside of this folder. So let's drag and drop it here. Come on, hit enter, because I want each topic to be binded within their own folders. Okay, now if I say ls, now let's go inside this 01. So 01, hit tab to autocomplete. Remember, in terminal I have taught you all of this. And now if I say ls, we have all the files inside this folder, and the one we are interested to execute is this node way. So here we can just say node way.js, hit enter, and now you can see os data. So the data for operating system is code blocks MacBook Air. What is this dot local? I don't know, but yeah, this is the data. Okay, another method that you can use, this machine. Let's use this machine. What if I say machine? Let's see what output does it give to me. x86_64. I don't understand that. How about network interfaces? It's always good to do some manual operations right there. Wow. Family IPv6, Mac, address. I mean, I have whole lots of data right here. Okay, probably I'll be blurring most of this data, but yeah, you can see it. Okay, these are private data that need not be exposed online, so I will be blurring this data. But yeah, you can see how this node score module helps us to access the operating system's data. Now another file system module, another module that I want to discuss is the file system module. So here in the left side I have this file system. Let's click it here, and let's click here. Come on, let's click, and now let's reload this. Now we have promises based reloading here, but we are not going to use this one because this is going to confuse you. I'm just taking it very easily. If you want slightly more advanced code for just requiring, you can use the ESM module. And now everything starts with import. I'm going to use the import syntax when I will be teaching you Express, but for now I'm just going to keep it very basics. Okay, so to use the callback and sync API, this one we are going to use. We are going to load the fs module. So this is how we load it. Const fs equals to require node colon fs, and now on fs we have a module, we have a method that is called as write file sync. Now what does write file sync does? Let's go down and try to read about it. So making a search will be good. Write file sync. Click here, write file sync. Okay, So this mode option only affects, okay. What does it do? Okay, file and then data and then options. So first you can create a file. So we can give it a name to create a file, and then we can provide it a data, and then something is optional, mode flag plus encoding. Okay, so mode is UTF-8. Okay, so what we can do is here it takes two arguments. So the first one is the name of the file that you want to create. I already have two, so I'm going to create a file called data.txt, and then the data that you want this file to hold. So I'm simply going to say I am created using nodes core module, and then it also receives a third argument that is optional. Here you can see it is already suggesting us options is data, a string, and Node.js array buffer view. So here you can read about it. So first one is the file. Okay, we already gave the name for the file, and then the data, and here this is options like what is the character encoding? Is it UTF-8? I've discussed about character encoding in my front-end course. Okay, but now I'm not going to do the character encoding. I'm going to keep it very simple. Okay, and here we are going to store this into a variable. No, we don't have to do that because it is indeed a method call. So we just have to call this file. I'm going to save it. I'm going to execute this nodeway.js and focus right here in this tree what do you call it, tree structure. Yeah, if I hit enter, you'll see one file will be created, data.txt. Upon opening, you can see I'm created using nodes core module. Now let me tell you that if data.txt was already available, then data.txt's content would have been updated with this code. It would not again create the same file name. So if I say created again, do not expect another data.txt file. No, just these content will be overwritten. So if you save it and if I again execute it, you will see that now data.txt is updated, but we no longer see a new data.txt file. Okay, so this is very simple nodes core module. Now I want to discuss one thing, is that here you can see this is the acronym of file system. This is FS, right? But you are independent to call it anything. You can call it code system. There will be no problem at all, because deep down this is also a variable that is hosting everything that it is requiring from this nodes core module using the file system module, right? So this is the code system variable that has all the methods that is coming from this require function. So now to execute this write file sync, then you'll have to call this variable right here. So now fs no longer exists, so you'll have to use code system.write file sync. So this is also okay. There is no problem at all. Be comfortable whatever you want to name your variable with. Okay, but in Node it's a convention to use acronym. So if it is file system, you just call it FS, because again let's not complicate things that need not be complicated. Okay, so if it is FS, we can easily understand this stands for file system. But again, if you want to call it Captain Jack Sparrow, you can do that, but very rarely people do it. Okay, so this is nodes core module. Now I'm going to give you a very simple challenge to create a new file, call it anything, and then append some data to it and probably play with it. Maybe read about it, and if you are understanding any of this, then try to do some sorts of steps. Okay, so yeah, this is nodes core module, how we utilize the nodes internal core module. So the next one is nodes.txt. So the next one is our own modules. Now before we move on and start to understand how to create our own modules, I want to take some time to explain you why it is very important for us to keep these docs open always when writing code. Well, the reason is you can very easily forget how a method or how a module actually works. Now the best thing is that if you are a very vivid memory reader like Sherlock Holmes, you can remember everything, but this does not happen in the case of all of the developers. So accessing docs and reading about these is very common. So whenever you are going to work in any company, you are always going to have official documents open right here. Even if they are a very experienced developer, maybe having experience of over 5 or 6 years, they will also be accessing these documents. So accessing these documents is not a bad thing. Okay, learn to read these docs. If I close this document, I can still work with file system, but this statement is valid for me because I am experienced in Node.js. I'm not a god in Node.js, but I am experienced. If you close this doc, I would still be able to use the file system module, but I cannot guarantee you that I will be able to use this cluster as well and this HTTP as well. No, I cannot guarantee you, because deep down I also need to access these documents. I cannot remember how all of these methods behave. How does this set header works? No, but if I read it, I will be able to use it. So it is a very common thing to have docs always open. So this is not something that we refrain from doing. No, always keep documents open and try to read it. It's not very complicated to understand. Okay, once you get hold of it, how these documentations are configured, life will become much more easier when you will be dealing with backend stuffs or any documentations. Even if you are learning React.js, which we will be learning after backend, I will introduce you to the React's official documentations, so you can read the docs by yourself and then you can understand how a particular method or a function works. So this is very common. Okay, now you can see we have all sorts of methods, but trust me, in creating high-end apps, we never use all of these methods. Very rarely all of these methods are used. We may be using this OS module. I saw maybe connection somewhere. Let's check somewhere over here. Yeah, file system, very much used. HTTPS is used, module package is used, net used, OS used, path used. Yeah, process is quite frankly used, REPL is used, stream is used, but not all of these are used all at once. Okay, so don't get intimidated by looking at all of these methods like, oh, do I have to read about all of these methods? Do I have to remember about all of these methods? No, this is not going to happen. You don't have to remember about all of these methods, neither you have to make notes out of it, or nor you have to read about all of them. Okay, just understand how a few of them works, and then you will be able to use most of them on your own. Again, no one is expecting you to become a high-end backend developer by just 1 or 2 months. No, eventually you are going to get there. Okay, so yeah, take it easily, don't worry much at all. So next up, we are going to understand about our own modules. In the last video, you learned how to use the required function to load in a node module. In this video, you are going to learn how to use the required function to load a module that you have created. So right now, the only file that is ever going to execute is the nodeway.js file, because that is what we passed to the node command. That means we are gonna have to put everything in this single file if we want to run it, and that's not ideal. As our application gets larger and more complex, we are gonna have way more code that we would have in a single file. When all of our code sits in a single file, it makes the project really hard to expand on and maintain. So from the very start, we are gonna go ahead and create projects that use multiple files so we can stay organized. So we can do something like define a function in a very different file, then require it into the main file and use it. And that is exactly what we will end up doing in this lesson. So in this lesson, we are going to understand how to create our own modules and use it. So I have already closed all of the already used file, and now I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so I'm going to call it app.js. Well, make sure to create this file inside this folder. So the better thing is to right click on this folder and then new file. So app.js, and with this I'm going to create one more file, and I'm going to call it utils.js. So utils.js, this file will contain all of our important utilities that is going to be reused again and again throughout applications. So this file is going to have code that can be accessed by all of these files. So the entire media files, entire modules, okay? So the files that will live here, they are going to be publicly available, okay? So this is why we use modules. Now, again, let me explain all of this in a very simple language. So first of all, I'm going to declare a my name variable, and I will call it code block, and I will say console.log. What happened? CL snippet not working. Yeah, and I will reference my name, and you pretty much know what is going to happen. App.js, we get code block. Very simple, right? Now here in this utils.js, I'm going to do a very simple console.log. I will say this is utils.js file. Okay, now if I save this, do you think that the data from utils.js will also be printed? No, because I'm executing node app.js. Now app.js is a single file that contains only this line of code. It does not contain any reference to utils.js. So right now, any data that is defined in utils.js, it is not going to be available to be used anywhere. Now, what if I want to do it? Because of course, I just told you that I want to keep data that is thoroughly used by any of the files. Well, for that, we'll have to require this utils.js in this file. So how we can do that? Well, we can use this require function. I can say, hey, require, and now from here, I can provide the relative path. So relative path is always provided by specifying one dot and then slash, and then here I can mention the name of the file. So now I have required utils.js in this app.js. So now the data of this utils.js will be available in app.js. So now if I execute app.js, now you can see this is utils.js file coming from line 1 because this is the import, and we just have one console.log statement in utils.js. So this output is coming from utils.js file, and then we are getting our code block printed right here. Very simple, very easy to understand. Now let me tell you about this relative data path, okay? So relative data is when you have multiple files sitting in same directory, and from one file you want to navigate to another file, you use this syntax dot slash and then the name of the file. Okay, so the data that is in utils.js is now required right here. It is loaded in this app.js, and upon executing app.js, we are retrieving utils.js data. Right now, this is a very simple example. Now let me try to make it little complex. I'm cutting this variable and I'm now pasting it right here. Now my name variable is no longer inside this app.js, but it is inside utils.js. Just for the sake of convenience, I'm going to change the name to Captain Jack Sparrow. Okay, where's the rum? And now I'm going to ask you, what do you think will happen if I execute app.js again? Do you think that now we will be able to print my name as well? Because I just mentioned, see, we required utils.js, which means upon requiring, we were successfully able to execute this statement. Do you think we will be successfully able to reference this my name in this app.js? So my name is a variable that is defined in utils.js, and we are trying to call it in app.js. So do you think that we will be able to get Captain Jack Sparrow printed in the console? Well, no. Let's check out. If I say app.js, we will get a reference error. My name is not defined. Now you can say, what is happening? So the reason is all of your files in Node.js that you call modules have their own scope with its own variables. App.js cannot access the variables from utils.js, even though it was loaded using this required function, but this is related to scoping. Both of these files have its own scope. You cannot access the scope of other file into a single file, into another file, okay? Now you can say, but I need this data. I need this data that we have defined here in app.js. How can I do that? See, the data that you are going to use, it is limited because of the scoping limitations, and we are unable to access the data. Right now the question is, how can I access this data? Well, for this we can again leverage another functionality of module system, that is default export. We can explicitly define an export from a file, and then that export is available in any file where we can require it and use it. For example, if I want to use this myname, I can export this myname from this file, and then we will be able to use this myname variable anywhere. So how to do that? Well, for that you can say module.exports equals to myname. So now you have manually exported this myname variable, and now you can use this myname in this app.js. Okay, so now you are requiring utils.js. So the thing that you are requiring with this statement is the thing that you are exporting from here, which is name. So now you need to store this into a variable. So I'm going to call it a simple name. Okay, name. So this require statement is holding the return value from modules.export, which is this simple name. So we are exporting this myname variable. So this require function is now myname. So this myname, which indeed is Captain Jack Sparrow. Okay, so the reference of Captain Jack Sparrow. So now instead of myname, if you print this name, now if I cut this, if I now execute node.js, Captain Jack Sparrow. Did you see that? How this moduling worked? We manually exported myname, and now we are able to use it here. And now you can see we are also not limited to calling it myname. No, this is my variable. I can call it anything. I can call it imported data, because of course it is an imported data, right? Data is defined here, and we are importing a data that we are getting from this require function. So we can call it anything. We are not limited, or we are not bounded to call it myname. So now here we are using imported data, and the moment we save it and we execute it, now we got our data back. So we learned two things. We defined a data in a different file, and we exported it, and then we used it in a different file. Okay, so this is very simple exports with variables. Now what if I have a function? What if I have a function like add? I can say const add equals to x comma y, come on, return x plus y. How can I use this function in this app.js? Well, you can export this one as well. So now you can again say, well, what did I do? Is this one? Yeah. So now here I can say module.exports equals to add, and let's comment this out. So now we are exporting this add. So now this require function is no longer holding Captain Jack Sparrow, but this require function is holding the return value of this add. That means this variable name does not make sense. So here I can call it sum. Yeah, why not const sum? And now here I can say const, or maybe this is an add function, right? So I can call it add, because after all, what are we exporting? We are exporting add. So here I am going to call it add or add function. Again, you are independent to call it anything. So now I am going to create a variable called as sum, and now I can call this add function right here, and then I can provide this add some arguments like 30 and 20. Okay, and now when I will call this sum right here, you will see our function will give us 50. Let me explain you again. This time we are exporting a function which in return is adding the arguments provided. So this is parameter and this is argument. So what we did is we exported this add function. So now this require is holding this add function. Okay, so this add function. So this add function is getting the data from this add, which means now we can use this add function to call and get our sum. So that's why we created this variable and called this add function. And also the reason why we created this variable is this is a function expression. This is not a function declaration. So when you create a function expression, then you have to create a variable and then hold the return data in that, okay, in that variable. Again, this is JavaScript term, so I'm not going to get into much detail. Do watch the JavaScript lecture to understand all of this. By the way, this moduling is also covered in my JavaScript course, so I could have skipped this, but then I thought that in the context of Node.js, I haven't talked about modulings. So it is really important for me to talk about how we can create our own modules, import it, export it, and then we can leverage the functionality of modulings in backend development. So this is the reason why I chose to dwell into this topic again, just to clarify these things, okay? So this is our own modules. So right here, so our own modules, we created module right here. This is a code that can be used by any function. So for example, if you want to use this add function right here in my social media.js, you can definitely do that. You can say const add function equals to require dot slash utils, right? And now you can say const add this equals to, what are we getting from require? Yes, it is add. So I can say 20 30, and now console dot log add this, and now we have to execute my social media. So node my social media.js. You see, well, we are running into an error. It says add is not defined. This is add. What are we requiring? Utils.js. It should have been utils.js. Okay, we are still running into an error. It says add is not defined. So add this. Oh, this should have been add function. Extremely sorry. Add is getting exported from here, but here we have given it a name of add function. So that is what we should call, okay? So now we get 50. If you change this one to 200, it will give you 230. So see, we created one utils.js file. Here we are going to keep all of our possibly repeatable functions, and then all of these files are independent to use these functions. So that's why we called it utility.js. Okay, utils.js, to be specific, to be very specific. Okay, so next up that we have to understand is we have to understand about global npm modules. In the previous two videos, you learned to use Node's core modules and how to create our own modules and sync them. In this video, you are going to learn how to use the module system to load in npm packages. This is going to allow us to take advantage of all those awesome npm modules from right inside of our Node applications. There are an endless amount of awesome and amazing useful npm packages that we can install, so we don't have to recreate the wheel from scratch. Wait, what do I mean? Well, there are things that pretty much every application out there needs to do. For example, validating an email, and maybe even sending an email. These are core functionality, not specific to what your application does for your users. If it is a social media app, it is definitely going to have a contact us page that your users can use to send an email to you, can contact you, and maybe they will be able to log in and reset their password, right? Once they log in, they will be able to access their account. The same can happen in case of a blog post as well, right? So these are very common functionalities. These are not like a mind-boggling thing that you are doing to your website. This is a very, very common functionality. So if we use npm modules to solve common problems, which is indeed the standard in the Node community, then we can focus our time and spend our developer time focusing on the awesome features that can make our app unique, right? So as I mentioned in the start of the course, when you install Node also installs one more module, which is npm. So if you say node-v, it will give you the current version of the node that is installed in your system. Similar to this, if you say npm-v, -v is the flag that we give to this npm command to check for this version. So if you hit enter, you'll get the current version of npm that comes with your current version of node. Now in your case it can be different, so the version name can be different, and that's totally okay, as the course will keep continuing to grow. And if I will make this node-b command again in the future, you will observe that I have updated my node to 20, and with that npm is also updated. So this is very common. We keep our packages and modules updated, right? So if your version is different, then it does not mean that it is not going to work. Chill and just continue the course. Now how do we actually use npm to do the mentioned things? Well, the first thing that we have to do is npm is slightly different. In case of node's core module, we simply took a module from node and then we installed that. We required that somewhere here. So utils.js. Let me check that. Where did we do that? So maybe node way, yeah. So right here we imported the fs module directly from node, right? But in case of npm, things are a bit different. Let me clear the terminal. You have to initialize an empty you have to configure an empty project with npm in it. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing that you have to do is you have to say npm init. Now the reason why we are able to use this npm command, because I just mentioned that npm comes with node, right? And here you can see that we indeed have npm installed here. Okay, so that's why we are able to execute the init command using the npm reference. So when I say npm init, it is going to ask us few questions that is related to our project. Like, let me pull this terminal a little up. Okay, so first it is asking for package name. So what is the name of the package? So package simply means that what is the name of your application. So you can say socialmedia.com, and then it is asking for version. Let's keep 1 at default. You can change it. And then description, I will simply say social media app. Hit enter. Entry point, keep it app.js. Test command, we are not going to provide any test command. No git repository. Keywords, nothing. Author, I will simply say code. Hit enter, and let's hit enter again, and it is asking if all of the mentioned data is okay. You just have to enter again, and now you'll notice that you got a package.json. Click it to open, and now here you can see all those details related to your project. It is, again, you can see here it is asking me to update it. Hey, new minor version of npm available from this to this. So I'm going to update it later. Let me clear this terminal command. Okay, so this is your package.json. Now this is the JSON extension. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Well, it definitely appears like a JavaScript object, but this is not a JavaScript object. Here you can see that the key as well as the value, both of them are wrapped in the double quote. If you try to remove the double quote, then you will get a warning. So this is not a JSON file. JSON file is unique in itself, and we will see the use cases of JSON when we will go to MongoDB. Okay, and am I making some mistake? Yeah, definitely. I was not closing the key with the same format. Okay, so this is package.json that keeps tracks of everything that is related to our project. Very soon, when we are going to install npm packages, you will see it will also keep track of all of the packages that we are using in our system. At least we are using in our applications. Okay, so yeah, let's now go ahead and try to understand how to use npm. So the next thing that we have to do is to head over to npmjs.com. npmjs.com consists of hundreds of thousands of amazing modules related to npm that we can use in our project. So right now I'm going to give you a very simple demo, and then probably in future, if we are going to develop an application, we will be using many npm packages in our projects. But for now, here I'm going to give you a very simple example. So just make a search for validator and click on the first link and let it load. So a library of string validators and sanitizers. So validator package allow us to validate if the given email is correct or not. Okay, this package helps us to figure out if given email is correct or not. Okay, and so the next thing that we have to do is we have to install it. So here you can see we are again using the npm command with this I flag and then the package name. So let's now go ahead and do it. So here I can say npm I validator. So right here, this command we want to run. Now when we run this command, what's it going to do? Well, it's going to go off to the npm servers. It's going to grab all of the code for that package and it's actually going to add it into our application, and we will notice that when we run that command. So if I hit enter, now two things will happen. Let it happen and then I will explain you. In the meantime, keep focusing here in this package.json file. Looks like I'm not connected to internet. Let's quickly fix that. Yeah, so now here you can see our package.json got updated. We got a dependency object where it is clearly mentioned that we are using this validator package with this version, right? And again, it is asking me to update npm, which I'm going to do little. Now two things happened. One, we got a package-lock.json file, and two, we got a new directory, a node modules directory. Let's take a quick look at both. First up, node modules. This is a folder which contains all of the code for the dependencies we installed. So if I open this, here you can see we have a single directory called as validator. That's the package we installed. And if we open that, then it's all of the code for the validator package. Now the node modules directory is something we should not be manually editing. We should not go inside a validator and actually change these files. And we'll talk about that as we progress throughout the course and learn something more interesting about packages management. But for now, just remember that you never edit this node modules folder. This is automatically created by npm each time you try to install a new package, right? So please do not change anything in the node modules folder. No, you don't have to worry at all about this. Okay. So when it comes to working with node modules, it is just going to get generated and edited when we run npm install commands. So we use npm install and npm maintains this directory. And the same thing is true with package-lock.json. This is a file which contains extra information, making npm a bit faster and a bit more secure. It lists out exact versions of all of our dependencies as well as where they were fetched from. And we also have a SHA code, which stands for secured hashing algorithm, making sure that we are getting the exact code that we got previously if we were to install a dependency again. So once again, this is also not the file that we should ever be editing manually. Okay, once again, this will also be maintained by npm. So we have our package installed, and when we run that command, it is also added to our package.json. So if you go to package.json, here you can see we have this dependency validator with the current version. So each time you install any package, it is going to appear here in this dependency object. Okay, so now let's use this package to understand how can we utilize, how can we leverage a code, a file or a module created by an engineer just like us, so that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. So let's now use validator. So here should I create a new file, or let's delete all of this. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is let's head over to the documentation. So it is asking us, well, this is no ES6, this is ES6. I'm not going to use this import syntax yet because I haven't talked about it, but let's now make it very simple. Okay, so first thing is we have to require it again. Remember require function. So now let's do it. So here I'm going to say const validator equals to require. How am I able to use this require? Because again, we already have installed this package as dependency. So we just have to mention its name, validator. Okay, and now whatever this function returns, it will be stored in this validator variable. So here I can use this validator and I can say dot, and here we have all of the lists of methods that is accessible on this validator variable. Okay, and now here you can actually read documentations to understand that what are the things that you can check. So you can check equals, is after, alpha. Let's go with little bit eg. Is email. Is email looks good. So checks if the string is an email. Okay. So let's now check validator is email. And here I will try to provide like incorrect email. Yeah, I'll say a, not at the rate of, but I'll say lol_lol.com. Well, this is certainly not an email. So let's check is an email. And now if I try to console.log is an email, I should probably get not or false, because this returns the output in a boolean. Okay, so let's save this. And now if I say node app.js, it is returning us false. Okay, but if I make it clearly good, jack at sparrow.com, this is certainly a correct and valid email. Now I should get true. So did you see that how using an npm package makes us easy to configure something in our application? We do not have to reinvent the wheel. Like if we go ahead and try to write the logic for creating this very simple thing, again we will be involving a lot of time and a lot of extra code that is already doable by installing a very simple validator package, right? So that is not going to be very favorable for us. Rather, use something that is already created and focus more on your project. Okay, now I want to show you one more very simple package just for fun, so that you become little comfortable working with npm modules. This is this superhero name library. So we are going to install this one. It will just generate a very random superhero name for us, and in the meantime it is installing. Let's quickly import it here. Superhero equals to require, and what is the name that we should be tagging? So this is superhero-name-library. Okay, so let's paste it here. Okay, and now on this superhero we can call a random. If I correctly remember, is the random method that is giving us a random superhero name. Yeah, superhero.random returns a random superhero name. Superhero.allNames returns an array containing all names. Wow. And then superhero.allNames, if you provide it an argument, it will return an array containing the name that starts with the mentioned letter. Okay, so okay, let's try to do few of them. Superhero.random, I'll say const random superhero name, and cl random superhero name, save it. So now if I say node app.js, it generated us a superhero name, Callisto. Let's try to run this file again and let's see what it gives us. Silocky. I've heard of Loki but not Silocky. And next one is superhero.allNames. So superhero.allNames, what does it return us? Let's see, an array probably. Yeah, an array of all the names. Alright friends, so this was all about modules. Let's now move forward, and from now onwards we are going to do some real things. Like we are going to talk about client server architecture. We are going to understand what is a server. We are going to build a server the node way, and then we are going to enhance that server, and then we are going to talk about Express.js. Okay, so yeah, lots of amazing things coming ahead. So if you haven't subscribed so far, what are you waiting for, man or women or ladies or gents, whatever, just subscribe. And yeah, we are going to take all of our learnings to the next stage from the next video. See you there. Okay, so we understood all about module system in Node.js. In this video we are going to talk about what are servers, what are routing, what is URL, what is port number, what is localhost, etc. And in this video we are going to create a very simple server using the Node's core module. And the reason why I am straight away talking about servers and routings, because again I told you that we are going to take a practical approach in learning backend development. Of course, I am going to discuss all about how does this backend development thing work, like how does internet works and how do we fetch data from computer to servers. When we type some query, what is the thing that goes behind the scenes. I'm going to discuss about them by using again a presentation. We are going to learn it the presentation way, but I thought that I should give you a very simple overview of how does a server works, and then after that we are going to take a detailed look on all these steps, okay, so that it becomes really clear for us to understand those terminology. Because again, if I don't explain you all of these in layman term, when we will be shifting to advanced topics like Express.js, understanding these may become little tough for you. So I'm again considering all of you as a beginner, so I'm going to talk about everything from a beginner's point of view. Okay, so if you are experienced in backend, you may find it very easy and comfortable. Feel free to skip to Express or wherever you want to jump. Timestamp is already given, right? So yeah, let's talk about servers. So first of all, again I'm going to expand. How do we close all of this? Okay, let's check. Okay, let's close this. I don't know how do we actually close all of this. Come on. Okay, and now I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call it server and routing, very basics of server and routing. And here I'm just going to create a very simple server.js file. Okay, and now we are going to create server. Now to create server, we are going to use the Node's very simple core module HTTP. So here on the documentation it is already mentioned. I have already opened it. So this one, HTTP. And on HTTP, first of all we'll have to require it just as any other node module. So here we also have this option of ESM, which we cannot use outside of the module system because this is not an NPM project. So we are going to use this very simple way of importing any module, which is simply declaring a variable and then requiring it. Okay, so instead of writing it manually, why not we copy this? So we have copied HTTP. Now on HTTP we have a method called as create server. You can see it is automatically suggesting us if we want to use create server. Well, sure we do. Open it like this. So create server is a function on this HTTP object that we get by this require function that is calling node for HTTP module to be used in this server.js file. I'm telling you again. So this create server is a function that is getting accessed on this HTTP object. So a function that is actually a method. Again, what is a method? A method is simply a very simple function inside an object. Okay, so that object is this HTTP that is getting all of its properties from this require function that is indeed in backend calling this HTTP module from node which is already installed in our system. Inside this create server function, we can provide another function. So we can do something like this, but most commonly you will see an anonymous function like this being passed inside this. Now this anonymous function accepts two parameters. One is request and another one is response. And this is very fundamental of a server configuration. Whenever you will talk about server, this request and response will always be subjected to the creation of server. The reason why it is very important for us to understand this request response cycle is that a server is basically a computer that is online 24/7, and the main purpose of a server for being online every time is because it hosts millions of gigabytes of data that needs to be distributed through various channels. So when you make a search using any medium on a server, for example, when you make a search on Google like what is the best JavaScript course available out there on internet, surely it should give you the channel name of code block, but I don't know, I haven't tried if it gives it or not, but anyway, it will send you some response. So one, you made the request, server accepted the request, and studied the request, and then it sent you a response. So request is sent by you, response is sent by server. So server configuration, always remember request and response cycle. Nevertheless, we are anyway going to talk about request response in the presentation coming up ahead. So let's now go ahead and further configure our server. Now here we have to send something from server, because eventually server, once you hit the server will send you a response that, hey, yes, I got your request, bro. So that you can send using this response object. Okay, so here you can say response. So this response is sent by this create server. So once you hit this create server, using this response object, server will send you a message. So that goes like this. It will say rest.end, and here you can configure a message. I am getting accessed. You can provide any message here. ACCESSED. Okay, I'm getting accessed. And now this is a very simple configuration of server. This is not it. Once you configure a server, you have to listen the server. You have to open a channel where you can listen to this server. How do you do that? For that, you have to host all of this onto a specific variable. So I'm going to cut it. I'm going to create a very simple variable, and I'm going to call it server equals to this. So I'm saying that, hey server.js, this server variable is holding all of the value that is responsible for configuring a very simple server using the Node.js. Okay, now here, once the server is configured, you have to listen the server. So I can say server, and on server we have one object, one method, that is this listen. Now this listen object, this listen method accepts 3 parameter, rather argument, not parameter. Okay, so here one, we can provide the port name. You can ask me, what is a port name? Well, port name or port ID is a simple channel which keeps listening for your request and response. For example, if you want to come to India by for example United States of America, there is always trade happening, right? So if you want to send something from US to India, then a ship from USA will start coming, and probably it will come through the Suez Canal if it is not blocked. Otherwise it will have to go all the way through Cape of Good Hope and then come to the Indian Ocean territory. So then ship will have to dock somewhere. Now where does the ship dock? It's port. If port is free, ship can dock, and if port is not free, ship will access another port. So this is very simple port. So here you have to assign, configure, just understand this server as a ship, and this ship needs a port to operate. So here you can provide a port ID. So I will say, hey ship, I'm giving you the port ID of 8000. Local is 3000, common is 3000. So let's provide 3000. So I'm saying that, hey server, you can listen for all incoming requests and responses on this channel number 3000. So port number 3000. Okay, so this is the port that you think is free, and you are assigning the server to operate all of its request response cycle on this 3000 port ID. And then you provide the host name. What is the host name? Very simple, localhost. So you can skip it, but I will always suggest you to provide it. So the localhost of all computer around the world is 127.0.0.1. And now you can also send an optional message that will trigger a very simple console.log that will say server is listening on port 3000. Okay, eventually what you can do is you can also do this const port equals to 3000. You can assign this port, and instead of calling this manually, you can refer it. So port, and here you can use the template string. So like this. Okay, and let's delete this one, and let's use this port variable. Okay, so now you can change the port, and this statement will update itself. Okay, now if I save this, by default nothing is going to happen, so we'll have to execute this server.js. So first of all, we have to move to another file. So cd 02, well, we are inside all about modules, so cd space dot dot, and now we are in the root directory. So from here we have to go to cd 02, hit tab to autocomplete, ls to get all the files, and now you can say node server.js. The moment I will hit it, you'll get a message, server is listening on port 3000. So how do you see this message? So let's now hit our server. So here you can say 127.0.0.1 because this is the localhost address and the port name is 3000. Hit enter and now you'll get the message, I am getting accessed. So this is coming from the server. Meanwhile, just try to make sure to use this as well. So localhost one time, because localhost is just 127.0.0.1. okay, so even if you say localhost colon 3000, it will give you the same result. Okay, so localhost colon 3000 is commonly what we use, because again typing 127.0.0.1 is kind of cumbersome, at least for me. So I will use localhost colon 3000, hit enter, I am getting accessed. Okay, now let me prove you that you can change the port name. Now you can say that, hey ship 3000 is busy. For example, a ship coming from Brazil, you can say that, hey, wait, Rio de Janeiro, this port is not available. If the ship from Brazil that is coming to the Jawaharlal Nehru port of India, if it wants to dock to this 3000 channel ID, this server is already configured on this 3000. So this 3000 channel is not free. So you can say that please dock on 8000 channel. So now this channel, this ship from Brazil will host all of their request response on this 8000. So again I have to shut it down, because each time you make a difference, each time you make an update to the file, you need to restart the server. Well, this is manually done, but we have a tool that can do it for us automatically, and I'm sure most of you would be knowing about that. We will set that up when we learn about Express. For now, I like to keep doing like this. Okay, so now I'm restarting it again, and now if I go to 3000, hit enter, no error, because on 3000 we have no incoming request, it is busy. So if I say 8000, I am getting accessed. Okay, so you can see now the ship that is coming from Brazil is hosted on 8000 port ID. So this is a very simple server. This is the same thing that happens to every of the website, no matter how big it is. Facebook, Google, Twitter, x.com, Reddit, everything, every website is simply configured like this. You send a request and in return it sends you a response. You like a post, it responds you by quickly updating the UI to the likable post. Like when you click the like button, it quickly updates it, right? So that is the response that is sending you. Now earlier in the days, when you used to like something, then the page used to reload, because then we had very simple, we did not have any framework like React or Angular. Nowadays we use React that has virtual DOM, so it quickly updates the UI itself, so we do not see those reloading icon going on and on. Okay, but again, that is something that we'll learn in React.js. For now, let's stick to backend development. So this is a very simple configuration of server. Now after server, we also need to understand routing. How about routing, bro? How can we miss routing? So first of all, let me explain you what is routing. So here, if I go to nodejs.org, it will give me every data that is hosted on this nodejs.org/English. So this /English is the route that is redirecting us to this web page. If I go to about, now you can see that the route is /English/about. If I go to download, now our route is /English/download/package manager. If I go to blog, our route is /English/blog. So this is routing. We have created one specific route for specific pages. So this is very simple routing. So let's now try to implement something like this to understand more about routing. So routing is the process of channelizing multiple page requests on a same server. Let's now understand routing by implementing it practically. So now I want to develop a website. I will probably say mysocial.com. And when I go to mysocial.com, well, is it a domain? Well, what am I doing? Am I accessing it? No, I don't want to access. Rather, I want to develop a website of my own. So first of all, here we are going to create multiple routes, right? For that, we need help of another Node's core module that is called as URL. By the way, I am one level back, one zoom level back, because this one was quite taking space and all of the code was not visible. So I decided to go one step back. Okay, so I'm sure I'm expecting the screen to be very visible. Nevertheless, after this module, we are again going to switch back to this zoom level, or I will adjust the code so that it will fit perfectly in your mobile device if you are watching it on your mobile device. Okay, now here on this URL, first of all, not here, but routing should always be inside this. Okay, so here first of all, let's do this. Let's make a request on this URL itself. So what does this URL give us back? So if I say console.log request.url, let's execute this server. What does it give us? We need to hit this server, not on this route, but here. Okay, I'm getting accessed. It is giving us this home route and then favicon.ico. Do not worry about this favicon. This favicon is this very simple icon that you are seeing here. Okay, so that is favicon, and this is the home page of our website. So here now we can implement routing. To implement routing, we need to access the path name. So path name can be called like this: path name equals to request.url okay, like this. Now this path name is this one, so home page, and this one. Okay, so this request.url gives us the exact path of a heated route. So if I hit the route on /overview, if I hit it, now you will see that our path is /overview and then /favicon.ico. Well, this favicon-ico will always be there. Okay, so now you just have to worry about this overview. So if you again say overview / maybe page 1, page 2, now our path will be overview /page 2. Okay, now to create routings, now all we have to do is write few if else statements. So here you can say if path name equals, we are checking for a strict equality operator, this one home page. Here you can say rest.end. Here you can send a message of welcome to mysocial.com. okay, and then again you can have multiple route path. You can say else if path name is equals to user, then you can say, let's copy this one, welcome to your user profile. Okay, like this. Okay, so now let's test this too. Control C to shut the server, restart again, and now if I go to colon 8000, hit enter, welcome to mysocial.com, and if I go to /user, you will see welcome to user. Internet connection is slow, that's why it is taking little time to load, but it should have been fast. Okay, now it is here. You can see what is this. Oh, this should have been, see, this URL is this preloader is hanging in the middle because I made a very silly mistake. I forget to implement this / here. So whenever you try to implement routing, be specific, because pages are bisected with this /. So / is the median between your domain name and your different pages. So I had to go to user, rather I just instead I just wrote this user. So that's why it is hanging in the middle. Okay, so no, it was error on my part. /user, let's set the server again and command K to clear, and let's now execute this server again. Okay, and now if I hit reload, now I will see welcome to your user profile. Okay, so another way again we can say else if path name equals / contact us, then again you can say welcome to privacy policy. Okay, privacy policy. So this is how you develop multiple paths of your website. Okay, on contact us you can also say provide privacy policy and contact us maybe. Okay, now let's start the server again, and you know what is going to happen. Very simple. If you try to go to /contact us, welcome to privacy policy and contact us. Now the same thing is happening here as well. On this page you are getting this blog. If you go to download, you get this download page. If you go to about you get this about. If you go to learn, you get this learn page. Okay, so this is very simple routing. What did I do? Okay, so this is hyperlink, jumping from one link to another. Okay, so this is routing. Now what if a page is not found? In that case you can always write else. So here you can just say rest.end if in case the search term did not matter, search term did not matched. For example, if I say random, okay, then you'll see that again our preloader is just hanging right there without giving us any response. In that case, to catch that bad request, here you can always say that else. If none of this match, then else you can say bad request URL or page not found. Okay, page not found. Save this, shut the server, and here you can also send the write head. So rest.write head. Write head simply is the request that you are sending. So for a bad request page not found, the request that you are sending is always 404. So if you save this again, if you execute the server, if you again now hit it, you'll see bad request page not found. Now where can you see this 404 request being hinted? So right click, inspect to go to developer console. From here go to network and go to network, and now hit reload. And now you can see we are getting this status of 404 of bad request. Similarly, if you go to console, you will still see it. See, it says 404 not found because we haven't implement any route to catch this request. Okay, so this is very simple routing. Now always remember that this response should always come before the final rest.end. You cannot do this. You cannot send the write head right here. No, if you try to do this, why not? Let's try to do this. And now if you reload, certainly bad request page not found, but again you are not seeing any 404, you are seeing 200, which means status is okay, everything did work. So if everything worked, then what is the reason of sending this write head itself? So if anything is wrong, if anything is not a proper request, then send a proper header response using this 404 status code that should always come before the final end request. Okay, so this is very simple routing. Now again, just relax. I'm talking about all of this from a beginner's point of view. When we are going to talk about Express, we are going to revisit all of this again, and routing is a very complex process, by the way. See, for example, if we have to develop something like this documentation website for Node.js, we will end up having multiple if and else if requests, like if path name is this mysocialmedia.com, else if, and a website can consist of hundreds of routes. Do you think it is possible for us, or it is like a well thing for us to create routing this way? No, like it will lead to dry code, like it will cumbersome your server.js very quickly because you will end up having 100 else if requests. Okay, so for this we are going to use one very amazing framework that is called as Express.js. It helps us to enhance the capability of Node.js. Okay, so yeah, next we are going to understand about few terminologies. We are going to see presentations, we'll understand how internet works, how backend works, and after that we are going to talk about Express.js. Okay, so with all of that, I'm going to see you in the next one, and if you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? Okay, see you in the next one. Okay, so now you understand how internet and website works. Now let's take our learnings to the next step, and let's continue our journey with Express.js that will help us do backend development with ease. If you look at the world of backend development with Node, you will often find it closely associated with the Express framework. And I want to show you a well-researched data on most used web frameworks among developers worldwide. This data is from 2023, but certainly the stats for each frameworks will only increase in 2024 and in 2025 as well. You can see that Express is rated pretty high among the professional developers. And so we are going to learn this framework from absolute scratch. And you will see why it is loved among so many professional developers. There are many languages that you can use for backend development: Java, Ruby on Rails, PHP, C Sharp, Python, JavaScript. And these are the programming languages. But in addition to these languages, there are also a bunch of frameworks that are associated with these main languages that you can choose as an extension, such as Ruby on Rails for Ruby, Django and Flask that is based on Python, and then we have Node runtime that is built on the top of JavaScript engine, right? Now, I mentioned in the introduction video of Node.js that the framework that uses JavaScript is indeed Node.js. Now, I also mentioned one thing, if you paid attention, that Node.js is not a framework. Instead, it is a runtime environment. Please go and revise that part again. Node is what enables us to use JavaScript on our computers and leverage the functionality of JavaScript to be used as a backend language, making JavaScript not only limited to the browser. Now, Express on the other side is actually a JavaScript framework that helps us to create backend for our websites. And with the power of Node and Express combined is how most of the professional developers develop their websites backend nowadays. But you can ask me, how is Express that helpful? Okay, don't take my words. Let's compare the code that we wrote in the previous module to configure and understand servers and routings. So here it is. This is the code that we wrote in the previous section. We created a very simple website that has a welcome page, a users page, and a contact us page. Nothing fancy, just a small and a plain website with few route endpoints, such as home, users, and contact us. You can see the complex structure that was used to create just a few routes. We are using multiple if-else statements. And if you remember, or if you go back and revise, you will notice I indeed have explained why this approach is very wrong and also discussed the problem it will cause in the same video. And now let's compare the code written in Express framework. Here you can see we are just importing the Express package from Express, and it's the Express framework that will interact with the Node part for us. Here we are creating an app molded on Express and then a few well-defined routes, and in the end we are listening on the port. Now compare both of them and tell me which one is clear to understand. Of course, it's the second one. Look how beautifully the code is laid out and modular each part is, also making it very easy to understand. Now, in the last module, I could have easily skipped discussing this server setup using raw node like this one and would have straight away moved on to the server setup using Express like this one. But no, I thoroughly believe that you must understand why the alternative of raw node in the form of Express.js exists. In almost all of the cases, if you are using Node.js to create your backend, you will be using Express because of all the advantages that comes with it. We get better readability, we have to write less code, we have the ability to add middleware that I will be explaining to you very soon what it is, plus all the advantages like MVC pattern, which means model view controller pattern that will help us to manage complex code in a disciplined manner. Hey everyone, let's now continue our journey and let's now start learning Express.js. So first of all, I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to call it 03 Express. Okay, and let's close this one and this one as well. Let me fix my mic Okay, and now I'm going to open terminal right here, and from here I'm going to navigate to 03 Express. And now here all we have to do is to do that basic ritual npm init and with dash y flag, so that by default it will say yes to all the questions that npm init asks to create a package.json file. So if I hit enter, expand this folder, and here we have a basic package.json file. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this terminal on the right side, so right here. And first of all I'll have to click plus and take this terminal and move it here. And now let's close this, and let's close this one from here. Let's quickly settle this. Okay, so this is the overall look that I want, and let's clear it. Yeah, okay, so now we are going to start learning Express.js. Now if I go to Express.js documentation that you can find by visiting expressjs.com, read, and if you read it, it says Express is fast, unopinionated, minimalist web framework for Node.js. Fast, well, it basically means that this framework is fast. Well, I did not needed to explain that, but anyway, what does this unopinionated means? Well, unopinionated means that there is not a single way of doing a certain thing in Express.js. For example, if you want to create a server in Express.js, you have multiple ways to do that. A genuine example, well, I found it right here itself. So a very simple and genuine example is here. If you notice, a basic Express server is created here, but the code that they have used is like an old way of using the JavaScript. So here they have used const express, and they have used a require module. Now we do not use require module anymore. Like it works, but now we use import and export syntax, basically the modern version of JavaScript. So we can create server using the old way as well as a new way as well. So that's why it is unopinionated. It does not have one single opinion about how to do a certain task. You can pretty much do all of the steps in one single file, or you can also follow the MVC pattern. That means model view controller pattern. Okay, well, these are some advanced things that I'm talking. We are just going to learn the basics of Express as of now, but on unopinionated and how do we use MVC pattern to make our Express app much configurable, we will talk about that little bit later. And well, in the meantime, if you read, it says Express 5.0 documentation is now available. Let's open this in a new tab. I haven't have a look at it. Interesting. Anyway, let's keep it. We are going to use this documentations. Now, what are the things that we can develop using this framework? Well, web applications, APIs, performance is slightly good, and then we can use middleware. Express is a lightweight and flexible routing framework with minimal core features meant to be augmented through the use of Express middleware functions, middleware modules to be exact. Now, all of these things, middlewares, APIs, it will make sense once we get to that point. As of now, let's now understand the core, the fundamental use of Express, that is to help us to set up a web server in much more convenient way. Okay, so again, I'm not going to go through the documentation. First I will teach you, and then I will tell you that, hey, did you see that whatever I did, it is mentioned here. But if you want to go and understand it for yourself anyway, click getting started and click installing. And here you can read that assuming you have already installed Node.js, oh yes, we have, create a directory to hold your application and make that your working directory. So this is my directory, this is my working directory, and for that, well, it is giving us the command, terminal command mkdir, that stands for make directory. In this case, the directory's name is my app, our directory's name is Express. Since we are learning Express, I named it Express. Similarly, the next step is to cd into my app, which I already did here, okay, a few moments ago. And then npm init, remember I just did npm init with dash y flag, and here it says entry point to be index.js. which is by default index.js, which means that we need to create one index.js file here, and then we are going to create our server in that file, and then npm install express, and we are going to use express in our package. So the first thing that we can do is we are going to create an index.js file. So that you can do using this touch command, touch index.js. If I hit enter, I will get one index.js file. Now if you don't want to use touch command, because for Windows users I don't remember what is the alternative of touch command, you can simply create that manually. So right click, new file, and index.js. Since index.js already exists, it is not allowing me to create the same file again. Now let's go to index.js. What happened? Oh, index.js open in this tab. No, let's not open it right here, move it here. Okay, so but before that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a server, right? So now if you see on Express app, and I'm taking it very easily, okay, I'm not doing all these steps in hurry. I'm really taking time to explain you all these steps, because one single mistake and you will be confused. So here it has given a basic way to create an Express server, where they have used require module, and if I go to getting started installing, let's say that we completed our installing, and next is hello world. If I click hello world, so this is the simple boilerplate for creating an Express server. If I copy this and if I paste this, this is our Express server. No, this is our Express server. If I just say node index.js, you will see that well, it says module not found. Cannot find module export. Well, Express is not found. So because we have not installed Express, because if we are using Express, then what we need to do, we need to install Express. So here npm install Express. If you want to save it as a local dependency, you can use --node-save, but nowadays you don't have to do it. Okay, so yeah, you don't have to do it. If you read it, it says to install Express temporarily and not add it to the dependencies list. It says --node-save, so it will not add to your dependencies. I'm sorry, I mistakenly said that to add it to your dependency you have to provide this flag command, but no, if you want to use it temporarily, you just have to give this flag --node-save, and it will not save to your local dependency right here on this package.json. But no, I want that, so I'm going to close this part here, and since we are using Express, we'll have to say npm I Express. So this is how you install Express.js. Now here you can see that it is suggesting me that, hey, do you want the latest version? So yes, you just have to say at latest, and it will download the latest version. If I hit enter, just in a moment you will see our Express will be installed. And if I now go to package.json, what is happening here? Why am I being redirected to this side of the code editor? Anyway, in dependencies I have this Express.js. Now if I save this file, and now if I say node index.js example app listening on port 3000, let's test it. If I go to localhost /3000, see, we get hello world, right? Now if I change this to quickly hello world to the Express class, if I now save this, reload, well, I need to rerun this server, shut it and rerun this server, and now if I reload, hello world to the Express class. See, this worked. But no, this is not how we are going to create our Express server. So we are going to use import and export module. I really want to make this course an updated one that uses the latest version of JavaScript. So we are going to use all the modern syntaxes of JavaScript. So instead of using this require module, we are going to use the import module. So let's delete all of this. And now here we are going to say import, and we are going to import Express from Express. Okay, and then after this we need to create an app instance, and we are going to call this Express function. So well, Copilot is already suggesting me, so let me close, let me say no, I don't want disable completion. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to create an app instance, and then we are going to call this express as a function. So this app is nothing but the name of your web app. For example, if you are developing some social media type of app, this app is exactly that. To keep it simple, we just call it app, because in the end eventually it is already an app, right? So but you are free, you can call it my reddit.com equals to this. Well, .com is not supported, but you can call it. But just to keep it very simple, we just call it app, because eventually we are creating an app. So this app is created, and now on this app, every function that is binded in this express function, when we called this express function, every methods and every every methods that we are getting by calling this express function will be usable on this app object. So this app is a variable, but behind the scenes it is also an object. Now all these things can be understood as JavaScript being an object-oriented programming language. Now I have discussed all of this in my JavaScript course, so I'm going to shift my focus to backend only. I'm not going to discuss about all those object-oriented programming steps. Okay, so yeah, this app is an object. Now on this app, Express gives us a lots of methods that we can use on this app, and one of them is app.listen. Okay, app.listen, and now here you need to pass the port, and then you need to call a callback function where you are going to execute a function. So here you're just going to pass the port name, let's say that 3000, and then the callback function where we are simply going to write console.log, and here I'm just going to say server is listening on port 3000. Now all of this I have already explained you, right? But now let me take you to the Express documentation, like how do I know all of these steps. But before that, let's quickly create one very simple route, and then we are going to learn more of the steps. Now here I'm going to also write a comment. I'll say server configuration, server configured here, and then here we are going to do routings. So one of the most possible reasons why we use Express is because Express helps us to create routings in the simplest way possible. So all we have to do is we have to use some get methods on this app object, and we will be able to create as many routes as we want. So routing, as I have already explained you, routings are the special path of your special URL of your website. So that is treated as a link or an independent page. So you can create a single route, a simple, very simple route. As let's say, first of all, let's take an example. So example is, let's say that you are developing how about sportsnews.com. Yeah, sportsnews.com. So this is your domain. So what you will do, you will simply say app.get, and then this app.get expects us to provide two arguments. So the first is the path. So here we are just going to write slash, and then separated by comma, the second is the callback function. So this callback function will do all of the task once a user hits this route. Now this callback function also has two objects, request and response. Now you can also call it request and response, but we call it rec and res for short. Of course you can call it request and response, there is no problem, but generally you will find developers using the acronym of request and response, that is rec and res. So make sure to call it rec and res, not res and rec. No, first is rec and then it is res, not res and rec. No, don't do that, you will get an error. Now this app is still not going to function because we have one error. I will show you, but first let's understand what we did here. So this is our website, sportsnews.com. Now this slash simply means that sportsnews.com is the home page. So if you say sportsnews.com or sportsnews.com slash, both of this simply means same. Now this is one thing, but when you say one single forward slash, this simply means that root of your website is fetched. someone is looking for the home page of your website. That's why it is slash. So this slash simply means sportsnews.com. So the domain, this is your domain. So this here is your domain. Now once someone tries to access your domain, because this is the get method, so get simply means that someone is trying to get a request for a resource for this route. So now you are going to send a response. So all you do is using this res object. So this res object here, you say res, and on res object we get a send method, and here call it, and here you can pass some data. Now all of this is coming from this express function behind the scenes. This get method, this rec res, and res.send, all of them are binded by this express function. All of them are originated with this express function. Okay, so now here when you say res.send, now here you can pass the data. Here you can say hello and welcome to Express app. Okay, well, not Express app but sportsnews.com. okay, since this is your home page, you simply return this message. Now save this. Now I'm going to go to node modules, node_modules, just for a fraction of minutes to explain you something. Now this node_modules, if you navigate little down in the E section, you can find you have this express package. Why do we have this express package here? Well, the reason, because we downloaded Express. So we said npm I Express somewhere right here. Remember, npm I Express at latest. Now somehow if you delete this package, then this entire file is not going to work. But now you can ask me that, hey, how can I get that Express package again? It's very simple. You just have to say npm. First of all, you'll have to set the current server. What happened? No. And now set the server. What happened? Okay, so now if I say npm install, and I will expand this node_modules folder and focus here, somewhere here. The moment I will hit npm install, Express will be back. See, our Express package is downloaded. How was it downloaded? So it was downloaded because we have a dependency called Express. So when I said npm install, so it simply means, in basic language, it simply means that, hey, npm install. But what? Everything that we have here as dependency install. That means that whenever you are shipping your app, you don't have to provide this node_modules folder. You just have to provide this package.json, and based on all the dependencies that you have used in your app, node_modules will automatically be created inside your directory once you say, hey, npm install. So because node_modules is a very large file, we don't ship it. Why to ship it? Because we just have to provide npm install, and node_modules folder will automatically be created based on our dependencies. So why do we need to ship node_modules? Because it takes a lot of space. So this is the reason why we do not ship node_modules. Okay, cool. Now if I go to index.js, now if I save this, okay, now if I say, hey, node index.js, if I hit enter, error. What is this error? If you read, it says warning, module, a type of file, is index.js is not specified and it doesn't parse as common.js. Didn't I told you that this app is not complete? We will run into an error, and that error is right here in package.json. So what we are doing here is, we are not specifically mentioning that, hey, Express, we are not going to use the common.js type. Rather, we are going to use the module.js of JavaScript, because we are using this import syntax. We are not using that const express require, something like that. So remember right here. So this one, no, we are not using this require module. We are using import and export syntax, right? For that, we have to specifically tell package.json that we are using the module.js type. So here, after main, here you just have to open by providing this double quote, because eventually we are writing a JSON. So here you just have to say type colon, and here module, hit enter. And now if I save this, now if I go to index.js, save it, and now let's set this server again. And now if I say node index.js, hit enter, see now it says server is listening on port 3000. Let me go one stage back, zoom level. Server is listening on port 3000. Now if I go to localhost colon 3000, hit enter. Woohoo! Hello and welcome to sportsnews.com. So this is your first Express server. Congratulations on creating your first Express server. So consider this data coming from sportsnews.com. So this localhost colon 3000 is nothing but sportsnews.com. Well, it says sportnew.com, pardon me for that, but this is sportsnews.com. Since this we don't have a hosting, we don't have a domain for sportsnews.com, we are hosting our website on our local host, that is our current system. But in case if I have the domain name of sportsnews.com, I can ship this entire web app to sportsnews.com, and whenever you will just visit sportsnews.com, you will get to see this message, okay, hello and welcome to sportsnews.com. But since it is localhost colon 3000, you can consider this as sportsnews.com. So if you say sportsnews.com like this, okay, but don't do that, it will basically make a very simple search, okay. And let's quickly fix this sportsnews.com. Now one more important thing that we can do is, instead of hard coding our port name, we can simply create a variable, and I can say port. And the reason why I capitalized the variable name has one very important concept behind it, is that we are not going to keep our important data in this index.js file, okay. We are going to shift this to a .env file. Why? I'll tell you why, but for now just keep it here. And now here you can say 3000. In case 3000 port is busy, you can say 4000, but let's keep it 3000, okay. And now all you have to do is, rather than hard coding here, you just have to assign port, okay. So app.listen on port, which is 3000, and then callback function. Once our app is listening, then simply log this message. So this message is coming right here, server is listening on port 3000. In the meantime, I'm going to fix the spelling of listening, and here I'm going to use the dynamic value by using the template string. Now I'm expecting you to understand template string, because you need to know JavaScript for this, but just go and visit JavaScript lecture, because all of these are fundamentals if you want to learn Node.js and backend in general, okay. Now let's say I have to again restart and close this server. Now I don't want to do that. For that I'm going to use nodemon. So for that I can also install nodemon. So here I will come, and here I will say npm I nodemon, and you can download nodemon in your system as well, but you can download nodemon in your current app as well. So it's not only required that you download it once. Like if you just want to use nodemon in this single directory, you can use that. So npm I nodemon, and nodemon will be installed in this package.json right here. So after Express we got nodemon, and now nodemon, I remember I taught you nodemon, okay, I'll take care about that, but for now let's just say so after that let's do some refactoring. And so from here, first of all, if I say now you can say nodemon and index.js, hit enter, says nodemon index.js command not found. Well, because we have to create a script. So let's now do some refactoring. So first of all, always remember that when you are creating your this is your server, basic server, never call it index.js. Always prefer to call it server.js. So here you will have to update the main to server.js, and then change the name to server.js as well, server.js. This is a healthy practice, okay. And then here inside this script, let's create a dev script that we are going to execute using nodemon, that in return is going to execute this nodemon server.js file. So this server.js file that we created as index.js file, okay. Now I did not want it to create server.js file initially, because again I really want to talk from a beginner's point of view. I really don't want to sound expert, because by doing that you would not be able to understand how a developer's point of view works, okay. So yeah, now if I save this, now all we have to do is we have to say npm run dev, and nodemon will execute this server.js for us. So here we just have to say npm run dev, hit enter, and now nodemon is starting. So now nodemon started our server. Go back, and if you reload, hello and welcome to sportsnews.com. We fixed our spelling, okay? So this is our very simple route. Now this is our very simple route, right? Now we can have multiple routes. So for example, if we have like for example a score page, so I can create that very simply by saying app.get here by slash, and now after forward slash you just pass the name of the URL. So here I can say score, okay, and then again here you get request and response, and here all you have to do is you have to do rest.send, and when I pressed command and save, our server restarted. So now when I go to slash score, then we need to say sportsnews.com live score. Maybe just have to update the message to live score. Okay, if I save this again, go to slash score, hit enter, well, live score. Okay, so this is how routing works. Now remember I told you in the previous video that I'm going to run the analogy. I'm also going to tell you that how this code is much easier than comparison to our previous code. So let's now go to server and routing. I hope this code is still with you. And now let's open server.js. Now remember, we also created servers right here. Now you can see how did we created servers back there. We had a lot of if and else statement, and remember I told you that like this is not the good way of creating a server. You'll have to create multiple if and else if you have hundreds and hundreds of routes. Okay, so this is not the correct way. Now compare this with this. We just have app.get, very simple route, app.get slash score, very simple route, where when you are using node score module, then this is how you do all these servers and creating route. Now tell me, which one is best, Express or raw Node.js? Of course it's Express. Okay, and I remember I have discussed about this port thing like back then as well, but it was nice talking about them again. Anyway, okay, so this is 127. Oh wow, I've discussed about this as well. Anyway, so this is the most preferred way of how you should create a server. Okay, so this is a very simple Express server. Let's now do some refactoring and all, and then maybe, yeah, so this is routings. Okay, now so now you can ask me that, hey, cool, you know all of this, how can I know all of this? Like, I know you must have this question that, okay, but how do you know all of this stuff? That's a very nice question. Let's now go to Express documentation. So just click this guide or API reference and click this 5x, and we have the same page. So this is how we created an Express app. Forget about that, we already learned how do we create Express app. Now in the left side you can find we have Express application, request, response, router. This is the entire Express ecosystem. Let's click Express. When you click Express, you see a lots of methods: express.json, express.static, express.router, express.url encoded. Unfortunately, at this point we haven't talked about any of these, so we are not going to touch this because we are yet to learn all of this stuff. But if you click application now, well, I need to click it again. What happened? Well, right here. Okay, so now if you click application, here you can see how we did created our routes. So const express equal to require express, we used import. Just consider this statement being import express from express. We created an app on an express called instance. So the app object conventionally denotes the express application. So this express application is giving all of its function to be used on app. Create it by calling a top level express function exported by the express module. And so this is how it is all happening, right? And then the app object has methods for routing that we saw: app.get, app.get, app.listen, all of these things. And then configure middleware, app.route, app.render, we are going to see about that, rest.render, app.engine, we are going to see templating engines and all. Okay, but this is how all of these things gives us the ability to use Express. And one of them, we have lots of methods here: app.delete, disable, enable. All of these are API methods. Well, not all of these, but certainly app.delete and all these, app.delete, app.get, these are a very simple call. Is this an example of API call or not? Sometimes it makes me confused as well. This certainly looks like a perfect app.delete, app.get, post, put, patch, delete. So yes, app.delete is certainly an API call. But anyway, let's not blabber about this. If you go down here, you can see we have app.render. We must have app.listen. Where can we get app.listen? App.path, app.set, app.use. Anyway, let's not get into that. But here you can see we have app.get. Okay, app.get title. We have title and my site. So this is how you pass data to it. So if you read, it says, where are you? App.get. You'll have to click it first. So returns the value of name, app setting, where name is one of the strings in app setting. Forget about this. So this is where you have all the tables that this app.get expects from you. So first is the path. What is path? This is the path, the endpoint of your domain name. The endpoint that you are fetching for is the path. And then, so this is the path, root path. Remember, I wrote here root of your website is fetched. So here root, remember. So now you can see without documentation, I know a lot of steps about Express. But since I wanted to tell you how I understood all of these steps, I really wanted to discuss all of these things in details. And then we have this callback function. Remember, I told you that this is a callback function that will do all of the tasks once someone tries to visit this /. That is the root of your website. Okay, so this is the callback function. Don't worry about what is a middleware, series of middleware, etc. I'm going to discuss about them, but it is a very simple function that does something. So when someone visits the root of your website, so this particular URL, then this function is going to execute. Okay, and then we have this app.listen as well. So what is this app.listen? It starts a basic Unix socket and listens for connection on the given path. So here app.listen, I don't understand what is this, but anyway, this app.listen expects for a path and then a callback. So here you just have provided the port number and then this very simple callback function. Okay, and app.listen, a most suitable example. I don't understand why has it written path, but anyway, if you go further down, now this is the correct example. I was confused why this path and port, both of them are different. So sometimes documentation can give you little nightmares, or should I say headache. Anyway, app.listen, port, host, and then backlog. This host is this one. So remember, in server you have this. So this is the host name. But anyway, we are not providing our basic host, so we can definitely skip that. So this is our port name. So the port name, and then the function, and then the backlog, and then the callback. So callback function is the one that gives you a message. So here we have a very simple example of Express HTTP. I think I have used HTTP in this server. So here HTTP, remember. So that's why I took all of this from a beginner's point of view. I did not want it to hurry. I showed you how to use Express. I also showed you how to use HTTP and why this line is very important for us to understand. I also taught you http.create server. Okay, so app.listen, this one. Anyway, so these things are very important. Now here we have this app.get and get. Come on, app.get, request and response. So far we have sent a response, right? So let's now dig deep into this response object. So if you go little down, right here you have this response. We haven't seen request, we are not going to touch request, so let's click response. So now you can see we have this response. Where are you? Click response again. Yeah, so res, and one of the method here is res.end. So this res.end, I remember res.end right here. Okay, and then in this case we have used res.send. So that would be somewhere here. Res.send sends the HTTP response. The body parameter can be a buffer, blah blah blah, but this simply sends the HTTP response. Okay, So rest.send HTML etc, but here we just have sent a raw response. So this is where all those documentations is coming from. Here we have a rest.json that is used to send a JSON data back as a request. Let me show that to you. If you want to send a rest.json, you can simply say res.json, and let's send this. I'll say name of the app to be a score, what is my sportsnews.com, and let's send one more data, old, let's say it's 3 years old. Okay, if you send this, now we are sending a JSON data once someone tries to visit this /score. So let's now go to /score. If I hit enter, now we get this JSON data. Okay, so if you pretty print name sportsnews.com, old, 3 years old. Okay, so this is how you use multiple things to send data. For now I'm going to comment this and keep this very simple HTTP response. And now let's go to documentation. So this is a response. Now we have lots of things for response, such as send file, send status. I will tell you how do you send a file. We can send an HTML file as well. Rest.status is used to send the status, and locations, links, etc. One of them, one of the most important is this one, rest.download. I remember when was the last time I used rest.download? I don't remember, but yes, I have used rest.download. If you want to like create a hook point where someone visits your website, then when they click something, then something should be downloaded, you can use this rest.download. I don't exactly remember how I used that, but if I click and if I read, then I will be able to use that. But for now, I'm not going to go into my adventure because I'm here to teach you, so I'm not going to waste your time. So this is a response. Let's now quickly see what is a request. Well, request.app, request.body, one of the most important methods we are going to see just in a moment. Request.hostname, host, method, query. Wow, one of the most important things for receiving data from the URL is request.query. Okay, and I haven't used sign, cookies, tail. Anyway, but yeah, so this is request, all the methods that you can use on the request object, and then we have all the where are you response. So this is, we have all the response methods. But anyway, after that we also have this router. If I click router, then we have router.all, router.method, params, route, use. So we are also going to use express router, because express router will help us to create our routings. It will help us to manage our routes in much more convenient way, because eventually we are going to use MVC pattern, model view controller pattern, because that is really very essential for us to understand. Okay, so this is very simple Express. So the basics of Express. Now one thing that I want to mention is that you can also convert this entire line into an HTML file. So here you just have to say, let's say that if you want to send an h1, so you can say h1, and this is the very basic boilerplate of h1, right? Here if you paste the code, now your message will be treated as an h1. Well, I made some mistake, save it, and now we are sending an h1. So if you go to app.get / if you visit this /sportsnews.com, then you are simply going to get this into an h1 format. So if I go to localhost colon 3000, hello and welcome to sportsnews.com, if you change this to an h4, maybe if I reload, now it is an h4. If I right click and if I maybe view page source, this is an h4. See that this is an h4. So this is how we are doing, but this is not how we send an h4. We create a file and then we send a file itself. So there we use that send file method that I just showed you. Okay, so here we are going to create an HTML file and we are going to send that over here. We don't send a multiple h1 request, because eventually what happens is that at one times you can only send one send request. For example, if you try to repeat this and if you think that okay, so now we are going to get multiple h1s printed once we hit this, once someone navigates to sportsnews.com, then you are wrong. It will generate error. If you save this, if you try to visit this localhost, you will get an error. It says that cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. So once a request is sent, you cannot send multiple requests all at once. Okay, so this is something very essential for you to understand at this point. Okay, and so yeah, so this is very simple routing. Now I'm going to give you a homework: create multiple routes, such as example.com, or such as maybe contact, about, and yeah, anything, contact and about. Try to create these two routes and check your knowledge of whatever I have taught you as of now. Okay, so this is routing. Okay, I took a very short break and now I am back. So now we are going to discuss about advanced routing patterns. For now, we just have discussed about simple ways of creating a route. These are very simple routes. If someone wants to go to score, they can simply visit /score. Let me zoom it and close this sidebar for now. Okay. Now, what if we have hundreds of routes? So we saw one possibility right here. Remember, I told you that what if we have to create hundreds of routes? Do you think that this way is a good way to create those routes? Well, certainly no. That's why we shifted to Express to create routings this way. But wait a second. We also have a problem here. What if we have to create dynamic routes? Now you can ask me, what are dynamic routes? Well, let me explain you. This is reddit.com. Reddit.com is a world famous website where you can discuss about lots of things, lots of subjects, that is called as subreddit. You can create subreddit and members can join your subreddit, and both of you, well, like you have lots and lots of members. Like here you can see we have this cricket page where we have 1.7 million cricket club members. So all of them can discuss about certain latest cricket news. Okay, so this is Reddit's website. Now if you go to another website, another page, now we have this adventures page, then we have this haunted page, then we have this car page. So all of this is an example of dynamic routings. You can say that, okay, I did not understood this. Now focus here. It says r/cricket. If you see logo, search bar, this option of getting an app, login, all of this data, all of this remains same. The subject changes. For here, for example, here if you check, it says r/cricket. If you go to adventure, it is r/adventure. Again, everything remains same. Even the sidebar is same. The subject changes. Okay, same is for r/haunted, r/car. See, everything remains the same, but the data changes. So this is happening because behind the scenes Reddit is using some kind of template engine. I'm going to introduce you with one of a kind that we use with Express, that is EJS, embedded JavaScript. But for now, understand this fundamental. Now I also want you to focus on this route. So here it is reddit.com/r/cricket. This is /r/adventure /new. Wow. And then here we have /r/haunted. Similarly for car, it is /r/car/hot. Here we also have this filtering option. So this is dynamic routes. Now if I tell you to think as a beginner's point of view, and if I ask you to create one of these routes, then how would you create this route? You would probably go here and you will say app.get, and you will say r/adventure or maybe cricket, or maybe car/hot. Okay, right? And then here you have this rec and rest. So this is how you would create this route. So this one, car, r/car/hot. So r/car/hot, right? No, this is not how you create a dynamic route. So routes keeps changing. Let me show you one very simple example that why I want to discuss thing. So if I search tech, hit enter. Now once the search appears, here you can see we have r/layoffs, r/job search hacks, career guidance, salary, career guidance, fashion reps, digital nomad, ask Singapore, country specific routes, r/sales. Do you think that you should create all these routes manually, like r/ Singapore r/layoffs r/salary etc. No, rather you should use something called as dynamic route patterns using express path parameters. Let's now discuss that. So here we are going to use advanced routing patterns in Express. So to create advanced routing patterns, all you have to do is you have to say app.get, because get is the request that holds all the get requests on our server. So here you just have to say slash. After slash, let's say that you have an initial of starting. For example, maybe for Reddit it is r/something. So r/something, r/adventures. So you probably would have heard about r/whoosh. So maybe in YouTube's comment you probably would have heard about r/whoosh. That simply means sarcastically you did not understood something. So here r/whoosh. Whoa, I already have made some search. It is a anyway, this is like, don't go there. Sometimes you kind of get some fishy stuff there. But anyway, now you can ask me that why did you search that? Because when I teach you something, first I practice how I'm going to teach you, then I teach you. I don't really use websites like Reddit. I don't even use Instagram. I don't even use WhatsApp. So yeah, so this is I just use all of these as an example to explain you, okay? And in the meantime, sometimes I even get some fishy steps that I try to probably cut it down, okay, in editing. Okay, so app.get slash. But what slash? Let's say that we are going to create initial for news, and after news I can have news for maybe for sports, for car, for maybe job, salary, etc. So what we are going to do is here we are going to create this path parameter, express path parameter. Now this express path parameter will act as a variable. So here first of all let's complete our route path here, request and response, a callback function, etc. Okay, now here all you do is here you just provide this colon, a very simple colon, and here you can say for example query maybe, or maybe what, data. Let's not call it data. I will call it /news/colon topics. Okay, topics. So news/topics. Now this colon topics will act as a variable that you can use here to send a response. So if you say rest.send, here you can say using template string you are fetching the, and here you can use this dollar symbol, and here you can bind this topics. So here if you think that if you can do this, then you are wrong. No, you cannot bind these topics. That will not work. For that you'll have to use request.params. Let me get you to this here request, and here you have this request.params. So somewhere here what happened, this is request.query, request.params, right here, request.params. So request.params helps you get all the data that you send as a parameter, so URL parameter. So here if you just console.log request.params, params, okay, and now if you go to /news/something, then that will be catched with this request.params, because we are eventually logging out request.params. Okay, so this params object has all the data that is coming on this variable. So if you go here, if you go to localhost :3000, and if you say /news about what, maybe about car, hit enter, nothing happens. But now if you go to console, here you can see we have topics car. So topic is the key and car is the value. So to get this value, what you can use is you can say request.params.topics. okay, and now if I save, now if I hit enter, now we will get car. See, this is cool, right? If you want to get data for maybe tennis, now you get tennis. Okay, cool, right? If I say badminton, hit enter, I get badminton. So this is cool, right? When I first understood this, like I could not understood this in the simplest way like I'm teaching you. I had to do a lots of I had to do lots of painful steps to understand this, but I'm teaching you all of this from a beginner's point of view. Okay, so now all you have to do is you have to take this variable request.params.topics and you have to insert that here somehow, so that becomes your response. So what we are going to do is we are going to destructure it. So I'm going to simply say what topics, we are going to destructure topics from what, request.params. Now if I take these topics, and all you have to do is you are fetching news for these topics. If I save this and if I go to badminton, hit enter, you are fetching news for badminton, you are fetching news for car, you are fetching news for tennis. Something similar to tech. If you search tech, if you search cricket, the URL is r/cricket. r/cricket will fetch us all of the results for cricket. Eventually here we are not only going to send this response, here we are going to send this HTML page that will create this entire markup. Okay, for now we are just sending this very simple request. So this one, you are fetching news for tennis, but eventually we are not going to send just this request, we are going to send an entire HTML that would create this type of image, this type of response, this type of visuals on the front end. Okay, so this is something coming from backend, and based on this search results we are going to send data back in the form of HTML. In simple language, here we are going to send an HTML page. Right here we are going to send an HTML page that will contain all of the data related to the topics searched there. Okay, now if you come here, probably on tech itself or maybe on cricket, if you go to we probably have some ways to sort it. So here if you click hot, if you click sort by, we have this option of sort by. Maybe let's sort by new. Let's see what we get. Okay, so these are some of the data that we are getting, second T20 etc. Okay, now the URL is cricket/new, because now we sorted our data with this new filter. Okay, similarly if you want to sort a latest news on this cars page, it is already sorted by hot, but if you say sort by new, now our URL is /r/car/new. Okay, probably I can get some memes out of it. Anyway, I'll have little meme time little bit later. So this is new. Let's not try to implement this, or you implement it. I'm giving you a task to implement it on your own, and in the meantime I'm going to fix my chair. So let me do this. What are you doing? Did you do that? So all you have to do is you have to again use this express path parameter, say /:short by. Duplicate this, and now you are catching all the requests with this sort by. Okay, and now here you can say sorted by $sort by. Pretty simple, huh? What did we do? We sorted our URL using this sort by. So now we are going to get the response. You are fetching news for topics sorted by. We are going to provide data to this sort by path parameter. So here if you come on localhost, tennis / let's say latest news, hit enter, you are fetching news for tennis sorted by latest news. If you say sorted by hot, see by hot, recent, see recent, you are fetching news for tennis sorted by recent. Right here what we are doing is we are just sending a very simple response. In case of Reddit, when you say new top, this entire subject changes. This does not change, this does not change, this does not change, this changes, because now we have sent a different page that has all the top content, because we have filtered our content using top. Remember? So this is how we are doing. What is this? Is this compact? Okay, so when you try to change the layout, now you can see the URL changed. Okay, so these are some responses that is coming from the backend, and all of those things like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all of them are responsible for generating things like this. For now, let's keep it very simple as it is. Okay, so this is how you send response. Now let's do some refactor. For example, here I can see we have code duplications for the same thing that we are doing here. So here let's comment this part, and here we can say topics comma sort by, and both of them are essentially means same. We don't have to fetch multiple parameters, we don't have to destructure multiple parameter variable on different line. We can do all of them at once and it will again work. Okay, so this is express path parameter. For example, if you say news for cricket hot, you are fetching news for cricket sorted by hot, sorted by controversy, sorted by controversy. Okay, so this is express path parameter. I hope this lecture really was pretty interesting to you. Next up, we are going to understand about query string. Should I take break or should I teach you? Let's teach you. Okay, so now just the way we created dynamic routes, we can also. Okay, let's not talk about query string. Now, unfortunately, I could not frame a proper definition of what a query string is from my point of view. I do understand what is a query string, but I could not frame a proper definition by which I can actually explain you what is a query string. So this time I took help of one of my best friend, the internet. So if you read, it says a query string is a part of a URL. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. This is a URL that appears after the question mark, used to pass a specific request parameters to a web server. And a very simple example of a query string I can figure out right here itself. Here you can see after this question mark, read here, it says after the question mark, used to pass a specific request parameters to a web server. So after question mark, we have a term queue. So this is the query parameter and this is the search term. What is a query string? And that is exactly what I searched here. What is a query string? See that? So a query string is a part of a URL that appears after the question mark, So we have q equals to what is a query string. So this q is query parameter and this is the value for that query parameter that is eventually going to be searched on the internet. Now why do we pass this query parameter? So that we can request data from the web server for that specific search term. So this is how we actually build a URL. We don't do that. See, we did not pass this data manually. No, we used a form to seek data and backend created this URL, right? So this is query string. Now let me give you one more example and then things will become clear. So now I'm on MDN. MDN stands for Mozilla Developer Network, and this is like documentation center of web development. For example, on this form here, let's say that you want to learn maybe Node.js. I'm going to say Node.js and I'm not going to hit enter right now. You can see the URL is pretty static, right? But the moment I will hit Node.js, focus on the URL. Now you can see that now it is saying search what q equals to Node.js. So this is query string. We are querying for this data where we are holding this data in this q parameter, and then behind the scenes the backend is fetching data based on this q variable. Now a normal user cannot operate on URL. That's why we have this form. Other than if we could not if we could teach like everyone that hey, you can seek information using this URL as well, then we don't have to create this user form. But as a developer's point of view, think it like this, that we are told to make UI very user friendly. Okay, user interface should be very user friendly. So we cannot expect a random people to understand all these steps. That's why we have this form, so that they can fill it. But if you want to search for another term, you can operate your search from here itself. You can just tweak the URL here. For example, if you search for maybe JavaScript, hit enter. Now you are getting results for JavaScript, and now your form also updated. If you want React, you can say React, and now you can see you are getting data for React, and now your form also updated. So this is how query string occurs. You make a search, this goes to the web server with this q parameter and then builds your template right here. We will understand about templating after this module. For now, just understand that this is query parameter, query string to be exact. Let's now build one. So first of all, here we are going to say app.get, and yeah, let's make it search. Okay, and then let's do our ritual here, rec res and res dot send. I'll say searching. Okay, searching, like this. Now whatever value that you send from the URL, that is hosted on this request object. So in the meantime, I'm also going to say rec, and on rec we get an object called as query, request.query. Let me show you this documentation. So here on Express we have request, and on request we have this query, request.query. This property is an object containing a property for each query string parameter in the route. Okay, so each parameter, whatever you send, that will be accessible using this request.query method. So let's now go to our URL, and here after 3000 say slash search, and now here you can see, since I had to teach you, I did some basic steps on my own. So now let's say that we want to pass data for several terms. For example, maybe we are seeking information for car. So here we can say what q is the parameter, equals to let's say maybe how about, yeah, or maybe sports. So now this search term for the web server will be this sports. Eventually we are going to use a form where we are going to write sports and our URL will be dynamically generated. But for now you are understanding how query string works. So if you hit enter, searching. Now if you come here, you can see we have this search term q sports. Isn't that good? Now if you want to have multiple search terms, you can separate it using ampersand. So you can say ampersand, where are you, ampersand, and now here you can provide key and value pair. For example, sports, I can say maybe players equals to beginners, or maybe someone who just debuting, is that correct, debuting. And for example, if you want to have stats as well, so you can say yes, stats equals to good. So we are seeking information in a sports category for player who is debuting, and if they have good stats, hit enter. And now come here, now you can see we have search term for q, that is sports, player is debuting, and stats is good. Let me get it right here. So stats is good. So this is how we are fetching data, and now based on this data we can actually return our output. So here we can say searching for we'll have to make it a template string. Come on, template string, searching for dollar. I'll say what, first of all we will have to destructure it. So here I'm going to say const, we are extracting query parameter from what, so request.query, and now I can say, well, q, I need to copy this, and here I can just pass q, not here but here, q, save this. And if I come here, hit enter, searching for sports, if I change it to car, searching for car, but for now let's keep it to sports, searching for sports. Now if you want to include all of this data as well, you can now include that here as well. So after q, what is the data? So the data is player and stats. So you are getting this player and stats as well. So for example, here if you see, we have this player and stats, so we can fetch that as well. We can say player stats. So now I can copy it, I can say sports for player and their stats. If I save this, now we developed our very simple query string. So now if I reload, searching for sports for debuting and their good, well the sentence is of course not looking good, but let's shift it to car. I can say car where color is black and model equals to top. Searching for car, because of course undefined, because now it is color and model, so we need to fetch color and model, color and model. So now let's change it to color, and this one is model. And if I save this, let's change it to model, and this is model. If I save this, reload, searching for car for black, searching for car with this color and model is this one. Reload, searching for car with black color and model is top. So this is how you actually frame your URL. So your URL actually sends your URL contains all the details that you are seeking from the web server, and this is the response that you sent back from your for now we are just sending this search term a very simple HTTP response back. But when we will be developing a full-fledged web app, then here we will be sending an HTML file containing details for all these requested terms. Okay, so this is query string, and this is the first part of Express. And let's now take our Express knowledge to little advanced, and now we are going to learn about templating. Yeah, templating is really important. So yes, we are going to understand templating starting next. Okay, see you there. Next up, we are going to talk about templating. Here I have created a new folder 04 templating, and here I have a very basic Express server listening on port 3000, and I have a very simple route on home. This is the root route, and all we are doing is we are sending a very simple message hello from the home page, and yeah, we are sending an h1. Okay, so here on a localhost colon 3000 I am getting this h1 as a message. Okay, so pretty simple Express server, nothing fancy. Now before I go on and start discussing about what is templating, how do you set up a template engine, etc, several terms related to templating, I want to give you a practical understanding of why do we need templating, or how templating helps us to create complex web apps. Okay, so here I am again on reddit.com. I use this website to give you different examples far too often. Okay, so here I am on many subreddits, 4. Okay, so r/sports, r/technology, r/cars, r/cricket. Now on each of these subreddits, if you browse, you can open your own Reddit, and you can open your own subreddits as well. Okay, I'm using these 4 terms as an example. Now here, if you quickly browse through all 4 of these subreddits, you'll find something is common. Now what is that thing? Well, the design pattern is similar. So here if you see, if I explain you this r/sports section, r/sports subreddit, you can see here we have this section where probably we can upload a banner image. I guess, yeah, for r/cars we have this banner image, and for r/cricket we also have this banner image, but it's completely optional. So r/technology does not have one, and neither r/sports have one, but we do have a section where we can upload a banner image. Okay, and then we have this logo, and then we have this create post option, then we have this join button, and then in left side we have this mega menu, we have this collapse navigation button, and then we have the post itself, where again we have these options, comments, share, etc. Okay, so this is a very simple template. Now if I go to r/technology, you see that the design is pretty similar to what we have at r/sports subreddit. On r/technology we also have this big mega menu, this create post option, join button, and then we have these links. Okay, and here same thing is for r/cars and r/cricket. Okay, so if I give you another example, you can see we have Reddit sports. So little description about what this subreddit is: 22 million fans, when was it created, spectating. Okay, different stats based on this category of subreddit. Okay, similarly you can see we have 19 million members, 4,000 of them are online, ranked by size, and then again you can see that the template, so the design is pretty similar for all of the subreddits. Okay, in fact here you can see we also have this option get app login. Same thing is happening here, get app login, well, I'm zoomed, get app and login. Okay, so this is a template. So what the developer of Reddit did is they created a very simple template, and based on that template we are just creating new pages. We are retrieving pages based on certain data. For example, when I search for r/sports, now based on this template, on this placeholder we are getting the data for r/sports, and here, right here, we are displaying everything that is related to this sports category. Okay, so this is how we are designing, how we are developing a website from a Reddit developer's point of view. I'm explaining these things. Okay, so let me give you a very simple example. Let's say that you want to develop a car. So you want to create a blueprint first. Let's make a comment. So first you will create a blueprint that, hey, in my car there will be probably four wheels, WHEELS, each will be of 16 inches. Okay, 16 inches. So this is the pattern that you are creating, and then you are arranging an assembly line, and all you are doing is assembly line. Yeah, spelling is correct. And all you are doing is you are taking a few robots and you are assembling them on the assembly line, and based on this data, well, I just have a very simple data that I want four wheels each of 16 inches. Now you don't have to define this data again and again. Okay, so on this assembly line you can create as many cars based on this data. For example, you want to create a sedan, and let's say that it will have 6 airbags. So this is the blueprint that you have created. Now based on this blueprint, assembly line will be set up and you are going to produce as many cars as you want. So this is the exact thing that is happening here. We have designed a template, and all we are doing, and we have created a placeholder. Okay, we haven't filled that template with data, but a placeholder. On that placeholder, when you search for a data, for example sports, then all of those placeholders gets updated with particular data, with desired data. On this section right here, let me highlight it. So right here you get your content. Okay, and in this section here you get the description about that subreddit. Okay, and this section always remains probably same, because here you have this mega menu, and this is this section from here to here. So this recent section, here you have all the recent subreddit searches that you have made. So this is a very simple template, and based on this template you can create as many pages as you want. So this is not something that a developer or the backend is doing manually. This is all happening because a template has been created and data is getting updated on certain placeholders. Now we will just see how to do a few of these things. Now I cannot actually tell you to I cannot actually teach you to develop a Reddit right now. Probably creating the functioning that we are seeing right now, it would take little time for you to create something like this. But yeah, I can give you example where you are going to understand what placeholder I'm talking about and what data I'm talking about. Okay, so here we are going to, let me delete this all. Okay, so here we are going to understand templating. Now when you talk about templating, then we need to set up template engines. So template engines is nothing but, probably I will have let's say, do we have here, where is that? So right here, so Express template engine. So using template engine with Express. Now here we have a lot of template engine like EJS, Pug, handlebars, but the one that I believe you should understand is EJS. So the website is ejs.co. So it stands for Embedded JavaScript Templating. Now all of this will become crystal clear when I will explain all of this with example. But if you click get started, you will be taken to a section where it will tell you how to use this engine in your Express app. So first it is asking us to install this EJS, npm install EJS. So first we are going to install it. So here I'm going to set the server and I'm going to say npm IEJS, hit enter, and EJS will be installed. If I check package.json, what happened? I'll have to take some space here. So yeah, EJS is successfully installed, and now let's run the server. And yeah, now you can run your server using this command. So no node required. So you just have to say node --watch server.js. If I hit enter, cool, our server is restarted. Okay, Express is becoming easier these days. Okay, now here you are going to set up this template engine. To set up the template engine, you have to use this middleware. Again, as of now I haven't talked about middleware, but let's keep it very simple. If you go to the documentation, here you can see after setting up, after installing a template engine, we have installed EJS. Here we have this example of pug, but I'm going to go with EJS. Here you can see it says after the view engine is set, you don't have to specify the engine or load the template engine file. It already told you, but you have to do this setup. You have to say app.set view engine and the name of the engine. So let's quickly do that. What did I just do? Okay, so here I can say let's write a comment, setting up view engine. Here you have to say app.set, and here I'll have to say view engine. Make sure to write all of this in lowercase. Do not write any of the character, any of the letter in uppercase. No, it's VU in a small space engine. And then second argument is the name of the engine that we are going to use. It's EJS in our case. Okay, so this is a very simple configuration of EJS in our Express app. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a new folder here in this templating folder, yeah, and this folder needs to be named as views. As of now, you can change it later. I will teach you how to change the name of the folder. But what happens is that when you set up an engine, by default that engine will look for all of the rendering files in a folder named as views. Okay, so that's why we keep all of our rendering file, the template, in this views folder. Okay, so now here inside of this views folder, all we are going to do is we are going to create an HTML file, but this time not with the HTML extension but with the EJS extension. Now when you say .ejs, hit enter. This is a special type of HTML file where you can embed JavaScript. So if you again come here and if you read, it says embedded JavaScript templating. So this is an HTML file, but now in this HTML you can also embed JavaScript. For now I'm just going to create a very simple markup. I will say well, let's say codeblock.com, codeblock.com. okay, and here I'm going to have an h1, very simple h1. I'll say hi from home page, very simple. Okay, now what we are going to do is see there is a problem here. We are sending one h1, but this is not the correct way of sending data. Imagine we have to send multiple h1 then what will we do? Are we going to do this thing like sending multiple h1 like this? It is possible though. I can say second h1. If I save this, if I go to home page, reload, you see we get second h1, but this is like I mean this is very bad. Okay, this looks very ugly. So instead we are going to send this index.ejs file. So that we are going to do right here. So instead of rest.send, after you set up this view engine, now you are going to use the render method. So now when you set up the engine, now you're no longer going to use the send method but render, and here you just have to provide the name of the file that you want to render. I want to render index. Now here you can ask me that why did you not specify EJS? Well, because EJS is already configured. So this is like saying that hey, look for all of the files. So let me explain it. It literally means when you say app.set view engine, you are telling the Express app to look for all of the rendering data, rendering files, that is index.ejs, in a folder called as views, and it should be EJS. So you do not have to say EJS. Even though you say EJS, it's okay, but even if you skip EJS, it's already going to render index.ejs. So you do not have to provide any location. If I save this, if I come here, if I reload, you see we get hi from home page. This is pretty easy, right? Now here whatever data that you want to send, instead of writing here an h1 and h2, you can write all of the data right here. Perhaps a paragraph, you want to write a paragraph, lorem 200 words. Okay, save this, and now if I come here, reload, you see, so this is a very simple template, right? Now one thing is clear, this is template, but now you can ask me that how is this template useful? See, On this template, you can embed JavaScript code. For example, if I come to this EJS, here you can see we have been given a few tags. If I quickly, probably right here, yeah. So here in this tags section, we have different tags. So if you read that, if you use this symbol, then this is called as a scriptlet tag. For control flow, it does not give you any output. We will understand all of this, but I'm just going to give you a very simple example. Outputs the value into template. Let's use this template. Okay, if I copy this, so here if I come to this HTML, here I'll have let's say have a paragraph. Here I'll say the sum of 2 plus 3 equals to 5. If I save this, you'll see that not here but here, if I save this, reload, the sum of 2 plus 3 is 5. But what we did is we wrote 5 here. But if I want to add all of this using JavaScript? For that, we are going to use this scriptlet tag. So here I can say less than, and I can see it is suggesting me EJS tags. Like all of these suggestions are coming from an extension that is already installed. So if you look for EJS, here you can see EJS language support. Please install this and it will suggest you all of the tags. So here I'm going to, let me close this one. Okay, let's close the sidebar as well, or let's keep it right here. Okay, here I'm going to use this less than symbol, and now this is the tag that we are going to use. So less than % equals to, and I can see it is automatically closed. Now here if you write 2 plus 3, now this 2 plus 3 will be evaluated to 5 in this place. So if I reload, you see 2 plus 3 5. Well, we'll have to provide an equal symbol here. Okay, so if I save this, reload, 2 plus 3 equals 5, or 2 into 3, it will be 2 into 2 into 2, that is 8. Reload, well, 2 into 3 it's 6. Okay, so we are not doing exponentiation. So 2 into 3 6. So imagine doing this in an HTML file. That is not possible. You cannot perform mathematical calculations in an HTML file. But here we have this EJS file, that is an HTML file. But inside that HTML file, what we are doing? We are doing some JavaScript calculations. It is possible. Let's see. If I have to say, let's say I want to turn something into uppercase, code dot to uppercase. This is the method on JavaScript that we can use to uppercase any lowercase word. If I save this, reload, you see we get code in uppercase. Okay, so we are doing JavaScript operations inside an HTML file. Isn't this amazing? So this is how we are going to leverage this functionality. This is what React does, but again, I don't want to make it complex, so let's keep it very simple. So this is how we are going to develop a template, and we are going to create many placeholders, and then we are going to fill data on the placeholders depending on this search term, just like we saw on the Reddit. Okay, on the Reddit website. Okay, but one thing that I want to mention here is that you cannot have like literally thousands of lines of code just because you can write JavaScript. No, this file needs to be very simple. This file, this .ejs file, should not be treated as an excuse to write JavaScript code here. No, you can write JavaScript code, but don't make it too complex. It should be very simple, because after all, this EJS file is going to be treated as an index.html file, and the reason why we have index.html file or HTML file is because we want to show some content, some actual content visible to the user. So not much logic should be here. Logic should be done on the backend. Here we should create a template placeholder that is going to be filled with some data and eventually going to be seen by the user when they are accessing a certain page. Okay, so I hope this thing is very clear. So this is a very simple template. We have set a template engine. Now I want to take it one step further. I want to enhance this app. What if I tell you that yes, this is a good way to set up your template engine, but you should always do the refactoring. So I'm going to write here, always do this. So here I'm going to give you a very simple suggestion that you should always follow. So what you need to do is always, whenever you are developing or perhaps working in a more let's say you are working as a backend developer in a company from a professional point of view, then this is not the only thing that you have to do. You have to write a more balanced code. By balanced code, I means that you have to set up your Express server in such a way that even if you change this views, for example, some of your developers would like to call this views folder template, then there can be several issues. So if I try to change this folder name into templates, if I now reload, you see now you get failed to look up view index in views directory. Now you can see the folder name is template. This is not wrong, this is correct. We have all the templates inside this templates folder, but now we are not getting our index.ejs template render because we haven't configured our app to check this thing. So again, we'll have to revert back to views. So what we are going to do is we are going to do some setup so that even if we change the name of the views directory, we will have to change it here once and everything will be fine. So here we are going to do something. So first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to import path variable, import path or its module, import path from path. And since this is an inbuilt node module, you don't have to install it manually. So import path. Now we are going to create absolute path, okay, absolute path of the directory. So this views directory that you can do using the file URL path. For that you'll have to import file URL path from the URL module. So that you are going to do using this import, and you'll have to say file URL to path from URL. Now all of this just remember it once and you are done. You don't have to understand like all of this, you don't have to understand from the core. I'm telling you, this is it, that's it. We have 3-4 lines of code. Just remember this: import path, import file URL to path. Let me close the sidebar, okay? And now here we are going to configure, we are going to get the exact path of our directory. So first we'll have to get the path of the file name, so the file that we are running, so the exact path of the server.js. So here I can say const underscore file name. Don't worry about this underscore. Now here I can say file URL to path. This is the method that is going to give us the exact location of our path. So here you just have to say import .meta.url, and what it does is it gives you, not like this, it gives you the resolved path to the file, okay? And if I print this quickly, underscore file name, if I save this, you see you get the exact path of the file from where you are running this code. So very important, backend 04 templating server.js. You see backend updated 04 templating, and then we have server.js, okay? Similarly, we will have to access the directory name. So here I can say dir name equals to, again I'll have to say, but this time we'll have to use a different approach. Here you have to say path dot directory name, and here you just have to provide the name of the file name. So now this directory name, this path dot directory name method will give you the name of the directory. So if I print this underscore directory name, it will give you the name of the directory. So the directory name is views. So if I save this, you see you get templating 04 templating, because directory, so directory of this server.js is 04 templating, okay? So we accessed two things: first the file name itself, and then the directory name. So let me comment this out. We do not longer need this, I just wanted to show you. Now what we are going to do is we are going to do the most important thing, that is we are going to configure EJS in our app, but we are going to make it absolute. What we are going to do is we are going to set up the correct approach, so that when we change the name of our directory, it's not create any problem for us. So here we are going to say app dot set. Let me write a comment here. Let's say changing views directory name to any other name possible. Okay, it is possible. So here you just have to say app.set, and now here you have to say views, but this time what we are going to say is this views directory can come from the directory. So here I can say path dot join, and here we are going to join two things. First, we are going to join the directory name. So this directory name will give you this 04 templating, and now from here we are going to join the name of the folder itself where we have the templates. So here I'm going to say plus slash biew's. In this case we have this views folder. Okay, so that's why we have this views. If you change this to template, you just have to change it to template and there will be no problem. Okay, if I save this, you'll see that we are back to our coding. Now if I change this to template, I'll say template. All we have to do is we have to change right here template, and now we will have no error. See, we do not have any error. I'm reloading, trust me, and we are getting no error. But if I quickly comment this out, failed to look up view index. Okay, so if I again change this to, or even if I keep it commented, and if I change this to views, VIEWS, it will still work. But yeah, you know that you should always do this setup, so keep it here. Okay, so all these lines of code, just do it once and you are done forever. So again, do not try to understand this, do not try to put too much stuff on your mind. It's pretty simple. We are importing path and we are importing file URL path from this URL module, and we are building this file name, so the location of this file name and then location of the directory name using this path.directory name. And all we are doing is we are setting this views and then we are joining the directory name. So directory name is 04 templating / templates. So let me show you. If I cut this part here, yeah, perhaps I should show you. Okay, I'll say console.log, this one. So what is the output of this directory? You'll see that you'll get the output of 04 templating / views. If I save this, you see 04 templating / template. Well, the name is template, well, because the name itself is template. So here if I reload, it will create error. So here I'll have to change this to template, or perhaps let's change it to views itself. Let's not make it much complex. Okay, VIEWS. Okay, save this. Okay, so if I reload, it will be back to work. Now you can see the location is backend updated 04 templating / views. So here we have built an absolute path. Okay, let me have it here. So here we have built the absolute path from where we can locate all of our EJS files. So this is how you set up a templating engine in your app. Let's now move forward and let's now understand all of the things that we need to understand about templating from a backend developer point of view. Okay, from a backend developer point of view. Okay, so yeah, let's continue. Okay, so now I want to show you how to pass data to templates. So here I'm going to create a new route that is going to be called as rand, and here we are going to generate random number. I already have created a rand.ejs file. Okay, so here inside this body I'm going to have an h1, very simple h1, where I'm going to say random, or your random number is, and here we are going to use this tag. So this tag that helps us to output the JavaScript value on in the HTML. Okay, so this tag helps us to embed the JavaScript value in the template. So here I'm going to say like this, and we'll have to close this as well. And here I'm going to write the JavaScript code to create random value, so that we can do it using math.random, and I'll have to let's say I want to generate random number from 10. Okay, from 0 to 10, and then I'll have to floor it as well. So yeah, it's little tricky. I'll say math.floor, come on. Okay, and then I'll have to add +1. Let's close this sidebar. So this will give us a very simple random number. Okay, so if I go to localhost :3000/rand, in each iteration we will get a random number from 0 to 10. Okay, this is pretty simple. But wait a second, what we did here is not something that you should do. I just a few moments ago I told you that this is not the place where you should write complex JavaScript codes, right? Like simple JavaScript code, that's fine, but please do not write complex code. So the logic that you are writing here should not be written here. Rather, all the logic that you have in your code should be written on the back end. So it should not be sent to the front end. Eventually you are going to send this to the user, so along the way you will be sending your logic as well. So all of the logic should be calculated right here on the back end. So what we are going to do is, here we are going to generate the random number. So I'm going to say const random number equals to this code, and now this random number we are going to send to this file that you can do using this extra argument. So here in this render method, rest.render, the first argument is the file that you want to render, so that is render.js. And now in second argument you can pass a key value pair where you are going to send this data, additional data. So here in this object you can define a key value pair. So key is going to be variable and the value is going to be the data that you want to send. So here I'm going to say let's say random number colon. So this is the key, or let's keep it rand, okay, or random colon. So this is the key, and the value that this key will hold will be this random number. So this random number. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. Now what you can do is you can use this random variable. Let's treat it as a variable. This is key, this is value, but understand it as in the form of a variable. So this variable can now be used right here, and then it will be automatically, it will be literally as if you are writing this entire line right here in this bracket. So now you can use this random variable. Okay, so if I save this, if I come here, reload, you see our app is working completely fine. So now what we did is, instead of writing logic right here, we are writing our logic on the backend, and in this second argument in the form of key value pair we are sending data back to our front end. So this is the key and this is the value. Now in most of the cases what happens is that key value remains same. So if the value, the name of the key is also random number and the value is also random number, then you can skip it. You can just skip the value part and you just have to pass this random number. You just can pass random number, and now all you have to do is you have to use this variable random number, and this is going to be completely fine. You see, it works completely fine. Let me explain it again. So this is logic done on our part, and here we are sending it. So let me explain it again. So this is the data is the key, and the data that this data will hold will be this random number. So this is the variable that you are going to use. So here you'll have to say data, but to explain it, I wrote this code to explain you, but to keep it very simple, most of the time you will find in industry when you will be doing a job, you will find that you are just using this pattern where you have key and as well as the value, both of them are same. So random number colon random colon, like this, random number colon random number. So here you can altogether skip and just can have single random number, and you just have to provide random number, and here you will see that this is how steps will work. So this is how we pass data. So here we have already discussed about this tag. So this outputs the value and embeds data into template. For sure we are going to talk about all of the remaining tags. So let's now start and understand the remaining tags and the working of these tags. Let's do another example, and this time we are going to try to mimic Reddit. So when you go to r/sports, you get r/sports. Okay, so let's not try to build this similar thing. Okay, so here I'm going to define a very simple route, but this time we are going to use the route pattern. So here I'm going to say r/colon and subreddit. Okay, so subreddit, pretty simple, nothing special. Rec comma res request response, and here we are going to send the data, but first we are going to render. Okay, we are no longer sending, so rest dot render, and we are going to render the subreddit template. We'll have to create that. So again, subreddit.ejs, and here okay, so on this title we are going to show the subreddit as well. So for that we are going to use this tag where it outputs the data. Okay, well, not this one, percent equals percent close, and here we are going to show the name. Okay, so subreddit, and here I'm going to say h1 you are browsing. Again we'll have to do this entire thing again. Okay, subreddit, very simple code. Okay, and now here on this server, here we are going to extract subreddit from this pattern. So here I'm going to say const, not like this though, const, we'll have to do some destructuring steps, const, and here I'm going to say subreddit from request dot params. Okay, we are getting the data from this parameter. Okay, now if I save this, now here we are going to pass the data as well. So here I'm going to pass the subreddit data. Okay, pretty similar to what we have done here. Okay, so if I come here and if I say /r/cat, you see you are browsing cat subreddit. If I say sports, you are browsing a sports subreddit. So now you can get an overview of how this data is coming here. So we have created a template. So we have developed a very simple template, r/:something. Okay, very simple, r/:something. Now what is that something? Well, that something will be defined by you. So if you are searching for sports, you are going to get the data for sports, although we are not saying all those left sidebar, center post, all those description data, but you can create that as well. You can create that data as well. So you can say description. Okay, and let's say you are fetching description as well, so you can say description. Okay, and here you can, by providing a comma, you can send another data as well, description, and now you can use that here. So here you can say p your description is right here, less than, percent equals, and then percent greater than close, and here you can write description. Okay, and let's say if we are sending it correctly, yeah, we are sending it correctly. So if I save this, you'll see that if I say sports / let's say good game, this is description, your description, good game. Okay, for now here we are sending the data manually, but in case of a more designed web app, you are going to show the data for this sports subreddit that you will have already saved in your database. So from there you are going to fetch data and you are going to display that description right here. Here I am manually passing it because I want to show you, in your case, in a very big complex app, the data would be coming from a database. Okay, so next up we are going to talk about our second bit of AJS syntax. So far we have talked about this less than, percent equal. This tag helps us to embed JavaScript value in our template. For example, if I go to this rand.ejs file, here we have this random number. So this random number is calculated on our backend. So if you go to this rand route, here you can see we have this random number variable that is just a random number. And what we are doing, we are injecting this random number into this h1. So that's why each time you reload this rand page /rand page, you get a new random number. Okay, so this is the data that is changing. So this is evaluating each time you reload your page. Okay, and all of this remains same. But what if I want to calculate, what if I want to control the logic? So the next tag that we are going to talk about is this less than percent. So this tag is called as a scriptlet tag, and it is useful when we want to control the flow of our logic. For example, if I just give you a very simple example, using this rand file itself, let's say that in each time I refresh this page, I get a new random number. But I also want to display a very simple message that if a number is even, here I want to display the number is even, and if it is an odd number, I want to display the number is an odd number. That we can do using the if else, right? But if you try to write if and else right here, this will not work. This will result into an error. If I save this, if I reload, okay, you see that it is just literally getting printed, okay, because HTML does not give you error, okay, so it is literally printed. But this is not how the logic will work. So if I tell you to write the logic for checking if the random number that is generated, if it is an even or odd, how would you go ahead and do that using the JavaScript code? Very simple. You would use a very simple if and else, right? So here you can say if random number divided by 2, and if it leaves no remainder, then here you can say console.log it is an even number, right? This is a very simple code to check if the random number is even or odd, right? But even if you try to do this here, you still have no way of controlling the flow, because this will simply be printed. If I reload this page, here see we got the code printed. So this is HTML. Here comes this tag, a scriptlet tag. This simply tells that wherever you have logic, if you want that logic to be treated as a JavaScript code, then please use this scriptlet tag, so that this EJS file will actually treat that part from JavaScript point of view as a JavaScript code. So what will happen is that you will have to use the scriptlet tag everywhere where you have the JavaScript code. So from here, okay, so here you'll have to use the scriptlet tag. So each line of code that is a logic should be wrapped into these scriptlets. So here the scriptlet is this less than and percent, very simple, and then you'll have to close this as well, so percent greater than, and similarly you'll have to wrap this one as well, less than percent and then percent greater than. So what will now happen is that this is no longer an HTML code. Using this scriptlet tag, this EJS file will simply treat this as a JavaScript code. And now here, instead of doing console.log, because in HTML file there is no purpose of doing a console.log, here you are simply going to use an h2, and here you are going to display the message. So the number is an even number, okay. If I copy this code, cut it here, and if you paste it here, if I save this now, if I come here and if I reload, you see 10, the number is an even number, 4 is an even number, 9 is not an even number. Now what if I want to display, if 9 is not an even number, then it is an odd number, I want to display an odd number. For that you will have to write the else part. So what you will do now is you will open the else part. Now what I like to do is before I start doing these things, it kind of become very messy. So what I do is I first write the logic itself. So here I'm going to write the logic, complete logic, and wherever it is required, I'm going to wrap that into the scriptlet tag, okay. So and here we'll have this else part, okay. So this is the blueprint. Now at each place where we have this JavaScript code, we are simply going to wrap this using this scriptlet tag, okay. So yes, this is a JavaScript part, and this else is also JavaScript part, okay, and then like this, and then here we'll have to wrap this as well, so less than percent and percent greater than, okay. So this is the correct approach of writing a very simple template. And here I'm going to write an h2 as well. I'll say the number is an odd number, okay. Let's cut this part here and let's replace it with this one, okay. If I now reload, the number is an even number, the number is an even number, even, odd, the number is an odd number, okay, even, odd, even, odd, even. Okay, so this is how you are getting the output. Now if you want to also show the number, let's say we get this number here, but if in this same h2 if you want to show the number as well, you can do that as well. For that again you'll have to use this syntax here where we are getting the evaluated value. So here I can say the number, this one is an even number, the number, this one is an odd number. Okay, if I reload, the number 1 is an odd number, 2 is an even number, 3 is an odd number. Okay, so this is how you control the logic in your EJS file. Now a better way, a very simple way of doing this same thing is possible using the JavaScript ternary operator. Okay, so here let's say I want to use this h3. Here I can say less than, percent equals to, and percent greater than. Okay, here I can simply say very simple, random number divided by, where are you, divided by 2 if it leads to no remainder. Here I can say if this is the condition, then here I can say even or else odd. Okay, so this is a very simple ternary operator. So this entire h3 is exactly what we have done here, but here we are not using the scriptlet tag, here we are using the JavaScript ternary operator. Before I go ahead and quit this video, I want to show you that this does work. Okay, even, odd, even, odd, even, odd. Okay, so this is pretty simple. So this is how you use a scriptlet tag, okay, to control the flow of our logic. Next up we are going to use this scriptlet tag, and I'm going to show you how to write loops in EJS. Okay, next we are going to talk about how to loop our data in EJS. But first I want to show you something. See, here you can see we have a series of posts. If I reload this page again, you can see we have series of posts. So here you can see we have this a div. It can be a div, fairly simple div. Inside these divs we have this likes, down, dislike, comment. Okay, so we can loop our data that is coming from the backend, and in each data we can create a container and containers that will have additional placeholders to have fields like upvote, comments, and etc. Okay, so this is all the data that we are showing here. Now we are not fetching all of this data at once. We are fetching this data using some kind of loops. Of course this data is coming from our database, but for now what we are going to do is we are going to mimic something similar to this. Okay, wow, amazing surfing, dude is rocking. So yeah, overall you understood what I mean to say. So let's say I have first of all I'm going to create a very simple route. I'll say let's say slash fruits. Okay, and here we have a very simple rec and res, and here I have data coming from our database. So here let's say we have an array of fruits, perhaps cherry and banana and not mangi but mango, and papaya. Okay, these 4 fruits. You can mimic this. You can just understand it as these posts. These posts have multiple level of data, so we have this comment section as well. But for now, understand that this is our raw data that is coming from database. So what we can do is we can actually loop over this data in EJS, and we can print this data one by one. Okay, in each looping we can print this data. How can we do that in EJS? Well, for that we can also use this scriptlet tag. Okay, so first of all we'll have to come to server.js, and from here we'll have to res.render, and we are going to render fruits, and then we are going to send this data. Okay, so we will have to create this views directory, and we'll have to call it fruits.ejs. Okay, and here let's show fruits as well. Okay, so less than, percent equals, percent greater than, and here we have data, and I don't think this will work. Let's just test it. Okay, I'll say h1 all the fruits. Okay, if I save this, we will get first of all we'll have to go to /fruits, all the fruits, okay, spelling mistake, all the fruits. Now I want to display all of the fruits one by one. By the way, here you can see cherry, banana, mango, papaya, but this is not how data should appear. Data should appear individually, or here you can just call fruits. This is not how you should do this. You can simply say fruits, okay, or all the fruits, anything. Here we are going to display all of the data. So let's say I want to display all the fruits in a list item, so something like this, ul and li. Inside all of this li we will have all these data, so cherry, banana, mango, papaya, okay. So yeah, we can do this, but this is not how we are going to do it. We are going to use loops, and especially in JavaScript we have a for of loop. So what you can do is, first we are going to write the for of loop, and then we are going to surround each JavaScript part with the scriptlet tag, okay. So here I can say for, and here in this bracket we are going to use let let's say fruits of fruits, because, or I can say maybe I can say in the individual fruits of fruits, and here all we are going to do is console.log fruits. Very simple, right? Okay, so if I just copy this, if I cut it here, I'll have to paste it here, and we'll have to again surround this with the scripted tag, because I want this to be treated as a JavaScript code less than %, and then % greater than, okay. Now here, if you think that if you just maybe you can just say an li, and then here you can just maybe you can have individual fruits printed. If I save this, let's see what happens if I go over here. If I reload, well, first of all we are generating an error. It says okay, fruits is not defined. Fruits, what are we sending? Okay, we are sending data, we are not sending fruits. So individual fruits of data, or perhaps let's change the name. I'll say fruits data, okay. So we are sending fruits data, so we are receiving fruits data, okay. So now if I save this, reload, good. Now here you can see we are getting individual fruits printed. We are not getting the data for fruits, but we are getting the individual fruits printed. So what we are going to show here is, we are not going to show the individual fruits, but we are going to show the current instance of individual fruits. So that will you will get using this tag, where you are actually going to show the data. So using this tag, okay. So % greater than. Now here if you provide in the visual fruits, now if you save this, now if I come over here, reload, now I can see you get cherry, banana, mango, papaya, okay. Or a better way to do this is, because if I show this, right click, inspect, this is not how you can see li is showing up independently. No, this is not how li should appear. Li should always appear inside an unordered list. So you can cut it, you can have an unordered list, and inside this you can have this code, okay. So for let individual fruits or fruits data in each instance, in each looping, show the data of individual fruits. So this tag helps us to embed the data. So this is logic, and this is the actual data, okay. So let me do this very simple comparison. See, this will evaluate to a value that will actually get injected in the template, and using this scriptlet tag we are controlling the logic. So this is what actually is happening. So we have fruits data that is perhaps coming from our database in the form of maybe a post that is deeply nested, okay. I'm taking a very simple example of a fruits array. So fruits data, cherry, banana, mango, papaya, we are rendering fruits template, and we are sending fruits data over to that template, and we are using that data here. Again, these things for, of, for, in, these things have already been discussed in the JavaScript course, so do make sure to check that out. I'm not going to discuss about these things, because yeah, these are really necessary for you to know if you are learning backend development, okay. So yep, let's move forward, and let's see some other steps that we can do in this templating section. Let's now level up our understanding about templating. So now I'm going to give you a little complex example of advanced templating by mimicking Reddit in its simplest form. Let me give you a very simple overview of what we are going to see as an example. So when you go to reddit.com/r/robots, so this URL, very simple, you get to see this data where you have the name of the Reddit, and then you can consider these as posts, post 1, post 2. In this case here we are seeing a video, but we are going to mimic by placing a very simple image. We will have the name of the post and an image. Okay, we will have very basic data like description, the name of the Reddit, etc. Although that will not be this complex, like it will not be designed like this exact Reddit design interface, but it will give you a clarity of how advanced templating can be achieved. Okay, and similarly if you go to r/tech or r/cars, you get similar results. Okay, post 1, post 2, post 3, where you have this image, this description, and then the subreddit that you are fetching the details for. Okay, so let's now mimic something similar to this. Now when we go to websites like reddit.com, this is powered by an actual backend. So this data is coming from an actual database. It could be anything. I don't know what database Reddit use, but these are real data that is coming from backend. But in our case, since we haven't talked about database yet, what I am going to do is I am going to mimic the data that is coming from the database. So here if you pay attention, we have a data.json file. This file is containing few objects of multiple objects. This is an addition to this already completed tutorial video in the editing part. So here, to work with this data.json file, you don't have to type it manually. To use this in your code, just go to the GitHub repository of this course, click repository, and here click my backend development course, and after that you have to click 04 templating. And here you can see we have this data.json file. So this is the exact data that you are seeing right here. So all you have to do is click this icon here that will copy raw file and paste it in the data.json file that we are about to create, and follow and subscribe. So first we have sports, and this sports is nothing but just an equivalent data of multiple subreddits that we have here on this reddit.com website. So reddit.com/r/robots, r/tech, r/cars. So this is similar to r/sports, r/technology, r/ai. Okay, so these are subreddit, and here if you pay attention, we have data related to these subreddits. So the name of the subreddit is sports, the subscribers, how many subscribers we have, this much of subscribers, and the description, and then we have post, that is an array that contains several objects, and this post has title, author, and then we have an image. So pretty similar to what we have here, the description of subreddit, the name of subreddit. Here we have members, that is equivalent to subscribers. Okay, so this is a manual data that I have created. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to load this data, and we are going to work on this data, and I'm going to mimic this entire interface, and we are going to use advanced parts of templating, and this will give you an overall clarity of how templating is done in a professional apps. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is we have to import this data.json file in this server.js file. So if you try to do it like in a traditional way, if you say import probably like /data.json, if you save this, it will bring you an error. This is not how you import a data.json file in a server.js app. Even if you try to do it like maybe import data from dot/data.json, this will also not work, because again I just told you this is not how you import a JSON file. So what we are going to do is we are going to import it correctly the way it should be done in a module.js file. So first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to import read file sync from file system. Remember in the very first section of this course, I taught you about file system module, remember? So first we are going to import file read file sync synchronously. We are going to import read file sync from this fs module. So this will help us read file of this data.json. Okay, so how do you read it? You simply say, first of all, I'm going to write a comment. I will say reading and we to passing json. This is how it should be done. So first of all, I'm going to say const what should I say, raw data. I'll show you in a moment why we need to do it like this. Raw data equals to, I'm going to call read file synchronously, and then here I'm going to pass ./data.json. okay, so we are importing data.json in this raw data variable. If I save this, the error is gone. Okay, now if I console.log raw data for a moment, you'll see some odd type of data. So this is hexadecimal. Okay, so this is not the actual data. This data is loaded, but now what we have to do is we have to parse this data back to a readable format. That we can do using the json.parse method. So here I'm going to say const, I will say what should I say, let's call it reddit data mimic. So I'm mimicking the reddit data, and here you just have to say json.parse, and if you provide this raw data to this json.parse method, now if you call reddit data mimic, you will see our data will be successfully parsed. If I save this, you see we are getting all of our data, sports, technology, AI. So this is how we should import JSON data in our server.js file. Now let's work upon this, and let's try to mimic something similar to what we have as reddit.com. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, let's create a very simple route. I will say what, r/, and here r/ I'll say subreddit. Okay, let's keep it pretty simple, and then again this part always remains same, and that's it. Okay, so when we are going to fetch subreddit, what we are going to do is we are going to get data related to this. If you search for sports, then you are going to get all this data. If you search for technology, we are going to get data for technology. Same for AI. But if you try to make a search for dog, we do not have any data related to dog. Then we need to display a very simple and simple message that, hey, the subreddit dog that you are fetching for does not exist. Of course, for Reddit it would exist. So if you search for dog, you see you will get a data for dog. But since we do not have any data for dog, we are going to respond with a proper error. Okay, need to get the data of the subreddit that the user is searching for, right? So I can do that pretty simply. We have already done that like this. So again, I'll say subreddit equals to rec.params, and just for a moment, if you search for subreddit, if I save this, come here, and if I say /r/ I'll say technology, hit enter, well, we do get an error here. But wait a second, did I forget to save? Okay, so the problem is me being stupid. Here it should have been /r. So now if I save it, reload, okay, we are getting error, but here you can see we got sports. Okay, if I search for technology, we will get technology, and if I search for AI, we will get AI. Okay, so this is the data that we are searching for. But now instead of searching, we need to display the result. Okay, so we need to display the actual result that will display something similar to what we have here in Reddit. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to render. So now we are going to map the data. So here I'm going to create a very simple variable, and I'm going to call it data. And this data will be mapped to the data that is coming from the database. Okay, so how to do that? Well, first of all, we will have to fetch this Reddit data that we are mimicking, and here we are going to pass this subreddit. So this will simply map the data that we are searching for. So if I just for a moment, if I just console.log the data, if I search for AI, why not? You see, we get all the data related to AI, because this is how we get the data. Okay, so here we have a very simple data variable, and then on this Reddit mimic data, which is the large data object, so this one, this Reddit data that we are parsing the data. Okay, so this data should map the data that we are searching for. So here in this database data.json, here we have sports, so it matches. So that's why when you say Reddit data mimic, so it will be searched like this, Reddit data mimic, and here if you match sports, it will give you sports. If you try to search for cat, that does not exist, it will give you an error. If you try to do it, let me show it. If I try to search for something called cat, you will see nothing, it says undefined. Why? Because cat does not exist. But if I quickly create something related to cat, maybe somewhere here, I'm going to just copy this entire part. First of all, let's copy this entire thing, provide a comma and paste it like this, and let's expand this, and I'm going to change this to cat. Okay, I'll say name, I'll say I am a cat. Now cat data exists. So now if I search for cat, you'll see we're still getting undefined. I need to save this file, and let's restart the server. I forget to restart it. Now if I search for r/cat, you see we get data for cat. I am a cat. Earlier cat did not existed, that's why we got undefined, but the moment we added the cat data, everything started to work fine. So now let's get rid of this. Let's work with only 3 data. Okay, so next up we are going to say res.render, and we are going to render the same subreddit.ejs, subreddit, and then the data that we are going to pass it is this data. Now we can certainly pass this data like this, but when you pass this data in this raw format like this, then do not worry about this error, it will go very soon. Then here we will have to say data.subreddit, data.name. So instead what we are going to do is we are going to spread it on the fly. So now instead of saying data.name, data.image, now we can simply say name image. So this data, instead of saying data.name, data.subscribers, now we can say name subscribers. Why? Because we are sending the spread data here. Okay, so now you can come to subreddit.ejs, and now here you can simply say name, because we have a data called name. You can see name, and then we have subscribers, and then descriptions. So here we are going to say you are browsing the subreddit. Yeah, this is cool. Subreddit name. Okay, so here we can say you are browsing the subreddit, you are browsing, let's get rid of this, or perhaps you should say you are browsing the subreddit name. Okay, and description is description. So we have a data for description, and subscribers, let's print subscribers as well. So here I can say h3 total subscribers, and here let's copy this data. Okay, and here I can say subscribers, because this is also a value. Okay, and now when I saved this, and if I go here and if I search for r/sports, hit enter. Okay, it says sports total subscribers, its subscribers, subreddit subscribers, description. So maybe key value pair may be missing. So subreddit name. Okay, we should not have printed name like this, but like this, name. Okay, and since we do not have any subreddit, we need to get rid of this. You are browsing the name subreddit. Now there should be no problem. Okay, if I now reload, the error is gone. It says you are browsing the sports subreddit, total subscribers 25,000, description all about global sports events, news and players. Okay, if you search for technology, you're browsing the technology subreddit, and if you search for AI, you're browsing the AI, okay, artificial intelligence subreddit. Okay, and if you want to make it look little distinctive, you can simply maybe okay, so here is a mistake. Yeah, why not just make it italic? So let's do it. I can say I, and let's wrap this entire data into this I format. Okay, and let's do this for this subscriber as well. So let's close if I now reload, you are browsing the artificial intelligence subreddit, okay? And if I search for a sports subreddit, so something similar to what we have here as Reddit, we are also printing some details. Now when it comes to image, let's print the image as well. So here I'm just going to have an HR horizontal rule, okay? And now here I'm going to say h2 say all the posts are so now we are going to display all the posts. So if I check this data.json, then here you can see we have an array of posts. So to display all these posts, we are going to loop over this array. Now in JavaScript, to loop over an array, you can use a for each loop. I'm simply going to go with for of loop because for of loop is pretty simple. So first I'm going to write the logic, and then we are going to write the correct tag to render it as a JavaScript code, okay? So first I'm going to write for, I'll say what should I call all the posts? I'll say let all posts of this posts array, and then here we are going to print it, okay? So I'm going to use an article HTML tag to print all the posts. So here I'm going to use h2 maybe, and here I'm going to say less than % equals % greater than, and here each post has a title. So first let's make it very simple, let's make it work, and then we will complete it, okay? And now for this JavaScript part to render, we need to wrap it into this tag, okay, where it will be rendered as a JavaScript code, okay, % greater than. So now it should work, we should get all the posts. So if I save this, if I come over here, if I run this program, well, it says okay, title is not defined. Why is title not defined? Okay, let's check it. Title, okay, because it is posts.title, not title, or perhaps it's all posts.title. So here instead of calling it title, we can call it all posts.title because we are fetching all the posts individually, okay? Let's save this server.js, run this code, and we got all the posts. Usain Bolt's 100-meter record, LeBron James and India wins ICC cricket. Oh, come on, please don't do this, okay? Don't do this. And then the next thing that we need to understand is we also have author name in post, and then image. Yeah, we need to show this image. So let's do it. Let's show the author name. I'll say paragraph here. Let's copy this entire part, and let's say all posts dot author. Save this, and if I run this program, you see Usain Bolt's 100-meter record. Or perhaps if you do not want to show the author name here, or you want to show it here, not here. Now if you do not want to show the author name here but here after providing a dash, you can do that as well. So here you can say dash, and you can cut this entire part, and you can say by this author, okay? Or you can say written by. If I save this, run this program, written by track master, okay? Although it appears little off, this should have been little smaller, but let's keep it as it is, written by Hoopspan, track master, cricket guru, okay? Next up, we are going to show the image. So to show the image, again, you are going to use this img tag, and here on this source part here, you are going to open again this JavaScript part, and then here you are going to provide the all posts dot what is the name of the key? It's image underscore URL. So now if I save this, let's leave alt tag for now. Now if I run this program, so this is the image that you are getting. Now why not the image of these two posts are showing up? Let's check it. Right click, inspect, and go to console, and from here go to network actually, and if I come here, if I run this program, you can see two photos failed. So when you get errors like this, then this is the request URL. So this is the URL. So if you copy this and if you open a new tab, paste it. So if you get 404, so this means that this link is a broken link. So the link that is here, this is not an actual link, this is an invalid link. So here what we can do is, just to mimic this, we are just going to search for LeBron James and just right click on any image and copy image address and just update this here. Okay, good. And then for Cricket Guru, this image link also looks broken to me. I can search for cricket and which one looks good? This one looks good. Right click, copy image address and update this one like this. Okay, and now if I save this, now if I come over here, if I run this program, error should have gone. But why did we know? Okay, I know, because we forget to save server.js. If I save this server.js again and if I now rerun this program, you see error is gone and now our photo is appearing. Let me close this part here and LeBron James here, and you got this data. Okay, now one thing I'm missing is I'm missing maybe the posts data. Maybe if you want to make it like an actual blog post, well, we already have description, so I think we have printed the description. But if you want to print the data related to this post, you can do that as well. Title, you can say description, and you can say bold, ran like an actual fire. Okay, this description. And now to show this description again, you can come over here in this subreddit and you can say h3 maybe, and let's copy this entire part here and you can say all posts dot description. So now your blog post should print here. I need to update this server.js, save it, and if I run this program, Bolt ran like an actual fire. Okay, since LeBron James, this article does not have any data, we are not getting any data. Okay, so this is like an actual blog post related to this is an actual Reddit mimic. Okay, so if you now go to AI part, you see you are browsing the AI subreddit, total subscriber, this one, this is the description, and then we have all posts, post number 1, post number 2, post number 3. Post number 2 and post number 3's image is not working, so perhaps we will have error here as well. So technology, not the technology part but the AI part. So this image is also broken, that's why, not this one but these two images are also broken, that's why we are not seeing the output. Okay, but again, this is not an actual data that is coming from the database. Since I just mimicked it, yeah, we can consider it safe and sound. But still, if you want to show photos, just copy this link and update here, because this link is anyway working. Okay, so let's replace this data. You don't have to do it, I'm doing it just to show you, and run this program. And well, I need to again save this server.js file, and if I run this program just in a moment, you see we got image for all these blog posts. Okay, so this is like an actual Reddit mimic. You search for something, you got the data. Again, this is not as stylish as Reddit is, but because that is not the focus point of my lecture, I'm not including too much styles to it. Okay, nevertheless, we are going to understand about how to add styles to our data, and that is coming next, because we need to understand a little bit more about templating. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to take a little break and then I'm going to see you with a little more advanced topics related to templating, like understanding about partials and all. All right, so this is working, right? But there is a problem. I just showed you that if you search for something that do not exist in database, you get this error. Now this is problem. So what we are going to do is, instead of showing this ugly error like name is not defined, we are going to show a meaningful error. For example, when someone is looking for cat and it does not exist in the database, then we are not going to show them this. We are going to show them a nice message where it says that, hey, the subreddit that you are looking for does not exist. So yeah, let's make it more readable. Okay, so here we are going to make a very simple if check. I will say if data exists, then render this subreddit. Else what we are going to do is we are going to create a new EJS file, and I will call it not found, and I'm going to render this. Okay, so here I'm going to simply say h1. I'll say the subreddit you are searching for does not exist. Okay, and here we are going to write the name of the subreddit. So here we are going to render res.render. We are going to render this not found.ejs template, and we are going to pass this subreddit data, subreddit. Okay, subreddit, and then here we are going to say the subreddit that you are looking for does not exist. So it should be subreddit like this, and let's close this, and let's copy this and paste it here as well. Okay, so now if I come over here and if I hit enter, it says the subreddit cat you are searching for does not exist. Or perhaps let's make it more readable or more distinct. Let's wrap it into this I tag that will make it look italic. Let's close this I. Okay, and now if I rerun this, the subreddit cat you are searching for does not exist. Or maybe I'll say my name, it does not exist. Okay, but if you search for AI, well, data for AI does exist. So this is a very simple data. So if you just try to draw the analogy, let's make a search for gibberish code, hit enter. You see, you get we could not find any result for something this. Okay, so this is exactly similar to writing blah 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 here. Okay, the subreddit this you are searching for does not exist. In case of Reddit, it is designed, it looks nice. In our case, it is pretty raw, but it is what Reddit is also doing. So this is an overall example of a more complex subreddit data. Next up, we are going to talk about static files. In a web app, static files are the files that don't change dynamically on the server. They are directly sent to the browser as they are. For example, HTML files, CSS style sets, JavaScript files, images, fonts. These are examples of static files. Now by default, Express does not know where your static files are. So you must tell Express which folder contains them. Now how to include static files? Let's read the docs. But first, let's take an example. Let's see that this official reddit.com website is nicely designed. And how do we design a website? Of course, by using CSS. But in our case, server is listening on port 3000. Let's go to localhost colon 3000 quickly. You can see that our app does not look designed. Like obviously we haven't put any design to it, so that's why it does not look too much designed. But very soon, if we kind of think that hey, we got to add CSS to it, then how can we do that? Well, we can do that by understanding how to include static files. So if you read, it says serving static files in Express. To serve static files such as images, CSS files, JavaScript file, we can use this express.static middleware. Now, as of now, we haven't discussed about middlewares, but middlewares are nothing but it's just a simple function that executes between request and response cycle. For every request and response cycle, a middleware, a particular middleware always executes. Okay, so if you read, it says the root argument specifies the root directory from which to serve static assets, which means that well, let's read it further and then it will all make sense. Here it has given a nice example. It says use the following code, so this code, to serve images, CSS files and JavaScript files in a directory named public. So now let me explain you what is happening. Let's say that I want to design maybe index.ejs. I want to design this file. So what I can do is this entire page, this hi from home page. Okay, so this is the exact page that we are talking about. Let's say I want to add some styles to this page. So what I can do, I can use the inline style part here. Okay, so like I can say a style, and inside this I can simply give this body background color of, let's say, orange red. Okay, if I save this, this should probably work. It does work, but this is not a feasible way to add stylings to our web app. Why? Because our web app can grow significantly larger, and styles are not written individually for individual HTML files. They are written in a large module from where we repeat designs. So imagine so what if I say style body background color orange red for this file index.js. Of course we do get this orange color, but if I go to another URL, for example, how many of them do we have? We have this /fruits. We are rendering fruits. Okay, so if I go to /fruits, you will see this style is not replicated because we haven't wrote any styles for this fruits.ejs file right here. So again we'll have to come here and we'll have to say style, and then we'll have to again say body background color to be orange red. Okay, and now this style will work, but now you can see that it is too much work. We are adding styles here and we are adding styles here as well. So this is not feasible. You should not do it. Instead, you should be very modular. So what you do, you can include a very static file in this HTML file. So first of all, in this root directory, open this file, and here you have to create a folder named as public. Now this is something that is traditionally done. You can call this file anything. You can call it assets, my files, etc. But usually it is called public. Now inside public, I am going to create a folder called CSS, because this folder will keep all the CSS files inside it. Okay, and similarly, if you want to add some JavaScript, you can create another folder and you can call it JS. Now for now, let's just create a new file. I will say a style.css inside this CSS file. Okay, and now I will just say body. On entire body, I'm going to add this background color of orange red. Okay, by the way, if you look at it right now, if I rerun this program file, you see our style is gone. Okay, but very soon it will be back. Now let's say I want to add this style of body background color orange red to all of the pages. So all we have to do is we have to include this style.css file inside all of these HTML file. How do we do that? Well, how do we include CSS in an HTML file? By simply using this link tag, right? So here you can call this link tag, and here inside this href you can provide the path of this static file. Now the path of this static file is pretty interesting. You may think that you have to do it like this. You have to say /public /css /style.css. okay, let's do it. If I save this, if I run this program, nothing happens. Okay, because this is not how you include a static file inside your app. First, you have to tell Express that, hey brother, I have a static file that I'm serving. That you do by using a middleware. So you can say express.static setup. For that, you have to call on Express, you have to call this static method, and here you have to pass this folder name public. But this is not it. This is not it. If you look at this use cases here, you see that this is the first part, but you have to put this entire part into this app.use middleware. So you cut this entire part, you say, hey app, because the name of the app is itself app use this thing. So my static files are inside this folder that is called as public. If you name it asset, then you'll have to provide the name asset, but since we have called it public, you can call it public. Now if I save this and if I come over here, if I run this program, nothing happens. Why? Because the way we have included CSS file is not correct. Now since you have already said that please look for all the static files in this public folder, you no longer have to mention public. So all you have to do is you have to say css dash a style.css. So now if I save this, if I run this program, still nothing happens because we forgot to mention slash. So now if I say /css /style.css, because we have this CSS folder inside which we have this style.css. So now if I save this, run this program, still nothing happens. So maybe we need to save this program once, and now if I check, if I run this program, nothing happens. Or maybe we are checking for, okay, so we have applied styles on this fruits.ejs file and we are checking for our home page. So let's go to our fruits. See, our style is back. Okay, so you need to call this entire link. Let's copy this and let's paste it on all of our HTML files. Okay, so that our styling will be like similar for all of the pages. Okay, so now you no longer have to manually style it. So wherever you go now, let's rerun this server.js. So wherever you go now, you will find your style following the same style paradigm. Okay, so this is how you include a static file. Let's now say that I want to include maybe an image as well. So how do you include an image? Let's create another folder. I will say img, and let's go to unsplash. I will just download a very simple image and I will drag and drop. I will say what should I say? Let's say yeah, AI. Let's keep it very simple. Okay, I'm gonna download it, and yes, I'll say picture, and straightforward from here. So from here I'm going to go to desktop. I will choose desktop and I will save it here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this image folder. I'm going to go to desktop. From here I'm going to drag and drop it inside this image folder, and the name is picture.jpg. So now to include this image in our web app, what we are going to do is we are going to where should I show this image? Let's show this image on our home page, so index.js. Okay, so here I can call this image tag, and from here the source is /img /picture dot, what is the name, picture.jpg. Again, don't say public / image / picture. No, this is not the correct path. If I save this, you will see I'll have to run this server.js. This will not work. This will not work. If I go to home page, we do not see our image. Why? Because static files need not render like this. We should not render a static file like this. So again, you'll have to remove this part here. You don't have to mention this public. So now if I save this, save server.js again, let's come here, rerun this program. You see, you got this image shown here. Okay, so this is how you include static files. Now let's quickly include, let's say maybe we want to include a JavaScript file as well. So I'm going to create another folder inside this public folder. I will say JS. Okay, it says JS, a file or folder JS already exists at this location. Where? Okay, so I already have JS. So I'm going to create, I'll say a script.js, and I'll keep the code very simple. I'll say console.log hello. Okay, and now again I can come here, let's say perhaps on this index.ejs, and here I can say script, and here I can say source equals to /js /script.js. and if I save this, for now what I'm going to do is instead of console.log, I will simply push an alert. I will say I am loaded successfully. Yay. Okay, let's now save server.js, and if I reload, you see I am loaded successfully. So this is how you include static files in your web app. Okay, and this is quite essential because again, if you read, use the following code to serve images like CSS files, JavaScript files in a directory named public. If you want to name it like assets, if you change this name to assets, okay, and if you save this server.js file again, you'll see that it will not work, because now we need to change the middleware name to not public but assets, and now our middleware will work again. Okay, so this is the usage of static files. Okay, and let's now move forward, and let's now talk about EJS partials. Hey, the next thing that we are going to do is first we are going to add little interactivity to this web app, and then we are going to understand EJS and partials. So for now, if I have to go to the page where we are generating the random number, then we have to tweak the URL. I have to say /rand, or perhaps if I have to go to this this fruits route, again we'll have to do it manually like this. Okay, now this is time consuming and this is irritating. Wouldn't it be nice if we had a pretty simple menu bar that would look something like this, that we can click to jump to different web pages. Okay, for example, if you go to this unsplash.com, why not? If you click here login, you see you are taken to this /login page. Okay, you did not have to write this URL manually like /login. No, you have a button that you are clicking to navigate to that URL, or perhaps clicking technology that took you to this route, or perhaps coding that took you to this route. Okay, by the way, I can manually update this technology and it will fetch me all the results for technology images. But again, we don't have to do it. Why? Because we have a nice button here. So let's try to replicate something similar to this, and doing this is pretty easy. All you have to do is on all of these EJS pages, you have to create a very simple link HTML tag. Okay, so yeah, let's create a very simple div with an ID of nav bar hyper reference that come on, no, make it cool. Okay, here we are going to have an UL, and inside UL we are going to have an li, and each li will have an anchor tag where href will point to the page where we want to jump. So href stands for hyperreference. So hyperreference simply means connecting multiple pages to navigate back and forth. Okay, so the first hyperreference will be slash, and here I'm going to call it let's call it home page. So we'll have to write it here, home. Okay, and well, not here but here. Okay, so home page, and after home page we are going to duplicate this part here. What are the URLs that we have? We have for fruits, so slash fruits, so this will be fruits, and before it we have a random as well, so this will get us to rand, so rand. And then I think we have a URL for subreddit. Okay, so maybe subreddit is r slash we have technology, that is technology, and then I think we have AI, so let's keep it AI. Okay, and let's keep it till these 5 only. You can see we do have this notefound.ejs, but we don't have to create the route, the link for this not found, because this not found will be rendered dynamically when a search is not found. We don't have to include not found link in our menu bar. Okay, so no, we don't have to do it. Now save all of this and copy this entire div, and let's check. Okay, everything seems good. All right. Okay, and now we are going to paste it in all of the HTML pages. Okay, so subreddit fruits. Okay, and now let's save this file and come here. If I run this program, or perhaps hitting enter, see home, rand, fruits, technology, AI. Why did we get AI 2 times? Okay, let's ignore this AI, and let's ignore this AI as well, and delete this AI. It was extra. Save it, and if I run this program, home. So if I click home, again we are on this very home. If I click rand, we are on this random page where we are generating random number. If I keep clicking this rand, you see we keep generating new random number. For fruits technology page here, AI page here. Okay, back and forth, we are jumping back and forth. So this is a very simple navbar. Now if you want to style it, again you can come to this assets css, style.css. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to style.css and I'm going to add these styles. Now I have written these styles. I did not wanted to waste time on writing these styles from scratch, so I have written this and I've just pasted it. Okay, so now if I run this file, you see now our menu is started to look like a real professional menu. Okay, so this is how you create a very simple navbar. Okay, and yeah, so this is what I wanted to show you. Now next thing that I want to show you is about EJS partials. Now partials is something that is pretty simple to understand. See, when you are developing a high fancy web app, a partial helps you to write reusable pieces of HTML template. So partial is part of EJS. So if you go to EJS, you see here this part here talks about partial. But first I'm going to explain you what is a partial. A partial in EJS is like a reusable piece of HTML template. So what happens is that instead of repeating the same code like maybe navbar or footer or sidebar in every file, you create a partial and then you include it where you need it. So what you can do is let's close this part here. Okay, so you can see that we can create partials for most of the repeated stuff. For example, you can see that this entire part is repeated. So in all of the HTML part, we have this doc type, this entire part, or maybe this certain part, like maybe having multiple meta part, but let's keep it little leveraged. So what we are going to do is we are going to create partials for all of the most common code. So in all of these files, you will find these code pretty common. Okay, do not worry about the name. For this rand page, we have this title for random number. We can generate this dynamically. For now, we are going to understand the basics. So this is a very simple, let's say, common thing. Okay, so what we are going to do is inside this views folder, what I would like to do is I would like to create a partials folder, a folder named partials, and then inside this we are going to create many partials. So first I'm going to call it head.ejs, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut all of this from here and I'm going to paste it. Okay, and do not close this, keep it till here only. Okay, and never ever touch this. Okay, or it will just start to create problem. You can see that somehow by default it is adding this HTML as well. So again, I don't know how to let's comment this part. Okay, now if I save this, okay, it keeps commenting, but we are going to leave it like this for now, and in your case it may not be happening. Now this is a partial. What we are going to do is we are going to include this partial right here so that we can minimize the code. Similarly, if you have a large footer code, similarly you are going to cut this entire footer and you are going to create a footer partial. But since our code is pretty simple, we are not going to do that for footer. We are going to do that solely for our header. So now if you come here, if you go to ejs.co, partials are something that is that you can create using this includes tag. So if you read, it says includes are relative to the template with the include call. So you can include a partial using this syntax. Okay, so what you are going to do is here, right here, you can open this tag and you can say %, and then you say dash and then %, and then close it. Now inside this you can use the includes function like this, include, to include your partial like it is written here. Okay, so all you have to do is you have to say by the way, if you see the app right now, you see Prettier is giving us complaint. So let me show you that this will really crash our app, and after adding partial it will be all back. So if I run this program, you see our home page, our navbar is gone. Okay, because we basically cut all this data, all this head into a new partial. But when we will include this partial, it will start to work. So here you can say, you just have to say this tag %, this tag, and by the way, if you read it less than % dash, EJS tag output escaped. So this here all you are going to do is you are going to, and I'm showing you documentation so that you can understand it by yourself as well. So all you have to do is you have to call this include function and you have to pass the location of your partial. So here you can say include, and here you have to say the folder is partials / name is head. Okay, and you don't have to mention header.ejs. This will suffice. If I save this, run this program again, and if I run this program, you see our code is back. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to copy this entire part and we are going to paste all of this. We are going to remove this head and we are going to paste this. We are going to remove this head, we are going to paste this partial here, and we are going to do the same thing for our this part as well. Okay, and now this is good, and let's do this for our index as well, and I think this is how we fixed our problem. So now if I save this, run this program, okay, now all of the pages are generated using partials. So this is a very simple example of partials. We simply cut all of our repeated code. Now I'm going to show you one more example. See, this navbar is getting repeated, okay, on all of the pages. So what we are going to do is we are going to create another partial. I'm going to call it nav.ejs, and inside this we are going to keep this navbar, cut it, and we are going to keep this navbar, and here we are going to include the navbar, include partial / nav. Okay, by the way, if I comment this now, if I delete this, you'll see that our navbar will not show up. Okay, but the moment we will include this partial, our navbar will show. Well, what happened? Include partials / nav. Okay, nav.js is here. Okay, we are checking on different page, so let's paste all of this on this all of the pages. So let's cut this part and paste it here, and on subreddit as well, let's cut this part, let's paste it here, and on fruits.ejs here we need to paste it as well. Okay, so now if I save this, if I run this program, we are still not seeing our navbar. Why? Because let's do some refactoring. So what happens is by default our navbar is not appearing because we did not saved our server.js. Okay, so now you can see when I just hit enter, now you can see our navbar is working again. So now what we have done is we have just made our code look more readable. Okay, so this is partial. It helps us to let a piece of code reuse in our app where it is mess free and it is very easy to read. So we have created these reusable codes. For example, if I want to create another page, I don't have to go and I don't have to do this thing again, like, hey, this is head, this is nav. I'm just going to copy this entire code and I'm going to use it anywhere. For example, I want to use a navbar here, or maybe I'll say this is another navbar on home page. Okay, home page. All I have to do is I have to do this. So instead of copying this entire part and then creating it here again, okay, this is wet code, writing everything twice. Why not include a very simple partial, and you'll see a navbar showing in the bottom as well. Here you can see you have a navbar, nice navbar. Okay, let's get rid of these extra images. This is really making things little difficult. Okay, and if I save this, rerun this program, so you can see that we have a navbar here and we have a navbar here. So this is pretty simple partials. So I hope this made sense to you. So yeah, this is one of the aspect where you actually have to understand how to do the distinction where the code is going to be reused, what part of code is going to be reused. Okay, so this is just like creating reusable code. Okay, so yeah, I think with this our templating section is done, and I'm pretty happy that I was put some effort to teach you. Now one thing that is left to done is if you go to / for example, if you click this rand page, you see you still get to see this codeblock.com, for fruits codeblock.com, technology codeblock.com. No, I want to change this. When I go to home, I want to see home. When I go to rand, I want to see rand. For that, what you can do is you can come here and you can go to server.js, and here you can see on rand we are passing this random number. Okay, and on index we are passing this index. I can also pass, like I can pass I'll say title to be what is the title? The title is home. Okay, so now what I can do is I can use this home right here. So on this page where we have this nav, so not on the nav but on this head.js, here instead of hard coding codeblock.com, here I can simply display the static name. So here I'm going to call it title. Okay, so now if I save this and save this, and now I'm going to copy this entire part and I'm going to paste it here as well, random number, and I will send a title. I'll send the title to be rand, and then again for subreddit is already shown. For fruits, I'm going to show fruits as well. Okay, so now if I save this program, okay, if I run this program, you see for rand it is rand, for fruits it should have been fruits. We'll have to do that for all of the URLs. So again, let's do it. For fruits data, this is fruits, and this is fruits, so fruits. Okay, and now if I run this program, you see fruits. For rand, the name is rand, fruits. We are getting error in technology because we do not have a name, we do not have a title called technology. So on technology, we do not have a URL for technology itself. So that's why for some route it is going to create this error. So here we'll have to tweak a little bit. Why? Because we do not have any URL for technology. We are generating it on fly. So and we do not have any way to pass data to these URLs because we are doing it dynamically. So /r/subreddit. So we are not passing any data to it. Or perhaps if somehow if I found a way, well, doing it would literally become a little messy. So should I do it? If I provide, like here I can say title to be let's pass it, I'll say subreddit. Okay, let's do it for this error page as well. If I save this, if I come here, reload, if I go to /home page, well, server failed. So if I start it, server started, rerun this program, go to technology. Okay, what I should have done is I should have passed it here itself, okay, and not here. I know I'm making it little complex, pardon me for that, but I really want to explain you these steps. I do not want to leave any stone unturned, okay, and I hope this would make things go away. So now you can see subreddit, okay, AI, subreddit, fruits, rand, and home. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the templating part. So yeah, this was it. Next up, we are going to start our section by understanding about REST API. So see you soon. You go to websites like a food delivery app or a taxi ride app. One thing you will find pretty common is they are asking for your location. In case of a food delivery app, the location requirement is due to the nature of the food delivery app. They need your location to deliver food on time quickly. Same goes for a taxi service app. They need your location for pickup and drop. Now, how do you think this location fetching service is integrated in these apps? Do they have their own maps or are they leasing someone's on rent? Well, the latter one is true. Let's understand all about APIs. API stands for Application Programming Interface. It's essentially a set of rules and protocols that defines how different software can interact with each other. Now, what does that mean in real life? Let's say we have two programs, program A and program B. Consider these programs as a person in real life. If we want program A and B to talk to each other because they provide different pieces of functionality and we want them to work together, then we would need them to be able to communicate to each other. Now at this point, both of them speaks different languages and do not understand each other. So what can we do? Well, we can build an interface in between these two programs so that they know how to interact with each other through this bridge in the middle. That is essentially what an API does. It bridges the communication between different pieces of software. Coming to our original example, both the services, the food delivery app and the taxi service app, uses Google Maps to locate their users. This is the very simple example of an API at use. These companies do not need to develop their maps because not only building one is costly and expensive, it is also unnecessary. So they pay a little amount to use Google Maps services. Now let's take another example. Let's say you are developing a diary website where users will write about their day. And with each submission, you are also going to display a suitable icon next to it. In this case, the update is related to weather, so we are going to show a little nice weather icon next to the text. Now users can manually update the icons also, but you don't need to manually create icons for different types of weather condition. It would be much convenient if the icon is selected automatically based on the recent weather data. So you look online and you find a website, Open Weather, that has a backend where latest data related to latest weather conditions are updated frequently, plus the data for all the locations are available. Perfect. This is what you need. Now all you need is to be able to talk to OpenWeather's server so that you can bring their weather data into your Nodes website. So how do you do that? You don't know what their database is written in. It could be some sort of programming language you have never heard of. You don't know how to access their backend servers. You don't know what are the rules that are governing those servers. So you basically have absolutely no idea about how to interact with OpenWeather's API. And that's where the API comes in to save you. In this case, OpenWeather creates an API that tells you how you can interact with their services. If you want data from them, then there are these things you can access. For example, you can get longitude, latitude, or how the data is structured. For example, what is the format? Is it JSON, BSON, and also like what are the data that we are getting, like weather type, temperature, icon, etc, right? Next you have to do then is to make a request from your website through this API to say, well, these are the things that I want, and now because you have this interface and you know how to interact with their service, you are able to get all this data back and populate it into your website. This is one example of API where we are fetching something. But let's say you want to have a website where you want to let people sign up for your newsletter so that they can get your recent updates. But where does this all data get stored, like email and etc? Now what if you want to send your email using a service called MailChimp, and you want to send this email using MailChimp, and you want to be able to send email that you collect each time on your website into a database on your MailChimp account. How would you do this? Again, using an API. You are going to read the documentations of MailChimp, get to know how to work with their API, and then all you are going to do is you are going to make a post request. So this is a very simple example of different types of API. Now there are different architectural styles of APIs. These are how APIs are created. We have Graph Query Language, SOAP API, gRPC, REST API. These are patterns and structures that follows a set of rules. Now the one we are going to learn is REST API because this is the most popular and most commonly used form of API. So with this, let's get started and let's learn all about APIs. Because this is a backend course, we really do not have to invest too much time in understanding things using the presentation mode, because I like to show steps by writing code. So let's jump directly into the coding department and let's learn all about API practically. Let's now start talking about APIs, and we are going to start this section by talking about GET and POST requests. GET and POSTs are the two very basic types of HTTP requests. There are others as well, such as put, patch, delete, and we will talk about these HTTP requests when we will talk about how to perform CRUD operations. For now, let's get a complete basic overview of GET and POST. See, a GET is a method. Whenever you are seeking information on internet, maybe on a Google form you made a search for a song name, a celebrity name, data for celebrity, then that request is carried by this HTTP method that is called as GET. So GET method is used to receive information, and when you make a GET request, then the search term is carried out in the URL. Remember when I talked about request.query, request.body? So when you make a GET request, then your search term is clearly visible in the URL. And when you talk about post request, then a post request is when we are posting something to the server, when we are creating something. For example, when you comment on a YouTube video, that's actually a post request. And when you make a post request, then in post request, data is sent via a request body and not a query string. So when you post something, then that data is not visible in the URL. Okay, so this is a very simple difference between get and post. It's very easy to understand. You are searching something, it's get request. You are creating something, it's post request. And here are the additional data. Okay, for example, you want to write, create, update, maybe you want to filter. These are some of the examples of a post request. And when you want to search something, then information is visible in the URL. Okay, now let me give you a very simple overview of get and post both. So here I'm on google.com, and when I will make a search for code block dev, so this is the username of this channel. So if I hit enter, you can see we got our data back. But if you focus here, then you can see that the search term is clearly visible in the URL. So the search term is carried out in the URL as well. So here search what q equals to code block dev. Now remember this pattern. This is the exact pattern that we saw when we were talking about query string back in the section. I don't remember what was the section. Was it Express or was it server routing? I hope it was Express section. Yes, if I open index.js, somewhere here request.query here. Okay, so this is the exact thing that is you are seeing here. Okay, so now okay, it has additional data as well, but we don't have to worry about this additional data. This is injected by the browser itself. But this is our search term. In a get request, our search term is clearly visible in the URL, and in get request URL is limited to 2048 characters. So it's not like you can send an unlimited amount of character here in this URL. No, it's limited to 2048 character. Okay, so let's now try to mimic something similar to this by writing a few lines of code. So here I'm going to create a new folder well outside of this 04 templating folder, and I'm going to call it 05 API. And inside this folder, as of now, we are just going to work with a very simple HTML form. Let's create a boilerplate, and let's call it get and post. Okay, and here we are going to create a very simple form, and here the action will be performed on, let's say, /test URL. Okay, and then we also have to say method, and the method for this is going to be a get method. Inside this we are going to have two input. Type will be text, and name will be username, username. And let's duplicate this, and this time type will be, let's say, number, and name will be year. And then we will also have a button, and I'm going to call it submit. Now this username and year is the key, and whenever you will fill this form, that value will be associated with this key. So here if you see search this what q equals to code block, in this form if you fill your username like code block dev, then the search term will be username. Let me write it. It will be what username equals to, let's say, code block dev. Okay, similarly it will be, let's say, year equals to, let's say, maybe 2019, something similar to this. Okay, so this is how your data will be processed. Now let's save this, and let's go live. Now our form is complete. Now right click and click open with live server, and there you go. Now you can see your form is clearly visible. Let's now try to fill this form, and let's see how the data is processed. And notice that the method that we are using to receive data on this /test URL is this get method. Okay, so when you try to fill this data, let's say username and year, I'll say username is code block, and I created this channel in 2019. When I will hit submit, you can notice that it says that cannot get /test. This is a legitimate message. Since we do not have any test route set up in our backend, that's why we are getting this message that says cannot get /test, because we do not have any URL set like this on our backend. We are working just on the front end. But since the method is get, you can see that the URL is carrying our data, where it says what username equals to code block and year equals to 2019. Now if you try to draw resemblance, here you can see this is the exact format of how our data is carried. Username equals to code block dev, year is 2019. So when you work with a get request, then the request data is clearly visible in this URL. Now similarly, if you work with a post request, let's duplicate this form, and here I'm going to write an h1. I'll say get and post request. This is a get request, I will say get, and here I will write another, let's say h2. We should not have multiple h1s. Get, not get but post. Okay, and this time the method is going to be post. Okay, and we do not have to do with this because data will not be visible in your URL. If I save this, come over here, if I rerun this program, or let's go here, and from here we need to select this 05 API, and this is the post request. If I again fill the data, this is the get request, the URL will be visible, the data will be visible in the URL. But when you make a post request, let's say 2019 again, when I will hit submit, you can see it says obviously for sure, with a surety I can say, we can say that the data was submitted to this /test URL /test route, but you are seeing this message that says this page isn't working. If the problem continues, contact the site owner, and it is also giving us a very simple HTTP error of 405. Before we move on to some advanced topics related to APIs, I want to explain something very important about API testing. Right now, when you make a get or post request using a form like this, then you can be assured that the data is indeed submitted successfully. But the problem is you don't always get a clear response back. So if I go to 05 API and if I make a get request, if I hit submit, then you can see the URL is indicating that the data is indeed submitted successfully using this query string. But here in response, we are getting this message that says cannot get /test. Now this is a legitimate message. This simply indicates that in our server we have no route that is checking for any incoming request on this /test URL. So that's why we are getting cannot get /test. Similarly, if you make a post request, you will see you will get no front end response. The data is indeed submitted successfully, but on front end all you are seeing is this error where it says this page isn't working. If the problem continues, contact the site owner, and it is also showing this little HTTP error of status code 405. Well, the reason is because by default a form doesn't show this success message on the front end. That response is hidden in the network tab. To see that response, right click, click inspect, and from here go to network tab and reload again. And now here if you click, you can see this entire message right here in this header. So in this general section of this header tab, you can find the request URL, that is this 5500/test. Method is post, status code is 405, and if you go to payload, then payload is username code block age 7. So this is for the post request that we just made. Similarly, you can find the data for get request as well. So here if you click, you can see the request method was get request, status code is 404, not found. And here if you go, you can again see payload. Okay, you can view URL encoded, decoded, view source. So this is how you can figure out the data. But you can see when you are working with form, then this is how you actually get to work with data. But imagine if you have to work with like lots and lots of data. Each time to check if things worked or not, you'll have to tweak this network tab. This is wrong. You don't have to do this. Okay, instead what you can do is we can use a tool like Postman. When you use a tool like Postman, it becomes everything becomes easier. Postman shows you the raw response like status code, headers, JSON instantly. So you don't waste time on manual debugging. So all you have to do is you have to go to postman.com/downloads, and from here download Postman based on your operating system. Since I am on Apple, I will click Mac Apple chip and it will start to download, and I will just let it download, and I'm going to give you a little bit more information about whatever we have talked right now. See, we need Postman because Postman makes API testing much easier, faster and clearer. The reason why we would want to use a tool like Postman or maybe API Dog, 2 to 3 days ago I was checking this API Dog. So wow, the UI of API Dog looks absolutely stunning. Probably I will try to maybe use API dog as well, probably in maybe next course where we will develop little applications. Maybe I will try to check API dog, but for now let's stick to Postman. So the overall message is that when you submit a form or make a request in the browser, you often only see a success message or a blank page like this one. Okay, so this is the message, or you are getting a blank page. But when you use Postman, when you do this API testing or URL testing using Postman, then you don't have to dig up manually to look for all the resources or the submitted data. Postman shows the raw response like status code, headers, JSONs immediately. So then when you use Postman, then you don't need front end. You don't need an HTML form or JavaScript to test an API. You can send get, post, put, patch, delete requests directly, and all the data will be shown to you without ever needing front end. Okay, and it's easier debugging. Instead of opening the browser network tab and digging manually, Postman shows everything neatly in one place. It's reusable. You can save API requests, organize them in collections, and you can also share them with your teammates. Okay, and you can test different environments as well. Maybe you have something to check for authentication, parameters, and even if you want to automate tests, you can use Postman for all these tasks. Now imagine doing all of these using front end. You'll have to write too many code. Plus, let me tell you, it is not at all feasible. Okay, you need tool like Postman or API dog to test your API. So go to postman.com/downloads and download Postman for your operating system. And it's not a rocket science. Downloading Postman is pretty easy. Download Postman, create an account, and you will be up with similar interface like this. And then I will see you with this update. Alright, so I hope you have successfully downloaded the Postman app and created an account. So when you will launch the app, the interface will look similar to this. So let's now go ahead and let's see how Postman helps us to test different API endpoints and without ever needing a front end. Right now, we are working with a front end. We are creating a form and providing an action, and we are setting a method. But with Postman, we can clearly bypass this, okay? And so let's now go ahead and let's now test these different API endpoints, because right now, what is happening is that of course we are making a GET request and we are receiving data in this form, but we are not seeing any success message. All we are seeing is cannot get /test. Why? Because we do not have any route that is checking for any incoming request on this /test route. Okay, so let's now fix all of this. So we need an Express app. So I'm going to launch terminal, control and backtick, and I don't like to have my terminal right here, so I'm going to have my terminal on the right side. Okay, so this is just additional setting that I prefer to do, and then I have to go inside 05 API, right? 05 API, and here I'm going to say npm init. This is basic ritual for creating an npm project, and then I need npm I express at latest, and at the same time we also need one server.js to work with. You can create all these folders, files and folders manually. Since I am a little good in terminal, I can do all of this by writing code. Okay, and let me have some space here. Okay, come on. And here I'm going to come over here, and here I'm going to create a very simple Express server. Import Express from Express. I will fast forward it. Okay, app equals to Express and app dot listen. I'll say let's now spin the server. All we have to do is we have to say node-watch the name of the file, that is server.js, and we are getting a warning because we forgot to change the type of common to module. So let's change this to module, because we are working with the latest JavaScript syntax like import export. So that's why we need to change this type to module. Okay, we have already discussed about all of this. So now if I save this program, the warning will be gone. So the warning is gone. Okay, now if I go ahead and let's now go ahead and make a test right here. Maybe if I make a GET request on let's say 2019. Okay, if I hit submit, you can see that we are still getting cannot get /test, and then here we are seeing the data clearly visible in the URL. But let's now quickly make let's now quickly create a route to check for any incoming request on this /test URL. Okay, so here I can say app dot, we know that we have a get method, and so it is going to check for any incoming request on /test URL, and here I can say res, and that's it. And from here we are going to send a message that hey, you are fetching for a request. Okay, and if I save this file, and now if I come over here, if I refresh this program, rerun this program, okay, we are still getting this error says cannot get test. Well, the reason is the form that we have here in this index.html is listening on this /test URL that is not set up in the backend. So we need to update this. So this needs to be HTTP. Let me close the sidebar so that we can have more space. This needs to be http://localhost. You can write localhost or you can write 127.0.0.1 as well. Let's go with localhost 5500/test. Okay, and let's change this for this post request as well. If I save this, let's save server.js one more time. And now if you come over here, if you refresh, if I hit enter, we need to go back, maybe refresh again, and now code block, let's go with 2019. If I hit submit, you see you are getting this message, hey, you are fetching for a request. Why did you get this message? Earlier we got cannot get /test, but now we are getting this message, hey, you are fetching for a request. Why? Because we just set up a route to check for any incoming request on /test. Now if you want to see the data that you are looking for, maybe username, code block, you can extract that with the query string. So you can say const what are we fetching? We are fetching username and we are fetching year. So year and username that is coming from, come on, request dot query. My keyboard is not visible. Okay, equals to request dot query, and here you can say the data. You can say searching for dollar. You can say user, need to change this to a template string, and searching for username and dollar year. Okay, if I save this, now if I come over here, if I hit this route, command and R to rerun, searching for code block 2019. Okay, so this is how you fetch data. In a similar way, when you make a search for code block dev, you can see the search term is clearly visible here, and based on this search term we are populating our front end. So this is the data that we are searching for. So the data is clearly visible in the form as well as in the URL. So something similar happening here. We are searching for this data, and here on front end we are responding that the user is looking for this data, code block 2019. Okay, similarly you can also make a post request. For example, if you come over here, you can see you can still get this cannot get. I don't know why. If you go back, if you make a post request 2019, you will get again the same problem, cannot post /test. Okay, so what is happening is that now we do not have any post request to check for any incoming request. So let's quickly solve that as well. I can say app.post, and any incoming request that is coming on /test for posting something, for creating something, we are going to respond them with a very simple message. Here we are going to say res.send comment successfully, comment posted successfully. Okay, if I save this, and now if I go back, rerun this program, and now if I post something on 2019, if I submit, comment posted successfully. Okay, so this is how we are getting the data. Now with this, if you want to show the comment as well, then you can also fetch this comment by tweaking the request.body method. That will be a little tricky because we need a middleware as well, but for now let's see how all of this works in Postman. So from here, if you come over here, if you click this plus button, and here you can see we have all the HTTP methods like get, post, put, patch. From here we can altogether skip this front end form. We don't have to do anything with this form. All we can do is we can test our API from right here inside of this Postman itself. So maybe you want to make a check for localhost 5500/test, and this is a GET request. If you hit this send, you will see you are getting this message searching for, okay, you are getting this undefined. Why are you getting this undefined? Well, because right here, if you make a search, if you run this program, this is a form. We filled a form and then we hit submit, and then we got our GET request. But here in this Postman, we do not have any data. So what we can do is, since we do not have any form here, Postman helps us to add data in the form form of key value pair. So here you can provide a key, and we know that in form we have a key called as username. So we can say, hey, we are looking for username, and the value that is going to be code block, and then we have a year, and then year is 2019. Okay, and now if you send, you will see searching for code block 2019. So you can see that we have the form data right here, and imagine if we have to test for hundreds of fields. Creating hundreds of fields right here is like too much work. Instead, you can do all of that in this form itself. Maybe you want let's say you want subscribers. Right now I have almost 4100 subscribers, so you can populate this one as well. But if you send this again, you will get undefined for subscriber. You do not get any data because you have not imported these subs in your front end. So right here, well, in your backend. So here you can also get subs. Okay, and then to display it, you just have to say subs. Okay, if you save this, spin the server, if you send request, now you get searching for code block year 2019 4100. So you can test this API using front end as well. For that, you will have to create basic form, you have to provide action, you have to provide method, but all of this can be skipped if you install app like Postman, get request, post request. You can make all of that from here itself. Now let's try to test the post request as well. Okay, so this is the data that we are getting on our front end when you make a get request using these data. So this is like filling the form with these data. Okay, and when you hit send, you see you get searching for code block 2025 4100. If you want to see the exact preview that we are receiving on our front end, then you can click this preview part here, and you see this is the same preview as a web page. What is this visualize? Okay, I haven't tested this visualize, so let's skip it for now. Okay, now I want to do the same thing for my post request as well. Okay, so when I post something, I want to see that, hey, this was the comment that was posted. So for example, if I come over here, where was it? If I go back, right now all we are saying is comment posted successfully, but I also want to see this data code 2025. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, that we can do that by receiving the request.body object. So remember, I told you that in post request, whatever data we send is stored in this request.body object. So now let's console.log that object itself, request.body. And if I save it, and if I come over here, let's go back and let's fill this form again. If I hit submit, comment posted successfully. But if I come over here, we see that we got undefined. We did not got this data code and 2025 printed here in the form of key value pair. We got this undefined. Now you can ask me that how is it happening? If we are getting undefined, then how are we going to populate this data in our front end? Well, first of all, we need to understand why we are getting this undefined. See, by default, Express is configured in such a way that not every type of data can be posted by default. No. As a developer, you have to configure your Express app to receive suitable type of data. It's not an error, it's built on purpose. So if you go to Express documentation, if you click this request part, here you'll find a section related to request.body. And if you read, it is clearly mentioned that it contains key value pairs of data submitted in the request body. Yes, by default, it is undefined. Okay, and is populated when you use a body parsing middleware such as Express.json or Express.url encoded. So to use any incoming data and to get that in your backend and populate it in your frontend, very simply, if you want to hold the data in this request.body object, you need to configure your Express app with a suitable middleware, and that middleware is Express.json and Express.url encoded. Now if you ask me that why, don't ask me, read this message, this purple part. If you read, as request.body shape is based on user controlled input. See, this is user controlled input. I don't know what type of data I'm going to insert. Maybe I will insert this special character. Maybe here in code I can enter this special character. Now this is not a username. a username is a plain text, right? But user chose to enter this. Here on the part of year, maybe I want to, well, since it is a number, I cannot enter anything. Even I cannot enter a string. I will have to enter a number only. You cannot even enter a special character. So here you can see that this is a check by frontend, but for username I entered a special character. But Express, if you read, that request.body shape is based on user control input. When you provide them with a form, the form they can enter any type of data. All properties and values in this object by default are untrusted and should be validated before trusting. So you would not actually want to store this data as username, because it does not make any sense, right? So that's why you keep a check. So here if you read, it says, for example, this method may fail in multiple ways. For example, foo may not be there or may not be a string, and to a string may not be a function and instead a string or other user input. So that's why the first thing that you have to do is you have to check what type of data that is coming from the user controlled form. For that you have to use body parser, and so body parser is nothing but just a middleware that helps you to parse data in an accurate way. So here if you read, you have to pass these two middlewares. Well, we will come to middlewares. Middlewares are simply a function that runs between request and response cycle. We'll come to it. So here you can see, if you see, it says you have to use this app.use express.url encoded with extended key set to value true. This is for parsing application / form URL encoded data. And then we have this app.use express.json middleware. This is for parsing application / JSON. So let's copy both of these and let's come over here in our Express app and let's paste it right here. If I save this, now if I come over here in this app, let's go back, refresh it, go to 05, and here if I say, let's say username is Ankit and year is 2025. Now you'll see the magic. If I will hit submit, comment posted successfully, come over here, you can see you are getting username Ankit, year 2025. Now you no longer see that undefined. Similarly, if you want to test this API endpoint using this Postman, then you can do that as well. So from here, go to post, and from here we need to get rid of all of this. Because we in post route we do not provide data in the form of request.query, because post data in post route we do not get request.query, we get request.body. So we have to go to this body part, and from here we have to send data in JSON format. So from here you can select, from this drop down you can select this JSON format, and you can send the data in this JSON format where username is Ankit and year, let's change this to 2025. Okay, and now if I hit to send, make sure to choose the HTTP method to be post, and you are making a post request on this URL with this data. And now if I hit send, you see comment posted successfully. Come over here and you can see you got your data. Okay, now how can I populate this data in our front end? If you see, this is the front end. Okay, so to use that data in front end, you can destructure it. You can say const, come on, like this, const, and we are getting username and we are getting year from request body, and here I say comment, let's read this. I can say comment was username, or username to username, and year equals to year to else have a single year. Okay, and if I save this, come over here, if I hit send, you can see username Ankit, year 2025. So whatever data that is being inserted by the user in the form, we are simply showing that. Similarly, if I come over here, let's say Ankit 2025, hit submit, you say username Ankit, year 2025. You want to insert some other data like maybe John Wick, year, let's go with 2025, hit submit, username John Wick, year 2025. So this is how you work with get and post request, and I also showed you the alternative, so how to use form to test your different API endpoints, as well as Postman to test your different API endpoints. Now you must have a question that hey Ankit, tell me, how is Postman helpful in testing these different API endpoints? I'm still not convinced to use Postman, because for me, I think form works exactly fine. Here we have two input fields. I'm going to fill these input fields. I'm going to say 2025, hit submit, and we got the data. See, you got the data, but where is the HTTP method plus where is additional data that you need to keep track of when you are developing API, like status code? What was the payload that was uploaded. You can see the payload, but there are other things as well, right? So when you make a request, when you make a post or get request in Postman, you can check all of them right here. You can check headers, content type, content length, when was the time, status code, what was the size of the file, cookies, test results, body. Like you have different types of data to send as well. Okay, from here you are sending a JSON data. Imagine sending a JSON data using an HTML form. That would be a nightmare. Okay. Plus, if you try to look for all these data in this form, in this front end, then you have to right click, you'll have to again tweak the network tab. Okay, and from here you'll have to reload file again, go here, and then from headers look at this data, post, okay, a payload, preview, etc. But when you have a tool, and plus this is for just one input field, you have to create another input field if you want another data. Okay, you have to go to front end, you have to tweak this data. You want subs, type is number, and here name will be subs. Okay, and now if you reload, so now you can see that you have to tweak the front end itself just to get this input field here. Whereas if you use Postman, all you have to do is in get request, I'm talking about get request, you come here, you quickly switch on this key part here, username, subs, year. See how easy it is. Plus you get to see all the HTTP requests. You can tweak header, you can see the preview. Okay, like Postman is life saving. So always work with Postman when you are creating APIs. So this was a very simple lecture on understanding how get and post request behaves. How can we configure our Express server to receive post request and populate the data received by post requests in the front end. So let's now move forward, and let's now talk about the larger aspect of API, and that is talking about the structure of API that we are going to study, that is REST API. Let's now implement our own RESTful server architecture. It sounds very fancy, but basically what we are going to do is we are going to choose resources. Since we do not have any database to work with because we haven't talked about database yet, so we will stick to a basic array. It will be an array of multiple objects. And for our resources, let's go with an example of comments. So comments, okay. Now comments will have two things. One, a comment will have a username. So username who will be making the comment, and then the text. So the text, it means the comment itself. Okay, so here we are creating two resources. One is the username itself, and then the comment itself in the form of a text. So a very simple example can be like Ankit says hi. Okay, so this is a very simple example of a comment. Now the thing that we are trying to achieve here is we are trying to understand the CRUD functionality. CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. So we will have resources, and we are going to perform CRUD operations to understand how resources are created and how we work on those resources using different HTTP methods. Okay, for example, if I want to show you all the comments, I can create a get route, and then I can have my resource endpoint something like this. I can say all comments. Okay, all comments, or maybe I can say simply all, or maybe here is all the comments. Okay, so this is the resource endpoint for fetching all the comments in our database. Same thing can be done for posting a comment, so for creating a comment. So I can say a post route for, let's say, new comment. Okay, or maybe I can say make a new comment, or maybe say post your comment. So the point here is that to create our resources, here I have lots and lots of flexibility. So flexibility is the point here. But what we are going to do here is we are going to follow a nice pattern, and this pattern is not necessarily the same thing as REST. It's REST compliant. Okay, but I want to be clear that what I am showing you here is one way of implementing a REST API. But this is what we are going to do. So we are going to set up our resources, and our path is going to be renamed to sound not only easy, but it will also be productive to work with our HTTP verb with ease. So instead of having these confusing names, get all comments all, you can do it. Okay, that's why I just mentioned that this is kind of it's not undoable. Is undoable a word? You can do it, but a more convention is following a REST pattern way. Okay, so what we are going to do is, instead of choosing this way, we are going to keep it very simple. So we are going to create our resource endpoint like this. I can say get request on slash, I can say comments, but comments, so it is comments, it's pluralized. Okay, so this will be our base for everything we do. So this is a very simple endpoint for fetching all the comments. So here I can say showing all the comments. So this resource endpoint will fetch you all the comments, and then we are going to have different HTTP verbs like post, put, patch. Okay, similarly to let's say create a comment, I can say post slash let's say again, why not, comments. So here we are going to make a new comment. Okay, make a new comment, or maybe if you do not want to call it comment, you can call it anything, but let's go with simple comment, because it is automatically going to be a post route on comments, so you don't need to think too much about having different resource endpoint names here. Both will do fine. And then we can have another method for updating a particular let's say comment. So again, I can make a post request on a comment, but with some ID associated with it. So a comment that will have an ID, and if I want to update that comment, so that or maybe I can say get, this is not post, get a particular comment. So we can fetch a particular comment with their ID. So I can say get a comment with its ID. Okay, so this is getting a comment with ID. Now let's say that I want to update the resource of this comment. So I can again do the same thing. I can get, first I will be getting that comment, and then I will be updating that comment. So to update, we can have either the put method or the patch method. So a put method replaces the comment, but a patch method simply fixes a typo. Let's say we want to fix typo. Maybe here Ankit says, hi, I want to get rid of this. So I just have to do this and then hit enter and have the HTTP verb as patch, and then it will be updated. Whereas if you use the put method, then entire resource will be deleted and the new data will be submitted. So put replaces the data, patch updates the data. So here I can say updates a comment. Come on, updates a comment. And then similarly, if I want to delete a resource, I can say delete again on slash comment slash some sort of ID for the comment that I want to delete. It deletes a comment with provided ID. Okay, so this is all the resources that we are going to create, and this is how we are going to create our resource endpoints. So you can do this, but this is not the convenient way of doing everything. So this is the overall format of our resource creation endpoints for understanding CRUD operations. Okay, and with this I have some additional details to share as well, such as understanding status code, and we are going to use EJS in this project as well, because I want to show you how we navigate back and forth. I think I have already shown you that, but it will be a good time to do little practice on that aspect as well. Okay, so with this and with some additional details, I'm going to see you in the next one, and I think we are going to work in this same project, so no need to create another project. We are going to do everything here itself. Okay, so yeah, see you inside. So let's get started with our resource creation. So the first thing that we are going to create is we are going to create an endpoint for showing all the comments. Okay, and so the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to install EJS so that I can show you. We are going to develop templates. Okay, and straight away I can say app.set, and we have to set view engine to be EJS. You already know all these steps, so maybe I will prefer to fast forward. Okay, and then next we are going to do is here we are going to create a folder called as views. Okay, let's render it quickly so that we can see things in action. So I can say app.get, and the resource that we are going to create is going to be /comments. So this route will show all the comments. Okay, so res right here, and res dot render, and we are going to render, let's say, to show all the comments, we are going to render an index page. So here I can create, inside this views I can create one index.ejs file, or should I create a folder? Let's create a folder so that we can have all the comments related file inside this comments folder. Okay, so inside this, here I can say index.ejs. okay, and let's fill this with, and here I can say showing all the comments. Okay, and if I save this, let's spin our server, and if I come over here and if I say index, that's it. If I come over here, if I go to /comment, okay, it says failed to look up view index in views directory. Why? Because okay, it should have been comments /index. So now if I save it, if I reload, showing all the comments. Now where are our comments? So remember, I told you that we do not have a database, so we are going to work with a local database. So we are going to create a very basic array. So here I'm going to say comments equals to a basic array of objects, where we are going to have two resource endpoint. One is for username, and let's say username is Ankit, and let's say then the text, or let's call it comment is hello world, my name is Ankit. Okay, this is one comment, and let's duplicate it 2 to 3 times so that we can have multiple comments, so that we can show it. Username, I will say rom, I'll say let's edit it, I'll be fast forwarding it, dog. Okay, so here I have an array of comments. So now I'm going to send this entire data over here in this template, and then I'm going to show all of the comments. So it will be like mimicking a real-time database. So here I can come over here and I can pass this entire comments array. Okay, you know how do we pass this. Now over here in this index.ejs file, here first of all, here I'm going to say comments, all the comments, not like this, all the comments. Okay, and here I can show all the comments. So first I'm going to create an unordered list, and inside this unordered list I'm going to use the for of loop. So here I can say let's say c of comments. So this is the comments that we are sending from here. So this comment, so we are looping over this entire array using the for of loop. Okay, so first I'm going to write the logic, and then we are going to put this inside the respected EJS tags. Okay, so here I can say every li is going to show what it's going to show. Let's say it's going to show username. What do we have? We have username. So here I can say percent equals to percent close, it will be c dot username, and let's copy this and have double equals, and here I can say c dot comments. Okay, if I save this, and let's wrap this one in this respected EJS tag that will treat this as the JavaScript syntax, and let's have this one here and this one here. If this is at all confusing, prefer to check out this templating section. All of this will become crystal clear. So now you can see we have rendered all of our comments. So if I come over here, if I reload, you see we are getting all of our comments. Of course we do have some formatting issue that we can fix pretty simply by providing a space here, or maybe I can say let's put this inside bold tag, and let's put this inside the italics tag, and let's close the sidebar. And so now everything should work as it is. So now you can see that or maybe italics does not look good. Okay, visually it is not looking accurate, so let's get rid of this I. Okay, and let's keep it very simple. So you can see that all of our comments are showing here. So this /comments, this resource is showing all of the comments that we have here. Okay, now in a similar fashion, if let's say I want to create a new comment, then what we can do? So this is a very simple resource creation on this /comments route. So let's now see how do we create resource. So this route endpoint is responsible for showing all the username with their comment, and the next route endpoint that we are going to develop will allow the users to make a new comment. And so for that, what we are going to do is we are going to display a nice form with two input fields. One input field for the username and other input field is for allowing the users to write their comment. And so when they will hit this submit button, that data, the username and comment, will be visible here in this /comments route endpoint. And so let's now create that. And so now what we are going to talk about is pretty interesting stuff. So now we are going to use two HTTP verbs, get and post respectively, and we are going to target the same route endpoint, and you will see how it happens. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to display a nice form. So here I'm going to set a get route, and I'm going to say if someone goes to, let's say, comments/new, if someone goes to this route, then we are going to display a nice form that they can fill. So here we are going to say rest.render, and I will say inside this comments folder we are going to create a new file called as new.ejs. So I'll say new.ejs, and here let's create the form markup. I will say make a new comment. Okay, and here we are going to create a very simple form, and inside this we are going to have one input field for text, and the name will be username, and then another input field for let's say for comment, let's use a text area. Okay, text area, and here I can say comment. Actually let's call it comments because that is the key value pair that we are using here. Okay, so username comments, so make sure to call it comments, not comment, and let's give them a label as well. So I will say label for, I will say username, and so for now we have to provide the ID username, and here I will say username, and let's close the sidebar for now, and same label for text area as well. Okay, I will say comments, and the ID will be comments. Okay, and so here I will say please write your, or simply I can say enter your, oh come on, let's say write your comment, and let's have placeholder as well. Okay, so here I can say placeholder to be, I will say enter your username, and then here placeholder will be enter your comment. Okay, and so let's fix this. Okay, so now if I come over here, if I go to /new, you see we get this data, and I forget to create this submit button, so I will say button submit, and let's fix this issues. This is not rendering correctly, so before write your comment, let's have a few line break, and let's have a line break after this label as well. So br. Okay, so now if I reload, username and write your comment. And so if you have any issue like how this issue in understanding how this label works, then this label is like clickable button that will display, that will highlight the label for respected field. For example, if you click username, then this respected field will be highlighted. It means that this username, this input field is for this username. If you click write your comment here, then you can see the comment area is highlighted. So that's why we have this label for. Okay, and this is all covered in the front-end development part, so please make sure to check that out. Okay, so now if you come over here on this server.js, so this is a get request for getting this form, and now on the same route endpoint we are going to make a post request that will help us to receive all the data provided in this form. Okay, so on this same request, on this same route endpoint to be exact, we are going to have this same rec and res, and now here we are going to receive all the data that the user will provide in this form. So to see that, I can simply console.log request.body. Let's see what are we getting the data inserted in this form. So I will say Ankit, I will say hi there. Okay, if I hit submit, you can see our data was submitted. Okay, make a new comment, and if you come over here, okay, so the problem is we are unable to see the data. Why are we unable to see the data? If I go to new.ejs, so this is the username, we are receiving the username and we are receiving the comments. So we should have received the data. Let's see why are we not receiving the data. Let's go to server.js first. Okay, so we are rendering this one. Cool. And I'm not going to edit this part. I want to show you how to fix little errors on your own. Okay, so app.post comments/new. If someone makes okay, the problem is that on this new .ejs form, I forget to mention this form action. So here the action that it will perform will be on this route. So it is comments/new, and the method is post. Okay, so this is the thing that you have to do, and if you don't do it, then how is this form even going to understand that where this data is going to be submitted? So when you hit this submit button, then this action will be triggered on this route path. So for that we have already set up this post request, and then we specifically mention the method as well, that is a post method. Okay, so when you say this, then it means that this form will be posted on all of the data of this form will be posted on this specific route, and then we are catching all of the data here in this request.body. So now if I save this again, let's come here, let's go to this /new, let's start fresh. I will say, let's go with another data. I'll say Sally, I'll say hi, I am Sally. If I hit submit, our data is submitted. If I come over here in this console.log, here you can see in this part we have username and comments. Congratulations. Now what we are going to do is, instead of displaying this, we are going to push all this new data in this new comments array. So instead of just displaying it, we are just going to say const, let's destructure it, and what are the data that we are getting? We are getting username and we are getting comments, and we are getting it from request.body. And after this we are going to take this comments array and we are going to push this object with username and comments in it. Okay, and after this we are going to simply send a message, very simple message, and I will say data submitted, or let's say commented, comment successfully posted, comment successfully posted. Pretty simple. If I save this, now come over here, if I go to this new path, I'll say Ankit, I will say hi. Okay, or let's go with another data. I will say Sally Mishra. I'll say, yeah, hi, I am Sally Mishra. Okay, and if I hit submit, cool, it says comment.push is not a function. Why? Comment. So I figured out the problem. So the problem here is that we already have a variable called as comments, and here we are extracting another username with this comments data, and then we are trying to push this comments in this comments array itself. So you cannot have a same variable name together with different data types. Okay, so that's why we are generating a type error of comments.push is not a function. Okay, because this comments is right now referred to this array, but inside this array what we are doing is we are trying to push this new comments that itself is a new variable, because here if you come, you see its name, so name is comments itself. So what we are going to do is instead of pushing these comments, either you can change this comments, all of these comments to comment, or another thing that we can do is instead of calling that, wouldn't it be nice if I just change this name itself? So the variable name will now be comment. Let's see if this fixes our issue. So instead of calling it comments, now we are receiving comment, not comments. But there will be an issue again, because now we are inserting comment, username and comment, but we do not have any key called as comment. The key that we have here is called comments. So if I save this, if I come over here, if I resubmit the data, we will still get an error. You see comments posted successfully, but if I go to /new, our data is not visible. Our username is visible, but our comment is not visible. Why? Because the data that we inserted was comment, not comments. But here the key value pair is comments and username. So this needs to be comments. Okay, we need to call it comments, but let's quickly change this array. I will say comments array. Okay, this will fix all of the issue. So now I can call comments array dot push, and let's come to this main page here, and this should be comments underscore array, and let's go to index.page index.js, and instead of calling it comments, we are going to call it comments underscore array. So now our problem will be solved, and I'm not going to edit this part. I'm going to keep it so that you can see how do we solve issues on the fly. Okay, so now if I come over here, if I go to /comments/new, and I will say my name is Sally, and I will say my comment is very simple. My name is Sally. If I hit submit, well, comment posted successfully. So now if I go to /comments, you can see we have this Sally, but again our data is not visible. Why is the data not visible? If I go to new.js, okay, come on, we forgot to say comments. Okay, so let's quickly rename it to comments. Okay, no problem here. Now if I come again, if I say new, I'll say Sally, I'll say this is my first comment. Okay, if I hit submit, data submitted successfully. Now if you go to /comments, you can see Sally, this is my first comment. So congratulations. So this is how we created a route endpoint that will display a nice form to the user, and then all the comment will be visible there. So let's serve this server, and let's rerun it again so that we can see all of this on the fly. Okay, so if I go to /new, let's test it again. Okay, I will say my name is let's say again, I'll say Radha Mishra. I'll say hi, my name, let's go with my name, come on, name is Radha Mishra. Hit submit, comment successfully posted. If I go back to comments, Radha Mishra, hi, my name is Radha Mishra. If you write another comment, like, yeah, let's go with Ankit. Okay, if I hit submit, go to /comments, you see all of our comment is visible. So this is two method. One is get fetches all the comments, and then post allows us to make a new comment. Okay, and you also saw that when we stumbled upon some sorts of error, how did we fix it? Okay, so I'm not going to edit this part. Usually I edit this part to keep the lecture very short, but I think this is pretty essential for you to understand how to solve this issues, so I'm going to keep it. Okay, so yeah, the next thing that we are going to talk about is how to retrieve a comment with its ID. So pretty interesting steps coming ahead. I hope you are interested. Let's jump right into that. Okay, so now that we have a create route, which is just this route here, the post route that makes a new comment, we are almost done with this, but there is an issue with this right here. So if I go here, if I go to /new, since I restarted the server, all of our previous data, since that was not persistent, we are working with a local array, so the old comments were deleted. Okay, so that's why you are not seeing all the updated comments that we had in the previous lecture. But if I go to /new right here, if I say let's say username to be Sheila, I will say hi, I am Sheila. If I hit submit, our data was submitted successfully, and we got the message of comment posted successfully. But the issue is that usually we don't do this. When we submitted data on this new page, what if I say, let's say if I hit the combination of command and R, so if I reload this page, we will get a warning. It says, hey, do you want to confirm form resubmission? So this warning simply means that if you confirm, if you click continue, it means that the data that you just sent via the post request, it was resubmitted. If you reload again, it will be resubmitted. If you click continue, it will be resubmitted. See, if I'm not entering, I'm not hitting enter, because that would be like making a get request. No, I am reloading the page. Let's say hi, I'll say hi. Oh, hi, I am reloaded. Okay, if I hit submit, if I reconfirm this form submission, so continue, let's do it 2 or 3 times. Okay, continue. This simply means that we resubmitted the data that we just inserted 3 or 4 times, or as many times as we clicked continue, we resubmitted the data that many times. So now if I go to slash comments, you'll see that all of our comment that we wrote, it is just duplicated. Now this is not something that we do. So if you have something like new, so instead of displaying the message that hey, comment successfully posted, usually we simply redirect the user to the path where the comment is visible, that is slash comments, so that we can prevent things from form resubmission from occurring. So instead of simply having this res.send, we are going to use the method res.redirect, so that we can redirect once our task of comment submission is successful. So when someone successfully entered their data, after hitting the submit button, we are going to redirect the users to this comments route where all of the comments are visible. So now if I save this, now if I come over here, if I reload this, I'll say Sila, I'll say I am redirected. If I hit submit, you can see that we are redirected to this slash comments page. We no longer have the issue where we can accidentally hit the post route multiple times if we were to hit this page, or maybe if we were to hit this icon, or maybe mistakenly if I confirm the form submission. Okay, so now we fixed this issue. Now you may have a question that hey, how are we making a get request inside of a post request? So now let me show you how all of this is happening behind the scenes. So from here, if you go to slash new, hit enter, and from here right click, inspect, and go to network tab, and let's refill this form. I will say Sila, I'll say hi, this is a new comment. If I hit submit, you can see we made 2 requests. First request that we made was made on this URL, so comments/new, and request method is this post method. Indeed, that is true that we are making this post request, and then we are catching all of the data in this post route. Okay, now after this, if you see, we have this status code of 302. We will talk about status code in details little bit later. For now, let me tell you that when you see 302 status code found, it means that this 302 status code is for resource redirection. When some redirection occurs, then a status code of 302 is the status code that carries that redirection. To find where the 302 redirect occurred, go to response headers, and from here you can see we have this location of slash comments. That means that inside of this post method, inside of this post route, we hit a redirect, and that redirect was for this slash comments URL. So this is the exact thing that is happening here. First we did all of this task, and then we redirected our users back to this slash comments. In response, we are seeing all this data. Okay, so this is how all of this stuff is happening behind the scenes. Now I can see that each time we have to navigate, we have to update the URL, we have to change the URL here. So wouldn't it be nice if we create a menu bar here itself? So after this form, I will have an anchor tag, and I'll say slash comments. I'll say all the comments, and after this we also have slash comments/new. I'll say make a comment. Okay, and if I copy this and paste it on this index page as well, we will have a very simple menu. Okay, so all the comments, displaying all the comments. If you want to make a comment, let's make a comment. Okay, let's quickly rerun this server so that we get rid of all of the previous data. If I reload, let's click make a new comment. Let's test it. I'll say Sila, hi, this is my comment. If I hit submit, you can see Sila, this is my comment. Okay, so this is what rest.redirect does. Next up, we are going to talk about how to retrieve a particular comment with its ID. So we are going to provide these comments a nice ID, and then I'm going to show you how to retrieve a comment based on some ID. Next up, we are going to fetch usernames and comment based on some sort of ID. So we are going to create resources where we are going to enter some sort of ID, and then based on those ID, we are going to retrieve some data. So the resource endpoint looks something like this. So we are going to make a GET request on this resource, that is slash comment and then slash some sort of ID, okay, and then we are going to get the resources attached with this ID back. Okay, so let me give you a real world example of this very simple resource endpoint. Okay, so if you go to imdb.com and if you make a search for any movie, then if you observe, then you'll find that the URL is something like this: imdb.com/title/some sort of ID that starts with this TT. So every movie, no matter what, every movie has been given or has been provided some sort of ID. Okay, if you observe it closely, you can see all of the movies have been given some sort of ID. So what happens is that when you highlight the URL, if I hit enter, we are making a typical GET request. Then what is happening behind the scene is that based on this ID, first of all, the database is checked for this ID, and then whatever data that is associated, that is stored on this ID, it is presented right here, and then based on some template engine, we are simply injecting all the data that is based on this ID into the template engine, and then we are rendering it on the front end. Okay, so all of the data, the title, the slug, cast and crew, user reviews, everything is associated with this ID, this simple ID. Okay, and that's why when you hit enter, you are typically just making a GET request. That means you are fetching all the data, and then you are passing all those data on the particular template from where you are displaying all the data, like c.title, c.reviews, etc. Okay, so let's not try to replicate something similar to this. We are going to keep it very simple. I just wanted to explain you, so I just gave you this very simple example. So let's quickly create a resource endpoint for it. So it's going to be a GET request. So I'm going to call it app.get, and then we are going to make a request on this comments. Is it comment or comments? It's comments slash, and here we are going to say colon ID. So this is the ID that will get hold of anything that we are entering in our URL, and then we are going to hold that data in the request.param subject. Okay, so here again we have already seen all these steps. So let's quickly see how do we actually parse the data. So let's get rid of this one. I hope I'm making it right, some typo there. Okay, so if I quickly say, let's say that how about printing, I'll say request.params. Okay, if I save this, server restarted, I will go here, I'll say comments slash, if I let's say ID number TT34568. If I hit enter, nothing happens. But if you come over here, you can see we are getting this data. So ID is TT34256. Okay, now based on this ID, we are going to return some data back on the front end. Right now all we are seeing is this cursor. This is not cursor, this circle is just spinning continuously, but we want to display some data based on this ID. Maybe it could be the data for Lagan movie or anything. But first of all, we have to understand that we are not working with a real-time database, so that's why we have to tweak our code here. So for that, we are going to just apply our already written code some ID. So let's call this one ID1. I'll say ID to be 2, and let's quickly fix some spacing issues. I'll say ID to be 3. Let's keep it very simple, ID to be 4. Okay, so we have 4 data that had some ID associated with it. Okay, now based on this data, if I pass 4 here, if I come over here, if I say 4, we see we get to 4. But based on this 4, we want to return the data that is associated with this ID. So username and comment. For ID 4, username is John Wick, comments is who killed my dog. Okay, now here all we have to do is, instead of just consoling it, we are going to say const destructure it. I will say, what are we destructuring? We are destructuring ID that is coming from request.params, and then we are going to look for comment. So I'll say const comment, individual comment equals to, and here we are going to say what are we getting the data for? We are getting the data on this comments array. Okay, so here we are going to say const comment equals to, I will say comment array, and we are going to use the find method to look for data that is coming from this database. And so from here we are going to write the callback. I will say, let's keep it short, I'll say C, that means comment, and here I'll say what if I get C, then I want to return any C that matches the ID that is equals to the ID that is coming from this parameter. Okay, and after this we get this comment, then we are going to render this comment. Okay, so here we are going to say rest dot render, and we are going to render page. I will say comment slash, I'll say, what do I say, I'll say so, maybe, yes. So we'll have to create that page. I will say so dot ejs. Let's create this template. I will say showing comment. Okay, and here I'll simply say h1. This is the data, keep it simple. And here I'll say h3, and what are we going to show? We are going to show percentage equals to, first let's complete the template, and here we are going to show c dot what are we getting? We are getting the username, right? So username, and then we are showing, come on, we are showing the comments. If I save this, and we need to pass the data as well, so here we are going to pass this comment. Okay, so now if I save this, if I come over here, and if I, okay, it says failed to look up view. If I now say 4, it is still saying failed to look up view in views directory. Why? So after wasting 10 to 15 precious minutes of my life, I have come to a conclusion that how big of a stupid I am to not to pay attention to little things like not providing a forward slash here, because we are rendering, we are not going to a particular route. This is just for rendering. So get rid of this forward slash. Now if I save this, if I run this file, if I reload this file, okay, now we are generating another issue. It says cannot read properties of undefined. Where is this undefined coming from? Reading username. So somehow we are unable to read comment and username. How is that happening? So if I quickly log, I'll say ID. I hope we are printing the ID. What happened? Let's first of all, let's reload it again. Okay, so if I now reload this page, we are not printing console.log ID. It should have been printed, but we are, okay, since we are generating an error, it is not printed. So if I comment this out, okay, or let's not comment this out, I'll say here, okay, I'll say console.log, I'll say print me, I'll say c.id is comma, I'll say c.id. okay, here I'm printing c.id, and here I'm printing console.log. Let's comment this one for now. Okay, if I save this, run this program, okay, so c.id is 1 2 3 4 3 3, so the current ID is 3, and if I change this current ID to, let's say, 2, we will get the current ID to 2, and c.id in each iteration is 1 2 3 4. Okay, cool. Okay, but if I print the type of this ID and type of this ID, then I can see that there will be a huge difference. Okay, so now if I rerun, it's a string. Okay, so this ID that we are receiving from parameter request.parameter is a string. So yeah, okay, so this data that you are providing in this URL, it's actually treated as a string, and the data that we are comparing it with is of a number type. So the issue is here. So what we have to do is, instead of just printing it, instead of just raw comparison, we have to compare numbers to numbers. Okay, so right now we are comparing return c.id is a string, so 3 c.id, no, c.id is a number, so 3, and the ID that is coming from parameter is 3. So that's why if you try to compare it, let me show you. If I compare it, you'll see the issue here. If I control C, I'll say node REPL. So if I come over here and if I quickly open the node REPL, and here if I say 3 equals string 3, number 3 equals string 3, you see we get false. So instead of comparing it with the raw value, we are going to convert the data type of this ID, that is a string, to an integer. That we can do using this parse int method. Okay, so here if I provide this current ID, okay, so this one, now instead of printing this, everything should work fine. Okay, so if I now save this, and let's uncomment this one, and now if I come over here, reload, okay, nothing happens. Why? Because we need to restart our server. So node-watch server. Now if I save this, reload this file, you see we get this is the data. We have username and we have the comment. Okay, and so now what we are going to do is we are going to print the ID as well. Okay, so here I will say ID h2, I'll say ID is let's have this data. Okay, and ID is comment dot ID. So if I reload, ID is for John Wick who killed my dog, and if I say 3, ID is 3. We do have some styling issues. Do not worry much about that, because we are just learning steps to build. We are not going to focus much on stylings. Okay, and I like to have navigation as well. So let me close the sidebar. Okay, each time I forget to close the sidebar. So I'll say anchor tag, go to slash comments. I'll say show all the comments. Okay, and then what are we going to do? Slash new. I hope this is the correct URL. I'll say make a comment. Okay, and then for seeing, first of all let's check this one. Okay, so all the comment. Okay, make a comment. Let's make a comment. I'll say Ankit blah blah blah, hit submit. We are seeing the comment, and then what we are going to do is slash anything random 3. If you want to style it, maybe you can come over here and can say a style online inline style. Okay, here I can not inline style, but here you can say maybe see, let's say background. Come on, how do you print background? Let's say body. Okay, we need to now we need to write background. I'll say background colored blue, violet, I don't know what, maybe orange, red. I hope this works. If I reload, okay, so in this case we have outstanding style and outstanding design that is layouted in a specific way. In our case we are just printing raw data. Well, let's get rid of this ugly style. We are not going to deal with this. Okay, so yeah, this is how we actually fetch individual data based on some sort of ID. But we have a little bit more to talk about this, but I'm going to take a break. Now one additional thing that I want to do is that we are going to add a little navigation here, just like we have navigation on all other pages. Let's have a navigation bar on this show page as well. Okay, so I think we already have created, so yes, let's copy this and let's provide it. Okay, let's provide it here. Okay, and if I reload, we got this all the comments, and if I click make a comment, yeah, let's make a comment. I'll say Sally, I'll say this is an additional comment. Okay, if I hit submit, everything is working fine. Now one thing that I want to mention is that if I go to slash comment slash 4, we are getting the data. But if I go to slash, so now if I go to slash 4, we are getting this data. Okay, and if I go to slash 65, we got a nice error. Why? Because we haven't done the error handling part. We are going to look error handling a little bit later. For now, I'm going to keep things very simple. Okay, now one thing that I want to discuss here is that here, if you observe, this is ID. Now obviously we can't expect people to have to type an ID into the URL, let alone know the ID ahead of time. So what we usually do is have some way to get to this show page, usually by providing a link. So here maybe we can provide a details link that we are going to click so that we can see the complete details of this data, or perhaps turning this entire data itself into a clickable link. So let's see what we can do. If I come over here, let me close the sidebar. Okay, let's get rid of this issue by simply restarting this server. Okay, and so now what we are going to do, so we are showing all of our comments on this slash comments page, right? So here we need some additional links so that we can see the complete data of this one. Okay, so over here in index.js, here we are rendering all of our comments and username. So after this here we are going to have a little anchor tag, and here I'm going to say details. If I reload, if I click details, well, nothing happens right now. Now here we are going to click this details link that will take us to the show page where we are going to see the complete details related to this data. So here an anchor tag, here we are going to say where are we going to get the details of this data. So here we have to say slash. I have to be very careful. So slash comments, what's the route? So the route is slash comments slash so here we are going to say slash comments, and I have to be very careful here because we cannot say slash comments slash so. No, we have to provide a dynamic path that will be responsible for showing data for this user. Okay, not any random data, but we are going to show the data for the selected user. Okay, so here we can say let's render this id dynamically. Okay, so percent close, here I can say c dot id. Okay, come on, not slash id, c dot id. Okay, so now if I come over here, reload, and let's go to slash let's say all the comments. Okay, now here if I click details, you see we are getting all the details of this user that we just clicked. Okay, if I click details, we are getting this detail. If I click make a new comment, let's make a new comment. I will say Sila, I'll say additional comment, hit submit, we are getting the data. But if I click details here, nothing happens. Why? Well, because Sila is a new entry and the data is hard coded. We are not providing any we are not providing an ID for Sila. Okay, we do not have any field to provide ID. For example, if I go to make a new comment, you see we just have username and we just have a comment section. Since it does not have an ID, so that comments underscore array dot find method does not work. So here this comments underscore array dot find does not work on Sila. That's why we are not getting that data. Now additionally, if I right click and if I inspect, we will fix that. We'll fix that issue. If I go here, you can see we have slash comments slash 1. Okay, slash comments slash 2. Okay, and slash comments slash something. But on this Sila, in the Sila data, the details page, this details URL, the details link does not point to any specific any additional ID. Why? Because the ID was created manually. So let's now fix this. We are going to, so instead of having this very simple manual data of 1 2 3 4, we are going to provide a dynamic data that is generated automatically. So here we are going to have some sort of data. Okay, because it would literally be impossible for us to manually add data to this objects. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. And so here we are going to use a package that is called as UUID. So now we are going to use a package called as UUID. I think the full form of UUID is universally unique ID. So if you navigate down, you can see we have to install it like this, and then if you call this we have to import it like this. And when you call this method, then what it does is it generates this random unique ID. So instead of having 1 2 3 4 manually associated with this ID, it would be much convenient to work with if we have a universally unique ID generated by a package. Okay, so now the issue that we have right here is if I right click, if I make a new comment, let's say Sila, I just showed you, okay, blah blah blah. If I hit submit, if I click this details, it does not work. Why? Because we do not have any ID associated with this user. It does work for this user, but for Sila it does not work because we do not have any ID associated with. Okay, so now instead of having 1 2 3 4 manually, it would be much convenient if we have a random ID generated by this package. So first of all, we have to install it. So if you see, that's how we install npm I UUID, and wow, it has almost 100 million weekly downloads. Amazing package. Okay, so let's search this server. I will say npm I UUID. If I hit enter, UUID will be installed. And how do we import it? We import it like this. So let's copy this one. Okay, and so on top of it, right here after Express, we just have to say UUID, and let's not call it UUID v4, let's call it UUID. Okay, let's call it UUID. We can do the destructuring stuff. Okay, so instead of calling it UUID v4, let's just call it UUID. And so instead of having 1, we are going to paste this one. Okay, so let's copy this method and let's paste it. And so this function call will create a unique ID for all of these users. And I think we need to create unique ID for our this path here as well. So I think here we need to use that ID. So here I can say ID to be ID is going to be generated uniquely by this UUID. Okay, so now if I save this, let's run this program, Node.Js watch server, and now if I come over here, if I reload, and now let's make a new comment. So by the way, if I right click, let's say inspect, come over here, if I click details, you can see that now the detail is now you can see that href is going to slash comments slash some sort of unique ID. So if I click details, we are generating some issue comment.id. Well, because this UUID does not give us an integer, it gives us a string, so we don't need to parse it anymore. So let's fix it. Let's go reload, let's go back and let's reload it. Okay, and now if I click details, now you can see that ID is, wow, you can sort in it, but just to show you, you can see this is how the data is appearing. Okay, and so now if you make a new comment, if I say Sheila, I'll say I have an ID. If I submit, you see I have an ID. Earlier this details page did not work, right? But what will happen if I click now? It will work 100%. If I click details, see ID is this one, Sheila, I have an ID. If I keep creating users, I'll say blah 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 for Anchal. If I hit submit, click details, we are getting all the details back. Why? Because UUID automatically generated a unique ID, and instead of placing manual 1 2 3 4, we are simply having a universally generated unique ID associated not only for the persistent data that we have, but also for the data that we are creating without having an input field for ID, because we don't need to provide. Okay, UUID is going to take care of that. So yeah, this is one thing that I wanted to talk about. So after C and R, we are going to talk about the U part. So remember, we are talking about the CRUD functionality. So we have already talked about the C part, that means creating a resource. So here I can say this is another new comment, and when I will click submit, we will be redirected to slash comments where we can see all the comments. Okay, so this is create part. To read it, either we can click all the comments, or to see the complete details, I can click this details link. So this is the read part. So we have talked about two acronym, create and read. Next up, we are going to talk about how can we update a resource. So let's now figure out that. So if you come over here, you can see then the URL endpoint remains the same. So slash comments slash some sort of ID, and then we are going to update a comment. So first we are going to fetch the resource based on some sort of ID, and then we are going to update data resource. So the URL endpoint always remains similar. So here we can say, and if you notice, then the HTTP request is patch. So this time it is patch. Now this is the correct time for me to give you additional information related to all these HTTP verbs, and talk about some of the confusing steps related to all these verbs. So here I have pulled up the doc of HTTP request methods on MDN. MDN is amazing resource if you are a web developer. If you're learning something, reading documents of MDN, it will give you a fresh clarity. Okay, so if you come over here, if you read, it says get. We have already seen that. Get, head, very rarely we use. Post, to post something, and then we have put. If you read, it says the put method replaces, that means we are talking about update part. So the put method replaces all current representations of the target resource with the request. Now keep this in mind, order point to be noted. And then we have delete, that we are going to use very shortly. This means we are deleting some resource. Connect, options, trace, leave it. And then we have patch. Buddy, the patch method applies partial modifications to a resource. So when you talk about updating a resource, then we have two HTTP method. We can use put and we can use patch. Now you can ask me that which one to use. Well, it depends on the architectural style of your CRUD functionality. How do you want to structure your CRUD functionality? So let me give you a difference between, let me give you the overall difference between the put and patch. Then you can figure out on yourself that which one to use. So I asked ChatGPT to give me a very simple analytical and a logical example of put and patch. So if you read, then if you use the put method, then it means that you are demolishing the entire house and building a new one in its place. So put, what put does is that if you have old data. For example, my name is Ankit. If you use the put method with some additional data, then the entire previous data will be deleted and it will be replaced with the new one that will be my name is something, or perhaps whatever data you inserted. If you use the put method, the old data will be deleted. So you demolish the entire house and build a new one. Whereas if you want to keep the data intact but just want to change a very simple, very few certain parts, like my name is Ankit, on place of Ankit you want to have my name is John Wick, then you can use the patch method. It simply means that you keep the house, you just fix or modify the part that needs change, like painting one room. Okay, so in example, it has also given us an example of a profile update. Imagine your profile is a house, the action that you will perform and what you do. So if you use the put method, you rebuild the new house, the whole house, even if you just want a new door. So even to replace a new door, if you use the put method, then you will be rebuilding the complete house. This is very wrong. Whereas if you use just the patch method, you only replace the door and leave the rest of the house untouched. So this is a very simple example of put and patch. Put replaces all the content, whereas patch replaces only the content that is worth replaceable. So it depends on how you want to structure your CRUD app. Okay, so let's now do all this stuff. Okay, so first, if I go to all the comments over here, let's say I want to update, if I click details, then we are fetching the details based on this ID. So this ID is not going to be updated, very rarely or rarely what. This is universally unique ID, so we don't need to take care of this ID if you want to update or not. No, there is no question about it. This is generated uniquely. We are not going to update the ID. There is no need for that. So the thing that we can update is username and the content. Now we very rarely update the username as well, but we can update the content. Imagine going to x.com, formerly called as Twitter. Earlier we did not have an option to update our tweet, but now since the takeover, now it is called as X, there have been very different updates that helps us to update our tweet once we posted it. And if you are a premium member, then you get this option. Okay, but nevertheless you get this option to update a tweet. That means that most of the times we are going to update the content, so the comment itself, and very rarely we update the username. Okay, we can do that. Okay, it does not mean that we cannot do that. We can do that, but for now we are going to only understand about updating the comment, not the username. So this is the perfect data that we can update. So let's go to all the comments, and from here let's click details, and if I copy this URL, and let's go to Postman, paste it, and from here if you get this data, you can get this data. Now from here what we are going to do is, since we want to update, then we are going to create the URL endpoint. I will say app, and this time I'm going to use the patch request. Now one thing I almost forget to mention is that this is the reference for patch, right? But if you go to Express documentation, you are not going to find any reference of patch. If you go to this method here, if you click this method, or if you, let's reload it. Okay, let's go to here. I want to show you everything with greater clarity. Well, API reference 5x. From here, if you go to Express and perhaps a router, where maybe method or whatever, application, sorry, we have to go to application. Okay, here you do not find any reference of app.patch. You certainly get the reference of app.put that helps us to update something, but you are not getting the reference of patch. Now you can ask me that, hey, if we do not have any reference of app.patch on Express.js itself, then how are we using this app.patch here? Well, from here, if you make additional search, because devil is in the details, if you search for routing method, click routing method. Here you can see, if you read, it says routing methods. Express supports the following routing methods corresponding to the HTTP methods on the same names. If you pay attention, then you can find the resource for patch. So here is the reference for patch. It means that if it is not mentioned here, you can use all these HTTP methods if you are using the Express app. So even if you want to use this unsubscribe, there will be no error. Although I don't know how unsubscribe works or what is the use case of this, I have never used it, but you can use it. Just because it is not mentioned here, it does not mean that we are limited to HTTP resources. No, if you look for additional details, you can find that over here. So here is the resource for the patch. So here we are going to say patch, and here we are going to hit the patch request on this /comments/ some sort of ID that we are going to fetch from our database. Okay, so some sort of ID. Now from here I want to show you what is coming in this request. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log request.body. okay, if I save this, no issues here. And now from here, if I see, well, since we restarted the server, if I hit send, we will generate an error because this data is now no longer persistent. So if I go to /comments, I will give you a thorough overview of what just happened. Don't worry, this error, I will tell you about how this error was shown, how this error appeared. But for now, if I save this, if you reload this part, you'll see this data will no longer exist. Why? Because that data is deleted. So we restarted the server, all of the unpersistent data, it was just deleted. So we are just limited to these 4 sets of data that is locally developed. Okay, now from here, if I go to /patch and if I hit this any sort of ID, if I go to, let's change the HTTP request, I'll go to /comments and I will say 34. This is a very random ID, we are not using it. And from here we are passing, go to body and go to this form URL encoded and go to comments, provide the key to be comments. Why? Because we are having this comments key, and then give it a value. Hi, hello there, my name is John Wick. If I hit send, nothing happens. But if I come over here, you can see we are getting the detail. Comments key has this value, hello there, my name is John Wick. To see the data, all you have to do is you have to say dot comment, or it's comments, not comment. And now if I hit send, you can see hello there, my name is John Wick. So instead of just consoling it, what we are going to do is we are going to build up from here. We want to update the data with the new data, so the new value. Okay, if this is the new value, then I can update it with another new value. I can say, hey, my name is Ankit. If I hit send, earlier, well, since I muted it, you can understand the context. Okay, but instead of just consoling it, I want to do something on it. So here we are going to fetch the ID. So let's steal it. We are already getting it from the parameter, and after this we are going to hold the data that is coming from this form. So here I can create a new variable. I can say const, I will say a new comment, new comment coming, or new comment text. We are receiving this from request.body.comments, and please make sure to call it comments because this is the key. This is the key on which we are updating our value. Okay, you cannot call it comments or you cannot call it comment. It needs to be comment. It needs to be comment. Okay, now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to find comment. I think we have already find the comment here, so I'm just going to say const found comment in array, or let's call it found comment equals to this. So we are finding the comment. Now what we are going to do is in this part here, again let me give you the pretext. So we are going to loop over this comments array, and we are going to find the comment, and in each instance we are going to map the comment.id. If it matches the ID provided, then what we are going to do is here we are going to take this found comment, and on this found comment we have this comments key. So this comments key, and we are going to update the data of this comments key with this new comment text. And after this we are simply going to say rest.redirect to /comments so that we can already see the updated comment. So this is very simple build up that will help us to update a comment. Okay, so let's now save all of this and let's restart, and I'm going to make a new comment. I will say hello Sheila. I will say random data. I will hit submit. I will hit details. I will copy this part here, And if I go to see all the comments, you can see we are getting random data. Okay, so let's now update it. So over here in Postman, I'm going to paste this URL, use the patch request, and we know we have this comments key, and here I'm going to say hello, this is Sheila. If I hit send, you see status code of 200, that means everything is okay. If you click preview, you can see Sheila, hello, this is Sheila. And if you come over here, if you click all the comments, hello, this is Sheila. So this is how we have updated a particular comment. If you want to update the comment of Ankit, you can click details, copy this URL, and from here you can make a patch request. So we are fetching the resource with some ID, and then here you can provide the value, and here I'm going to say for this this is the data, hello, my name is Ankit. I can simply say let's say my name is Aman. Hit send, hello, my name is Aman. Okay, so this is a very simple update method. So this is the U part, the update part. The next thing that we are going to do is we are going to provide the users a nice form where all this content will already be available, and they can simply get rid of this comment. They can update this comment with a new comment, and then they are going to hit the submit button, and then this data will be updated. Because right now we can update this content using the Postman, but for users, they only can make a comment and they can see a comment. So if they go to details page, then somewhere here we are going to display a link that will say something like edit this comment. They will click it, they will be redirected to a form where this data will already be available, and they can edit this data, they can hit the submit button, and then this data will be submitted successfully. So let's now implement that, and after that we are going to take care of the D part. So far we have talked about CRU. Next up is the D part, but first we go to D, we need to display a nice form. We are mostly done with the U part. We have written all the logic that will help us update this comment. Now the only thing that is left to do is to provide user a nice form and pre-fill this form with this data that the user wants to update, and then we will provide them a simple submit button which they can click to update this data with the newly updated data. Now the biggest issue here is that by default an HTML form rendered in the web browser can only make a GET or a POST request. That's evident. By using an HTML form, you cannot make a put, patch or delete request. It's simply not doable in a traditional way. You cannot do that. We are using Postman to test our different resource endpoint, because Postman is a tool that helps us to do all of that. But right now we are going to provide the user a nice form, an HTML form. But the biggest issue is that an HTML form can only make either a GET request or a POST request. So how are we going to solve this issue? Well, thankfully, if we cannot solve this issue with the traditional approach, then we can tweak the code little bit. So if you go to the original documentation of Express, from here if you go to resources, middleware, you are going to find many middlewares that helps us to do certain tasks that cannot be done traditionally, such as body parser, compression, error handler, CORS, that is cross origin resource sharing. Body parser is one good example. I want to dwell a little bit more on that. So if I click, you can see this body parser helps us to parse the form data. Remember that Express.js that we used? So that body parser is literally this part that we had to install earlier, but now Express comes built in with body parsing data, body parsing way. That's why we have to use Express.js earlier, prior to I think 2021 or 2022, I don't exactly remember, but earlier we had to literally we had to install body parser to parse the data coming from the form. Okay, now that does not mean that a body parser is no longer used. It is used if you have to do advanced filtering steps. For that you are going to use body parser, but for doing simple tasks like retrieving data from form, we don't have to install body parser. We can do it simply by writing these two middlewares, express.json and URL encoded extended to true. Okay, but yeah, body parser is one such example. Then we have cross origin resource sharing, error handler. Now among all of these middlewares, one middleware that I can see is its method override, and if you read, it says override HTTP methods using header. So if you click and if you read further, it says this method lets you use HTTP verbs such as put or delete. Well, there is no mention of patch, but consider patch as well. So lets you use HTTP verbs such as put, patch or delete in places where client, that is our web browser, doesn't support it. So by default, our web browser only supports a form to send a get or post request, but if we use method override, then we can tweak that request, we can fake it. Okay, and an example of how that can be achieved can be found if you navigate little down. So this is how you are going to import it. Of course we are going to use the import syntax, but if you read, then it says that if you call this middleware app.use middleware, and here we have to pass this syntax like this. Now here if you read, it says override with post having this data format where question mark underscore method is going to be delete. In this case it is going to be delete. In our case for now it is going to be patch, but eventually we are going to make a post request, but we are going to override that post request with this format where we are going to deliberately say that hey, method is going to be delete, even though this is a post request, but I am overriding that post request and I want the method to perform a patch request or delete request. But in our case it is going to be a patch request. Okay, so let's now see how to do all of this. But first we are going to figure out the resource endpoint. So the resource endpoint for getting a form is going to be comments slash some sort of ID slash edit. So let's now create that resource. So over here, before this patch, I'm going to say app.get and going to be slash comments slash some sort of ID and then edit. And here if someone hits this route, then we are going to simply respond to them with a form. So I'm going to copy all of this. We need all of this data, and then instead of rendering this show page, we are going to render the edit page. Okay, so going to open the sidebar, and here we are going to create this edit.ejs page. Here I'm going to have a very simple h3. I will say you can edit this data. Okay, and after this we are going to have a very simple text area. Name is going to be comments, and if I save this, and here I'm going to have a very simple dummy data. I will say this is the data. Okay, let's see how it renders. So if I reload, if I go to details and if I go to slash edit part, okay, the UI does not look good, but if I enlarge it, and the content is also in center, but since the focus of this lecture is not to style it, to see this stuff, I think this is good. Okay, now instead of showing this data, how about showing the original content, that is hello world, my name is Ankit, because that is what eventually we are going to get rid of, so that we can update that content with a new data. So instead of showing this data that we have inserted right here, we are going to show the dynamic data. So that I think we are already receiving in this comment object. So here I can say, here I can use the EJS syntax of this part here equals to, and here I can say comment dot comments. So on comment we have this comments key. So if I reload, hello world, my name is, if I enlarge it, my name, hello world, my name is Ankit. So this is the exact data that is showing here. Now the next thing that we are going to do is right now we have to manually tweak the URL. For example, if I have to go to, let's say, this comment, and to go to the edit page, I have to manually tweak the URL. I have to say edit. I don't want to do that. I simply want to create a menu bar somewhere here, a link that we will click, and it will take us to that page. So instead of having this, perhaps let's go to this show.ejs, and here I'm going to say slash comments slash the ID. So the ID is going to be this. So comment.id slash edit. Okay, and here I will say save. Okay, and if I reload, should I say save? No, I should say what? Edit this comment. If I reload, edit this comment. If I hit click here, we are being taken to the page. Okay, we are being taken to the correct URL. If I reload, let's check randomly. Okay, who killed my dog? Okay, now the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to have a nice submit form. So if we are about to submit this data, then we need to have a form, right? So let's cut all of this, create a very simple form. For now, let's leave the action text area, and let's create a button, and I'm going to call it now I'm going to call it save the data. If I see this, save the data. Okay, now the next thing that we are going to do is what do you think should be the action? Where are we going to perform the operation if someone hits this save the data button? Well, the action is going to be triggered on slash comments slash the comment ID. So here we are going to provide the comment ID that is going to be fetched by this comment.id. Okay, and then now the next thing that we are going to do is since we are going to override the method, we are going to use this syntax where we have this question mark, what method equals to delete. But to use this syntax, we have to install the method override package. So that we can do right here. Let's start the server. I'm going to say npm i method dash override, and very soon it will be installed. Okay, installed successfully. So over here in this server.js, we are going to import. Let's close the sidebar. Here I'm going to say import, I'll say method override from method dash override, and then we are going to use it. So I'm going to say app.use and method override, and I'm going to call it as a function, and here we have to pass this string format of underscore method. Okay, and this is essential to do. If you come over here, you can see this is how we use it. So app.use method override method. Okay, now we can use this format to override our post method. So over here, if you come to this form edit.ejs, the action is going to be performed on a method that is called as method is going to be post, but the action will be overridden if I provide this question mark symbol, and then here I'm going to override the method by simply saying underscore method equals to patch. Okay, simply doing this will help us to make a patch request inside of a post method. So this is method override. So if I save this, come over here, and if I let's go back, let's reload it, let's go back, let's go to comments. Okay, I need to start the server. All right, and let's start the server. And if I go to slash details and hello world, my name is Ankit. If I click edit this comment, I'll say hello world. Let's enlarge it. By default it is not enlarged. I will say this is updated on, what is the date? It's November 8. So I'll say November 8 2025. If I hit save the data, you can see we are redirected to this page, and now the data is updated. This is updated on November 8 2025. So now we are providing the user all the ways of how they can update a data. Okay, so here we are saying all the comment. If you want to make a new comment, you can make a new comment. I'll say blah blah blah, hit submit, we get to see blah blah blah, click details, blah blah blah, it's showing. And if you want to edit, you can edit blah 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 to hello. If you save the data, you are being redirected to this comments page where you can see the updated comment. So this is pretty simple, not pretty simple, it was quite complex, but this is how the update part work if we have to provide the functionality of providing a form so that the user can fill and update the data. Okay, next up is the D part. So now we are going to get rid of individual comments. And honestly, deleting a comment is also not very different than how we updated a particular comment. So the resource endpoint is going to look quite similar to what we have been doing so far. So the HTTP verb is delete, and the resource endpoint is slash comments slash some sort of ID. And so we are going to delete a comment based on its ID. So let's now quickly write the code for that. So this time the HTTP verb is going to be delete and slash comments slash some sort of ID, and here is the callback function res. And so here we are not going to render something, but first we are going to fetch this ID. After fetching this ID, we have to figure out a way of deleting the comment. Or do we need to render something, redirect, render? If I come over here, if I reload, if I go to delete details, no, if I will have a button called delete, then I don't want to render any EJS. I simply want to redirect to this all the comments route. Okay, so from here again, we are not working with any database, so we cannot have any method called remove. We'll have to figure out the JavaScript way of getting rid of these comments. Okay, so since this is an array, how can I loop over this array and get rid of these comments individually? Maybe one possible way that I can think of solving this is by using the filter method. Okay, so you know that the filter method helps us to filter data based on some parameter. Okay, so here and the plus point of filter method is that filter method, if you apply filter method on an array, then the original array is not modified. No, rather the filter method gives you a new array. Okay, so that you can save on the existing array, so the data will be persistent. So what do I mean? First of all, let's complete the code and then I will show you. So in this comments.array, I can apply this filter method, and I'm going to loop over each data, and here I'm going to say all of the ID that is in this comments.id filter if it does not match the current ID, the ID that is coming from the URL, not the current ID. Okay, so what this line of code does is that filter loops through the array. It checks each comment and binds each comment in this C callback, and then it keeps only the comment where c.id does not match the ID that is coming from the URL. Okay, so the ID that is not, so the ID that is in our comments underscore array that does not matches the ID that is coming from the URL. So what it means is that the one that matches the ID, it is not kept in the array that is created by this filter method, so it gets removed. So now all we are going to do is, since it returns a new array, it's good if I update this comments array with this data. Why? Because again, filter gives us a new array, so this is going to be a new array. And now to update this new array, I can see instead of having this const, I have to change this to let, so that we can mutate the data. And now after this, we are simply going to say rest.redirect, and please redirect me to slash comments. Okay, and this is one thing. And now from here we are going to go to edit page or show page. Show page, here we are going to create a form, and the action is going to be, where do you think the action will point to? So the action will point to slash comments and slash some sort of ID. So it is going to be comment.id, and then here it is going to be a query string where method equals to delete, but the original method here will be a post method, so post method. Okay, and right here we are going to write delete. Okay, so I hope this works, and so let's cross check it. Yes, so the original method is post, but method overridden with this delete HTTP request. So if I come over here, reload it, I'll say details, and here you can see we have this delete. Okay, this should not have been like this. Here it should have been a button. Okay, sometimes even I can make a silly mistake. Okay, delete, reload, and let's go back first of all. Okay, And from here I'm going to click details. Let's delete this comment. Okay, I am wrong, I'll say delete. Ooh, we deleted one comment. If I want to delete this John Wick, I'll say delete. Oh, deleted. Let's delete all of this. Okay, let's delete all of this and let's create it. Let's test this application. I'll say all of the comments, no comment found. Make a comment. I'll say Ankit or oh, come on, Ankit original. I'll say hi, I am original Ankit. If I hit submit, comment submitted. Let's create a few more. I'll say Sheila. This is Sheila. Sheila. And let's create a few more. Ajal, hey, buddies. Hit submit. Okay. And so now if I go to details, let's say I want to update hi, I am original Ankit. I can update it. Say hi, I am original Ankit. I am updating this data. If I hit save the data, oh yes, everything is working. And now if I want to delete it, I just have to click delete and it's gone. Okay, hit click delete and it's gone. Okay, so yeah, our CRUD functionality is done now. So this is the CRUD part: create, read, update, delete. And so if you understood this section quite well, then trust me, you are already on the way of becoming a very good backend developer. So from now onwards, we are going to start talking about some advanced steps related to backend development, such as talking about database, Mongoose database, not Mongoose database, but Mongo database. Once we will understand about Mongo database, then we don't have to create this local array based data. We are going to do all of this, but by using a real-time database where we don't have to worry about all those ID changes. Each time we restarted our server, we used to get that error. Remember that? No, when we use a persistent database like MongoDB, then we don't have issues like that. Okay, and further we are going to talk about Git, GitHub version control, JWT, authentication, middleware, router, MVC pattern, controllers. Okay, so lots and lots of advanced steps are coming up ahead, and I hope you guys are pretty excited, and I'm also excited. And so please consider subscribing if you haven't yet subscribed. And yeah, if you guys want to connect to me and if you want to talk to me, then consider following me on x.com. Lately I have started to become very active on X, and yeah, I'm enjoying my moment on x.com. So if you have any query or if you just want to talk to me, feel free to reach out to me on x.com. And so yeah, I hope that this lecture was also pretty interesting compared to what we have been doing so far. So yeah, next up we are going to talk about database. Okay, so yes, see you inside. Let's now install Mongo database to work locally in our system. I am on a Mac operating system, so I'm going to show you the setup of installing Mongo database in Mac OS. Unfortunately, at this point, I do not have a Windows laptop, so I cannot show you the installation process of a Windows operating system. But for sure, in the description of this video, I'm going to provide you with resources that you can follow along to install Mongo database in Windows operating system as well. So let's get started and let's configure Mongo database in our operating system. But first, I want to show you how is Mongo database configured in my system. Item. Okay, now from here, if I provide the command mongod, it will spin the Mongo server, and I will have to open a new tab by pressing command and T, and here I have to run mongo sh. This means Mongo shell, and this is the interface from where we can interact with the database part of Mongo database. For example, if I run a few commands like maybe show dbs will show all of the databases that we have. Currently, since this is a fresh install and I haven't worked on any project, we just get to see the 3 default databases provided by the Mongo database. But quickly, if I, for example, let's say I want to create a YouTube database, I can use the command use YouTube. This is the command that we can use to create a new database in MongoDB. So if I hit enter, I can see it says switched to DB YouTube. But even if you recycle through previous command and if you say show DBS, you'll see that we do not get to see any database named YouTube. Why? Because we do not have any collection inserted in this YouTube database. That we can do simply by saying db, and if I hit enter, you can see acknowledged true, inserted id, object id, this one. And now if I run through previous command and if I say show dbs, now you can see we are getting to see a database called as YouTube. So working with Mongo database using cell becomes very easy, and we don't have to navigate back and forth at many softwares if we have configuration done like this. Okay, so now we are going to configure our Mongo database in this similar way. So let me close this item for now. Now from here, go to mongodb.com. okay, and once the site reloads, go to products, and from here click community edition, and from here click download community, and it will take you just till down. Now my suggestion will be to do not touch any of this. MongoDB is smart enough to figure out what package it needs to download, and it already figures out the operating system. Unless you are 100% sure that hey, you are running on different sets of different configuration of operating system, please do not touch any of this. Just click download and let it download. Okay, and another file that I want to download with this is MongoDB cell. So the cell that we just used, so if I show you item, this mongo.sh, this cell, well, it will not be connected because I haven't run the mongo command. But this cell, earlier, I remember back in 2017 or 2018, yeah, 2017-2018, Mongo cell used to come pre-built with this package, but now both of them are separate. Now both of them needs to be downloaded separately. So go ahead and download this cell as well. And again, my suggestion will be to not touch any of this, just click download, and because again, it is smart enough to figure out your operating system on its own. So just click download and let it download. Now from here, we have to do two things. First, open the zip file that you just downloaded. Well, it is tgz package. Anyway, let's click it to extract. Just click it, it will be extracted. And the next thing that we have to do is we have to move this folder to a more permanent location. By more permanent location, I mean maybe in your user directory. So to figure out your user directory, just open item, and please follow whatever steps I am doing. Do not try to do anything extra. Okay, so let me close this one. Let's open item again. Come on, item. Okay, and from here you have to say pwd. This will give you the this will print the working directory. So in my case it is /user/code. So code is the username. In your case it will be something /user/something. Okay, now all you have to do is you have to say open /users/code. So this is the directory where you are going to move your extracted folder. So the folder that you just extracted, so this one, if you go to downloads here, this folder should be extracted here. Now if I open this folder, you can see inside this we have bin folder and we have some text file. But if I go inside the bin folder, these are the binaries that we need to run, and one of the binary is this mongo. Now here we also need to have that mongo sh cell that we downloaded. So extract this one as well, and from here get inside bin and copy these two, and then come over here and move it inside this MongoDB bin folder. Okay, paste it here. This is your complete MongoDB setup. Now after this, what you have to do is move this folder to a more permanent folder location, that is users / your users directory. Okay, now if you observe, in my case I already have moved my MongoDB file here, and if I show you my bin directory, you can see I have all the file that I just showed you how to download. Now after this, let me show you. Okay, you may get confused. Just take this folder and drop it here, because this is your permanent user directory. In my case it is called as MongoDB, and I cannot call it MongoDB, but you can call it MongoDB. Just like you can see, I have this folder called MongoDB. Okay, earlier I tried to shoot this video to set up, but I could not do it. But here I have this MongoDB one. In your case it is going to be called as MongoDB, just like me. And after that you also have to create one more folder called as MongoDB data, and make sure to call it just this MongoDB and MongoDB data, two folders. One folder that will host all of our binaries that we need to execute, like mongod and mongos, and then we need to have a data where we are going to write all of our files. So let me now close it. So from here, what we are going to do is we are going to run our mongod command. For that, we need to locate mongod. So the best thing to do is maybe just open Finder, and from here go inside MonGod, go inside bin and right click on MonGod and just copy. Okay, don't do anything extra, just copy it, come here and paste it. And after this you have to provide it an alias of dash dash db path equals to, let's go to folder again, and now from here you have to copy the location of this MongoDB data folder, because this is where we are going to write all of our data once mongod command will execute. Now right click, copy the folder location and provide it here. If you execute this path, what will happen is MonGod server will start. If you hit enter, you can see that MonGod server has started. And now if you read, it says the message is waiting for connection on port 27017. That is the default port of Mongo database. So it is waiting for connection. That means that if you open a new tab in terminal, and now if you run this mongo sh command, congratulations, Mongo database is successfully configured in your system. So this is how you connect with Mongo database. Okay. From here you can run all the commands that I just ran. So DBs, you can see it is exactly working the way I intended it to work. Now each time you close this terminal, and if you want to start Mongo database, you'll have to provide this path. Like you have to write this long line of code. Come on, I don't want to do that, right? Now from here, instead of typing this long command again and again to spin our Mongo server, we are going to build a system where we just have to say mongod and it will spin our server. Okay, just like it is configured in my system. For that, I am giving you a very simple command. Just paste it and please make sure to update your path. In my case, it is users/code/mongodb/bin. In your case, it will be users/your username and then mongodb and then bin, and make sure to write all of this exactly as I have written. Hit enter, nothing happens. After this, you have to write source tilde slash dot ZSHRC, hit enter. It will simply refresh your ZSHRC configuration file. You don't have to think too much about it. And now if you run mongod command, it will start to spin your server the way it spins in my system. And even if it does not spin, then make sure to open this file by simply saying this one, open -e. Let's open this ZSHRC file. Hit enter. It will open the ZSHRC folder file in text format. I'm going to select all and I'm going to zoom so that the text is clearly visible. Let's zoom a little bit more. Okay, and so here you can see we have two export setup done here, not this one. This is done by my homebrew setup. Here you can see we have export path, and please try to just copy it and replicate it with your directory. In my case, it is $path:/user/code/mongodb/bin. In your case, it is going to be /user/your username, then mongodb, then bin. Okay, so this is one export path, and after that we have set an alias for mongod command that will spin this exact command. So remember, we used to run this command to spin our Mongo server. Now we have set an alias for that. So alias mongod equals to users code mongodb bin mongod --db path equals to this one. So if you do these two setup, save this, close this from here, and now you just have to clear it. And now let's close this terminal once and open it again. And now you will be able to run this mongod command, and then in another window, in another tab, you can run mongo sh, and you will be able to work with Mongo database. So this is the complete setup of installing Mongo database in Mac operating system. Let's now start digging deep into the world of Mongo database. In this video, not only we are going to find answers to very common questions like why to choose Mongo database in 2026, plus what benefit does it provides us over other types of databases. Plus, we are also going to do very few of the simple database query. So I hope you are up with your server. So here we have to run this mongod command, and here we have to open our Mongo shell. So mongo sh. So here we are going to do all of the database related stuffs. But first, let's try to get a very simple overview of MongoDB. So from here, if you go to mongodb.com, from here if you click documentation, So if you read, I will be zooming in. So welcome to the MongoDB docs. So this is documentations. So if you read, MongoDB is oriented obviously database built from the ground up and focus here as an alternative to the relational databases for modern applications. Focus on this point here. I want all of you to pay attention to this statement where it says that this is built as an alternative to the relational database for modern applications. If you read further, it says unlike relational database like MySQL, MongoDB allows developers to store rich JSON-like documents. It means that like in traditional databases like MySQL, we store data in a row and column format. But when it comes to storing data in MongoDB, we can use these JSON-like documents. So JavaScript object notation like documents. So the data is just like object. If you read further, it says JSON like documents that map naturally to the objects they use in their code. So a very simple example is right here. So this is a very simple example of a MongoDB data, where we have a very simple object that looks pretty similar to what we have in JavaScript, where we have key and value, okay? So first name is Bob, last name is Smith. Later here, if we have to store more mapping data, like we have here for address, where we have to store street, city, we can create further nested object where we can keep all of the related data related to a key in its separate pair. Okay, so this is the key, and this time the value is very simple object. Now this is a very simple MongoDB data. Now this entire data is this part here, JSON like documents. So JavaScript object notation. Now finding data, when you have a database like this, finding data becomes very easy. Imagine if I tell you to find last name, you will simply say object dot last name and you will get a Smith, object dot email and you will get this one. Okay, so a very simple example is already given here, which you can retrieve with queries such as users.find, where you just have to say address.zip. So address.zip, where the value matches this one, so it will simply return you this entire address or perhaps this entire user. Okay, so retrieving data, if you are working with Mongo database, then not only retrieving, I should not suggest retrieving, creating, finding, inserting many, all of them becomes very easy, and only because the documentation is pretty simple. So the data is stored in this object type of notation. So that's why MongoDB becomes really easy for us to operate on. But nevertheless, this was my example. Let's go ahead and let's not try to analyze all of this answer from ourselves. Let's not try to find answers to a few of the common questions. So let's not copy all of this. Now, since we are in the era of 2026, I really suggest you to not only reading docs, you can read the docs, but also use AI like ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude to find answers to a few of the statements that are mentioned in the official documentations. So I highly suggest all of you to do refer to ChatGPT and try to dig deep through any of the documentation that you are looking for, because here you are going to get crystal clear clarity. Here you have control over the query that you are going to make, plus you have additional control over the response that you are seeking. So here I am going to paste this entire statement, and here I am going to additionally tell ChatGPT to explain and also tell me why Mongo should be used in 2026 and what it gives us over relational type of database with and press enter and just wait for the result by ChatGPT. So see how easily it will explain everything to you. So MongoDB is a document-oriented database alternative to relational database, stores JSON-like document. So if you read, it says there are two main styles. Old style, where we had SQL, we still have SQL, where we store data in this row and column format. So the structure is given here. So here a very simple example is given. In a relational database like MySQL, you need multiple tables like ID, name, age. So here you have a row. This is one row, and then you have column. So this is column 1, and then you have this column 2, and similarly column 3, mistakenly I took a screenshot anyway, and similarly we have an order ID, user ID, product as well. So we store data in a row and table format, whereas when you use database like Mongo database, it is a no SQL type of database. It means that it does not have this way of storing data where we have rows and tables, rows and columns. No, here we store data in a document format, especially that is called as JSON format, that stands for JavaScript object notation. So here you can see we have name, Ankit age 22, orders, that is an array where we have further data like product is shoes, price is 50. Okay, so this is a very simple way of storing data in Mongo database. If you were to do this entire thing in a relational database like MySQL, then you would have to create one row, one column, etc. But MongoDB makes it very simple to create documents like this. So if you read further, it says MongoDB stores data like this: title, JavaScript course instructor. Okay, so this is basically how data looks in Node.js, React/APIs. So no conversion headache between app and database. Why Mongo database is powerful in 2026? Because modern apps are not simple anymore. For example, if you are building social media apps, real-time chat apps, IoT, AI apps, connect content platform, these needs speed plus flexibility plus scaling. Now you can ask me why speed plus flexibility plus scaling? Well, because millions of users would be using these apps at a given time. You need right tools to scale it. You need right database to store all the database that is being generated each passing second. So in that case, MongoDB wins here. Now you can ask me that does the invention of MongoDB creates kills SQL? No, not at all. SQL has its. Now you can ask me a very simple question, that does the creation of MongoDB kills the scope for SQL? Well, no, SQL is also relevant. It's just that MongoDB is now preferred as main database because it is very simple to learn and very simple to do query with. So if you read, it says flexible structure, big advantage. The biggest advantage of MongoDB as per ChatGPT is flexible structure. If you add new field, change table structure. In MongoDB, one user can have name, age, another can have name, age, hobbies. So you can see how flexible the document is. Whereas if you were to create this simple thing in MySQL, then if another player, another person has this hobby, and if this person does not have hobby, then you would have to create a hobby column, leave it for blank, leave it default, but you will have to create hobby column. Whereas in Mongo database, it is completely independent. If this person does not require a hobby object, please don't create it. Just don't create it. Just leave it blank. Okay. So that's why it is very flexible. Now, since related data stays together, no happy joins. Yeah, we don't have to build join ups. One read equals to full data. Example, Instagram post. Suppose this is our data. Everything is in one place. It makes loading very faster. So it is also written here. See, faster loading, user, caption, likes, comments. One query and all of this data will be available for you to use. Easy to scale, important in 2026. Apps today can grow from 100 users to 10 million users within fraction of seconds because marketing is very proficient today. MongoDB supports sharding. It means that database spreads across multiple servers automatically. Now these are some advanced stuff that as of now we are not going to study, but yes, the rest is really important. So it is perfect with JavaScript. Why? Because Node, React, MongoDB, all of them are somehow related to JavaScript itself. So if you really want to get good at MongoDB, Node, Express, React, then JavaScript fundamental is a must. Do check out the JavaScript course. That is gold. That is just amazing course I have ever created. So yeah, since you are into JS and full stack, this is gold. Yeah, this is like comment to me because this is what I'm querying. So yeah, ChatGPT knows a lot about me. So data in backend, Node.js, data in API, JSON, data in MongoDB, JSON like. Okay, so everything same format, no mapping pane. So great for real time and dynamic data, etc. Plus MongoDB versus SQL, there is a difference. The structure is fixed, it is flexible, joins needed, rare, Scaling is hard, scaling is easy, speed for nested data is slower, faster, developer friendly, medium, it is high. MongoDB, trust me, MongoDB is really very developer friendly, and nowadays we don't even have to look at the documentations. We can seek all of the data, all of the documented related steps already from ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT and it will tell you everything about MongoDB. Best for banking systems, modern apps. Okay. So yeah, see, it also says that, does that mean that SQL is bad? Well, no, SQL is better for banking systems, financial transactions. So every system, every tool has its own use cases. It is just that if we want to create modern apps, that's why we are going to go with MongoDB. But if you are more into banking systems, financial transactions, like PayPal like system, if you want to create that, prefer to choose to learn SQL. Okay. So yeah, with this, let's now start understanding Mongo database. And I think it is not working, so let's come to ChatGPT itself, and I will say, hey, help advanced level, hit enter, and now we will get all the query related to CRUD operations in Mongo database. Remember, we did CRUD operations just one lecture before. Now we are going to do the same CRUD operation using Mongo database, but this time we are going to use the query. But I think this is generating Express app. No, I don't want an Express app. We will do it after this. For now, I want to create this app because I need to show you a little bit more. So yeah, for now we are going to keep things very simple. See, so this is a very simple document. So let's now create a database. So to create a database, you can use this simple command. But first of all, if you want to see how many databases you already have created, the simple command is show dbs. So if you say show dbs, it will show all of the databases that you already have in your system. So admin config local, this is by default. So even if you haven't created any databases, this will already show up. So yeah, you don't have to bother. But in my case, I am seeing students, test, and YouTube. In your case, if you haven't created any databases, you will not see any database. So to create a database, you can just use this command where you have to say use, and now you can name your database. So let's say I want to say, what should I say? Should I say users? Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, use Homo sapiens. Switch it to db Homo sapiens. So just using this command, we created a Homo sapiens database. Now if I recycle through previous command, and if I run this command, so dbs, you will not see any database called as Homo sapiens, because by default, when you create a database, it does not show up until and unless you create a collection inside of it. Now with this, I am going to explain you a little bit more. So in Mongo database, we have three hierarchy. The first hierarchy is the database name itself, and then inside the database name you create collections of like users, villains, bad students, likes, follows, etc. Okay, and then each collection has some documents. Now this document is the exact data that we are going to store in this collection, that together makes a database. This is the database name, where we have multiple collections that can have different types of documents. So let's now create one collection. So to create a collection, we can simply insert some data into it. By the way, if I say show collections now, collections, you can see it is blank. Why? Because we do not have any collections. To create a collection, we will have to straight away insert some data. So the database name is Homo sapiens. Inside this, we are going to create, let's create a few human collections. Okay. So to do that, we'll have to say db dot. Now here goes the name of the collection. So here I can say humans, db.humans, or I can say humans underscore data, or info. It is up to you what you want to call it. You can also call it like this, human info. Okay, it's just up to you. I'll just call it humans dash info. Okay, and then here you have to insert data. So that you can do it using either insert one, where you'll have to insert one data, or insert many, where you can insert many data. Now here insert one, you'll have to pass an object where you are going to insert all the query that you want to save in this document. So I want each human to have a name. For example, I'll say Ankit, and I will say age to be 28, and I will say, let's say what? Now let's call it course to be an array where we have computer science, SCIENCE, and I will say mathematics, although physics, not, I don't like mathematics, PHYSICS. I love physics. Okay, so if I come over here, you can see we have this example of db.students.insert1. It means that db is the name of the database that we are going to do some queries on, and students is the collection that we are going to create, and we are going to create one data that has this following details. Okay, so if I hit enter, you see we get info is not defined. Info is not defined. So it means that this is not how we are supposed to create names. So yeah, I can think that this is the problem. So I can simply say humans info. Okay, human underscore info, information. Okay, now if I hit enter, now it says acknowledged to true, inserted ID, this one. So each time you create a document, you will always get this object ID. This object ID is universally unique for each type of document. So here when you say acknowledged true, when you get this message acknowledged to true, it means that this data was successfully created. Okay, so see how easy it is for us to create a data in MongoDB. We just have to say db that refers to current database, that is Homo sapiens, then the name of the collections, and then insert one. It means we are going to insert one document in it. So now if you recycle through previous command, and now if you say show collections, it will show this collection, that is human information. This is the collection that we created. And if you say show dbs, now it will show Homo sapiens as well. Okay, see how easy it is for us to create database and also to insert some data inside it. So if you want to create another collection, you can say db dot human beings, or I will say robots, or hominoids. Is that a word? Humanoids dot insert, and this time we are not going to insert one, but here we are going to insert many documents. Using the insert one method, we are going to insert one data, but if you want to insert many data, you can use insert many as well. Okay, so that is how you insert many data. So here you pass an object, that is what we have done. Inside this object you pass an array. Inside this array you pass two objects where again you put key value pairs. So here I can say let's create two names. I'll say name is also robot1, and outside of this it should have been an object. Okay, an object, and after this an object. After this object we will have another object. I will say name equals to robot 2. By the way, this is flexible, so we can also add age to it, or I will say work is cleaning earth from parasites. Okay, so this is a very simple data. This time here we are inserting many data, particularly two types of data. Here we are just inserting one data, but this time we are inserting many data. So if I hit enter, see acknowledged to true. At 0 index, this is the object ID for the document. At first index, this is the object ID. At first index, this is the object ID for the data. So now if you again say show collections, now you will get to see two collections. One is humans underscore information, other is humanoids. So if I hit enter, see we have two collections. So this is the database inside which we have two collections, and inside which we have multiple types of data. Now to see the data, we just have to say db dat collection name, that is humans underscore, let's go with humans underscore information, and all we have to do is we have to say find. If I hit enter, we will find all of the data. Right now we just have one data, that is name Ankit, age 28, course this one. So that's why we are getting just this data, but for humanoids we will have multiple data. So humanoids dot find, it will get us two data. So id1 has this data, id2 has this data, and see the flexibility. In first ID, in first document, we just entered the name of the robot, that is robot1. Here with name, I also wanted to insert the work that it is required to do, and since Mongo database is flexible, it helped us to create this database. So we understood two things: creating database, creating collections, inserting one data, inserting many types of data, and then finding data. So this is how you find data. By the way, this is not the only way how you find data. If you want to find data with the name, you can also do that. So here again you can say find with name. Let's say I want to find with this query. I'll say, hey, find me this data that has the name robot2. So instead of just calling find, I can call this find, and it will just find me data that is robot2. See, so this is how we find data. And if you want to find it using work, you can also do that. So here, but this time you'll have to write it completely that, hey, its work is this one. So this is like writing too long, so I'm not going to do that. You can do that, but yeah, this is how you fetch data. After this, we also have to see read. Read is already find db.students.find, and I already taught you find one. So find one finds you the data with this. Yeah, so find, you can find it using this query. In this case, it is using age. I taught you to do it using a name, but you can also use the find one method. We can just pass, where you can just pass the name and its value, key and value, and it will fetch you all the data. Not all the data, but since you are using find one method returns you the first reference of this matched scenario where name is Ankit. Okay, so this is find one. Now if you want to update the data, updating is a little bit tricky. If you see, then first we have to fetch data inside this object. Inside this function, we have to pass two objects. One is the query object, and other is the object where we are setting some data. So let's now see how to update one, and then we'll see how to update many. Okay, so first we are going to update. Which one should we update? Let's say let's update robot 1, and let's add work to it. For now, we do not have any work assigned to robot 1. Let's do that. So first here we will say db dot collection name, that is huma nodes dot, I'll say what collection name is humanoids dot update one. I'll say dot update one, and here call this like function. Now here we are passing two objects, so let's pass two objects like this, and in first object we are going to fetch robot. So here we are going to say, hey, fetch me the robot whose name is robot1. Okay, so this parameter, the first parameter, will fetch this robot1, and now in this second object we have to set the key value or things that we want to update. So here I want to update, let's say since it does not have any work, we are going to add work to it. Okay, so here in this object you can see we have this variable called as $set. So here we can use $set, and then here we are going to pass an object, and here we are going to reference work equals to also fix electronics, or we will say work is deliver foods. Okay, so this is updating robot1. What have we done here? We have simply said $set, and then in this object we have passed work deliver foods. If I hit enter, see acknowledge true, inserted null, it is always null. So match count 1, that means that this reference matched, that's why we are getting match count 1. Modified count 1 because yes, it was successfully, so it was successfully modified, so that's why it is saying modified count 1. So now if you say find, or if you just say humanoids.find, now you will get all of the robots data. But this time, earlier it was just robot1, but now we have updated robot1 to also deliver food. Okay, so earlier there was just one key, that was name, but now we also have a work key, that is deliver foods. So this is update 1. But now let's talk about update many. In update many, we can update many types of data like course to CS, and increment, we can increment marks to 5. Pretty interesting, huh? So let's do this with some numerical data. Or maybe, do we have some numerical data? Yeah, we do have. This name is Ankit, so let's now fetch this data. So this is humans. Let's copy this. Okay, let's copy this, and I will say update many, and here we are going to find name to be Ankit, and here we are going to first what are we going to do? We are going to say, okay, so this is like a finding course, so we are finding update many, course is to be CS, and then we are incrementing marks to 5. But why is this update many? Okay, so I can provide multiple types of data to it. Okay, so let's try to do it. So I will say dollar, first I will say set, I will say age to be age to be, let's update the age from 28 to 25, and then after this, outside of this, should I come outside of this? Let's come outside of this object, and here I can say dollar increment, is that the keyword? So yeah, increment to be let's say age increment it by how much? Let's increment it by, let's say 10. So it means that our age will be updated first to 25 and then 10 will be added, that means 35. So if I hit enter, okay, there is some issue, it says unexpected token. So probably what mistake I made is in querying I made this mistake. So let's get rid of this object, let's do it individually. Okay, so now if I hit enter, okay, it is still saying this error. It means that the problem is somewhere here, Ankit. Okay, so this is the problem here, it should have been closed. Okay, because this is a different object. So I hope now everything should be cool. Okay, now acknowledge to true, insert a null, matched count this. Okay, so now if I say db.show let's do this, db.humans.find, hit enter. Now you can see our age is updated to 25. So this is update many, but this time what we did is we just updated the age. Let's now update many things, like if I go again update many, this is $set, but this time outside of this we can also, let's say $set, and this time we are going to set course to an array where we are just going to say physics, physics and physics, and I'll say AI. Yeah, so we are updating many documents all at once. So if I hit enter, again we generated an error. Why? So this should not have happened. What mistake am I making? So we'll have to, let's enlarge it so that I can see all of this in one line. So okay, so what we did, okay, what I can do is I can copy all of this. If this is not at all readable, then what you can do is you can copy it, you can come to ChatGPT and you can say I am trying to update many with this command, help me fix this, and let ChatGPT do the work. So it is saying your query structure is slightly broken. You are using $set operation. Okay. So yeah, this is what Mongo database does not allow. So instead of $set calling 2 times, we should have done it all alone. So here I will say an object name, hit enter. See, updated many documents all at once. So now if I if I simply say db.humaninformation.find, now I can see that our data was updated. So this is update 1 and update many. I know you may be like getting little hesitated right here, but trust me, you will have to put in effort. You will have to try to make this query. If you won't make it, this is going to get confused. You are going to get confused. So yeah, please take time and replicate whatever I am doing. After this we have again we have average marks. These are some advanced type of things like aggregate. We are not going to go into these, but yeah, I think one more thing that is left, that is delete. Delete is pretty simple. db.students.delete1, it deletes just document that has this query, and delete many that has document that has this logical operator. But let's delete just one document. I will say delete one. Okay, so here let's delete, which one should we delete? Let's delete robot 2. Okay, so here I will say db.humanoids.delete1, and here we are going to provide the name to be robot2, and if I hit enter, acknowledge true, robot2 was deleted. So if I say db dot humanoids dot find, you will see just one data, that is robot1. Robot2 was deleted. If you want to delete this robot as well, again you can recycle through previous command and you can say robot1, and now robot1 is also deleted. That means Homo sapiens, this data, this Homo sapiens collection is completely empty. Okay, and if you want to drop collections as well, then you can say how to delete collections in MongoDB, and then you'll get the message of drop. Okay, so db.collection_name.drop. okay, so you can say db.humanoids.drop, hit enter, true, that means the collection is deleted, so it is nowhere to be found. Okay, so if you say show collections, boom, you just have human information. Further, if you want to delete this database itself, you can say how to delete database as well, and then you will get the same message of drop the database. Use CoolDB drop database. Okay, so db dot this drop database. Okay, so you can say drop database, hit enter, database is deleted successfully. So if you say so dbs, you won't see any database called as Homo sapiens. So this is Mongo database in a nutshell. I hope this lecture was really very simple for you to understand. By the way, if you go through these generated informations, you can see we have sorting, limit, projection, array queries. These are advanced data types of these are advanced database query. But in this video, I had promised that I will just keep core knowledge to the point. So in this video, our goal was to understand what type of database MongoDB is and what can we do. So I told you this is very simple to understand. Mongo database is very simple to work with, so that's why I showed you all the simplest form of examples. But this is not it. I'm not someone who leaves my students in the middle of nowhere. No, next up we are going to create an express app with what MongoDB connection, and where we can do what CRUD functionality in practicality with Postman API. Okay, Postman app. So next up we are going to do this one. We are going to use Postman to do all the CRUD. We are going to perform all the CRUD logic, but this time not just by writing this query, but now we are going to create an Express app. We are going to connect Mongo database to that Express app. Yeah, all these things. I know all these things. So yeah, this is not new to me. It may be new to you, but anyway, we are going to talk about model, all the schemas, etc. So yeah, see you with all of this. So yes, I'm going to give this one a break, and yeah, see you with Express app where we are going to connect Mongo database. Okay everyone, so as promised, once again we are going to configure an Express server and do the CRUD operations, but this time we are going to do this CRUD operation with an actual database that will run locally on our system, as well as after understanding the complete basics like how to do CRUD operations using the Postman API tool that is open right here. And after that, we are also going to push this database that is locally available on our system to MongoDB's cloud. Okay, so from now onwards, we are going to dig deep into the world of Mongo database territory. So now we are really dealing with some professionalism. Okay, so now the first thing that we are going to do, and by the way, did I forget to mention? Yes, I did. Now you are going to learn a lot of things like Mongoose, what are Mongoose, how many types of packages that we need to install. Okay, so yeah, again I also have one more ChatGPT open here because we need to do some back and forth questioning. So yeah, let's now create a new folder, and this time I'm going to call it MongoDB. Okay, now inside this we are going to create one very simple server.js file, and from here we are going to configure a very simple Express server. Alright, so I quickly created a very simple Express server. Let's spin this Node.js, and we are getting an error because I am stupid. I forget to mention not module but module. Let's set this and let's say Node.js watch. Again, it says cannot find server well because I forget to move to 06 folder. Okay, so if I say node, let's zoom it and I'll zoom in pretty quickly. So this is a very simple Express server. Now after this we are going to configure Mongo database, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to install Mongo database. So from here we will have to install npm MongoDB, and after MongoDB we are also going to install .env. I will explain all of this very soon. .env, or let's keep .env for a little bit later. But with MongoDB we are also going to install mongoose, and very soon I will tell you why do we need mongoose. Okay, and after this, do we need anything? No, we don't need anything. If any need will come, I will be installing such packages. Okay, but for now we need two packages. One is MongoDB and one is mongoose. So if I enter MongoDB and mongoose, both will be installed. Okay, cool, both of them are installed. Let's spin our server, no problem there. Now after this, what we are going to do is here we are going to first of all connect our database. So here we are going to say connect database. Okay, connect Mongo database, mongo database. Okay, now let's talk about this package called as mongoose. Why do we need mongoose, and why did we install mongoose? See, if I come to ChatGPT and if I say that hey, explain my viewers the need of mongoose in simple terms, okay, you'll see that why it is very important. See, again, I could have created a presentation, but again that would have easily costed me 3 to 4 days because I need scripting as well. But since I'm using ChatGPT, we can do it within fraction of seconds. So if you read, it says what is the problem. So when we use MongoDB with Node.js, we can deal with a raw database just like we did earlier, where we just used the words like methods like insert one, insert many, where we were simply inserting this data, but this data did not have any format, like we did not created a schema. But when we talk about our CRUD app, for example, let's say I'll say I want to create maybe a list of students data. We are creating a list of students data where we will be storing name, email, and their age. Okay, now this is the format of our data. Now this format additionally needs some documentation, like hey, what type of name is this going to be? Of course this is going to be a string, like, right? And then min, length, max. So here we, to get additional control over the creation of our blueprint, we need an ODM called as mongoose. So mongoose is an object data mapper. So if you go to mongoose.com, here you can read a little bit more about it, but trust me, you don't have to read a lot about it because I'm here to explain this. So if you read, it says, let's face it, writing MongoDB validation, casting and business logic boilerplate is drag. It is drag. It's just like using raw node. Remember I explained you how to use raw node somewhere here, where we have used raw node somewhere here. Server and routing, yeah, servers and data. Just see, this is raw node, but all of this became pretty easy to do. This routing is pretty complex when we are doing it with Node.js, but all of this became pretty handy when we switched to Express, right? So this is the same advantage that we are getting here by using mongoose over raw MongoDB, because if you use MongoDB, then again, read it, this becomes really drag, and let's not even waste time about talking about that drag. Why not invest that time to understand things that is used in industry? So this is how you use mongoose ODM. Okay, so if you read, it says elegant MongoDB object modeling for Node.js. Let's go back. Mistakenly I clicked here. If you click read the docs, you will be able to read the docs, but again I don't think you need to read the docs because I'm here. But one thing that I want to not one thing, but I want to talk about many things. Okay, I don't know why I'm saying one thing. Let's have some space here. Okay, some spacing issues. But if I go to Chat GPT, why not? If you read again, it says MongoDB itself does not care if age is a number or text, email is missing, name is empty. If you hit submit, it is going to be stored in the database. But do you think that if a user, if it is not providing age, for example, if I am asking for an age and age is 21, it is the data type of 21 is numbered. But even if the user enters 21 like this, if you use MongoDB, this will be validated to true. But we know that this is not the correct data type that should be stored for something called as age, for some variable called as age. So here we need to check that the user must enter a number, not a string. I know that this 21 makes sense, but for our program, this 21 does not make sense. Why? Because this is a string. We need a number. So by default, MongoDB cannot do this. Doing this would be very tough, or yeah, it's drag. But doing for Mongoose, doing all of this is pretty easy. Okay, and I will show you how all of this happens. So if you read, where does Mongoose come in? So Mongoose is like a bodyguard plus manager for MongoDB. Your app talks to Mongoose, and then Mongoose validates your data, and then if there is an error, it tells you that, hey bro, here are some error that MongoDB by default cannot do, but Mongoose on behalf of MongoDB can do it. And once everything passes this Mongoose check, then it is stored in MongoDB. If you read, it says it sits between your Node.js app and MongoDB. So it talks to MongoDB on behalf of you, plus it has the full functionality of checking if things are going right or wrong. If there is any error, it will simply say, brother, there is some problem, you need to fix it. So we cannot proceed with this because this is a corrupt data. If you try to do all of this with raw MongoDB, you will be wasting a lot of data, plus you will be wasting a lot of bandwidth, because you will be storing the default data. You will be storing 21 like this, which really does not make any sense. Converting 21 back to a number is really not something that you should do on backend. Okay, because this is not at all required, where we can already check it. Why to even delegate this process? We can already check that, hey, this needs to be here. We just have to say that this age type is going to be a number, and by simply saying this, even if the user will try to enter this string like 21, it will be an error. Okay, they will get an error up front. They will not be able to move, they will not be able to proceed with the form submission, because this Mongoose will show them this error that no, this age needs to be a number. That cannot be done with raw MongoDB, but Mongoose handles it with age. So here with Mongoose, users must have name, email, age. Okay, no missing fields allowed. In Mongoose, what we do is we create a schema. A schema is like a blueprint. Let's say that we are developing a township, where it is mandatory that all of the houses that are going to be constructed in this township needs to follow same map. So for that, we are going to create a blueprint of simple, let's say 2 BHK house. Now all of the houses that are going to construct in this township will follow this blueprint, and all of the houses will be same. Even slight modification to the houses will result into an error. So this is called blueprint. This is called creating a schema, and based on this schema, we can generate as many houses as we want. We just have to call this blueprint, and based on this blueprint, we just have to repeat the materials, and that house will be constructed with less hustle. Okay, it will be constructed very fastly. Okay, so here this is how we do it. So we create a schema in Mongoose, but all of this will come pretty handy. But first, let's connect our database, our Express app to our database. So here we are going to connect our database. So what we are going to do is, first of all, here we are going to import Mongoose from Mongoose. Now let's go to Mongoose documentation, and here if I search connect, hit enter, it will give me the documentation for connecting. So if you read, it says you can connect to MongoDB with the mongoose.connect method. So if you call mongoose.connect, and here you have to provide this URL. This URL is the exact URL that we use to connect to our local MongoDB. So in this case, our server is already spinning. You need to have this server started. If this server is shut down, it is not going to connect. So you need to have this server started here, mongod, and then here Mongo shell. Now here I want to show you something. If I say command F, here you can see we have this port here, 127.0.0.1 colon 27017. If you come over here in Mongo shell, here if you read, it says connecting to MongoDB colon / this port number. So this is where Mongoose is trying to connect us. So if you read, it says that we recommend using this instead of localhost, because for MongoDB, localhost works little bit different. But again, all of this is unnecessary information. You just have to provide this URL string, and your database will be connected. So here, come over here, and here after importing Mongoose, we just have to say mongoose.connect. Now again, before proceeding, let me tell you that we are still dealing with MongoDB. It is just Mongoose package that is helping us to talk to MongoDB. See, there is no mention of MongoDB, but it is Mongoose that is helping us to connect to MongoDB, because Mongoose has this power. Okay, it is affiliated with MongoDB, so that's why we are able to do it. So here we just have to we have to say MongoDB, because we are connecting to MongoDB. We are saying, hey Mongoose, connect to MongoDB colon / 127.0.0.1 and / if you come over here again 127, we need to mention this as well. So after 0.1, we have to provide this 27017, that is the default port of MongoDB. If you read here, it is already mentioned, database running locally on the default port 27017. Okay, so here we have to say / colon, or do we have to say /? No, we don't have to say /, so we have to say colon 27017. So this is the URL where we are going to connect, plus after providing / you can mention your database name. So here I will say local database, or I will say local DB CRUD, because this is local DB. When we will move this database to our cloud, to MongoDB Cloud, we will change the name of local DB CRUD to, we will call it something called Cloud CRUD, or we will figure that out. Okay, we'll figure that out that time. So this is how you are going to connect. Now after coming over here, if you read, we don't need to provide anything else. What do we else need? No, I don't think we need anything else, but after this we need to check for it. So here I'm just going to say then if it connects, we are simply going to, let me close the sidebar. Okay, here we are simply going to console.log and if there is some error. Okay, so the moment I will hit command and S to save, we will get the message MongoDB connected successfully. Why? Because our server is already spinning. If I shut this server and if I close this one, we will not get any error, but we will simply see server is listening on port 3000. We will not get any error, but we will not be connected to Mongo database either, because our database is not running on port 27017. If we want to connect, we need our database up and running. Okay, so this is mongo command and this is mongo sh command. So even if you do not run mongo sh, it's okay, but mongo command needs to be running. Okay, so see, mongo sh is not spinning. I'm still keeping it at hold, but Mongo is spinning. So if I save this, we will see, we automatically see MongoDB connected successfully. So let's do it again, MongoDB connected successfully. So Mongo sh is optional, but Mongo command should run, because that is where our server spins. This is cell. Here we are going to see all of the databases, but this is the MongoDB server. So server needs to be running up and running 24/7 so that we can stay connected to Mongo database. So this is the connection part. Here we have done the connection. Now after this we are going to perform the CRUD operation. But how are we going to perform the CRUD operation? Let's final that out. Okay, let's figure that out, not final that out. So let's say that I want to store name, email and age. So we are going to create a simple boilerplate. So here we are going to create a schema. in Mongoose, every blueprint is called a schema. So here I'm going to say blueprint. Okay, so we are going to do the CRUD functionality for storing name, email, and age. For that, we are going to create a very simple schema. So here we are going to say const user blueprint, but generally it is called as a schema. You can call it blueprint as well, but schema and blueprint both means same. Okay, after this you have to say new mongoose dot a schema. Okay, and call it like this. Now here you have to pass this object where you define the data that you are going to store in your database. So I'm going to store name, and then you can define the database, the data type. So the data type is going to be a string. See, if you were to do all of this with MongoDB, then even if you do not provide a string, first of all, there would not be any method where you can control the data type. Even if you just provide name, you can enter something and it will be entered. But this is wrong. 872638 is not a name, it's an integer. So here we need a string. And after this, we are building the blueprint, so we need to store email as well. So here I'm going to say string, okay, and then after that we're going to say age is number. Now if you want to have additional control over how this data is going to be stored, here you can provide an object where you are going to say type is going to be not like this. Here we need object for additional control. I'll say type is going to be a string and required to be true, because if someone does not provide this name, please do not move on with the form. We need name to register the student. If someone does not provide a string, we can do this for this as well. Okay, so email type is string, required is true. We will keep age optional. So if someone does not provide age, let's keep it optional. If it provides, okay. If it does not provide, it's still okay. But again, you can do that as well. So this is kind of having control over how the data is going to be stored, plus what type of data it is going to be stored, plus if it is optional or it is not optional. Okay, so here you are having 100% control over how you are going to create your data. Okay, so this is how you create a schema. Now based on this schema, you are going to create collections. Remember collections, MongoDB collections. So let's now create collections, but this collection is not typically called as collection. This is called as model. We are going to create new models out of it. It's just like creating a new house. So here, let's write a comment. I will say model. Okay, now here we are going to say const, let's create a user model. So what are we going to create? We will create user. Now typically in Mongoose or in MongoDB, it is a convention to create your model with this uppercase convention, where the first letter is uppercase. It's not user, it's uppercase user. Okay, so always remember to create it like this. Okay, and after this you have to say mongoose dot model. We are going to model our user on this blueprint. So here we just have to pass the blueprint, but first this model expects us to provide two arguments. First is the collection that we are going to create once this validation passes. So we are going to create user data, or let's call it user. Okay, we are going to create a user collection, and on which boilerplate you want to create this user collection. So I want to create this user collection on this user schema. So user schema. So what will happen, that all of this user will follow this user schema, where all of this user will have a name, email, and age. Okay, if you create another schema, if you want to refer this user to another schema, mention that. But here we are just going to create a very simple user schema. So this is a very simple model where we are going to create user collection that will follow this user schema to create all of these collections. Now, when you write a user, when you check your collection, then Mongoose what it does is by default changes this user to users. So if you have orange, it will change it to oranges. Okay, I don't know why it does, but it simply does it because it can have more than one data. So that's why it just pluralizes it. Okay, so if you call user in collection, it will be called as users. But moreover, this is your model, and this is the collection that you are going to create, and this is the boilerplate that this collection is going to follow to create all of the data. So this is the creation part. Now after this, we are going to perform the CRUD operation. So here we are going to say CRUD operation. So let's now first of all we are going to, let's say, what should we do? Let's get all of our data. First of all, we are going to create we are going to create a user, right? So to create a user, we have this post method. So here we are going to post on slash, what should we call our URL? Users. Let's call it users. Now don't get confused. See, this users is the URL path, this user is the collection name, and this is the model name. All of these are different. You can call it my route, you can call it app.com, you can call it Ankit, you can call it anything, but since we are creating user, we will call it users. Okay, and after this we will just run an async function, and here again, come on, request. And here, we are going to create the user, right? So here I will be saying const user equals to, let's await, and now here we are going to say user, this is the model. On this model we are going to create this user collection. So on this model we are going to simply say create. Now here comes confusion. We are not using the method like insert one or insert many because we don't need to. We are not dealing with MongoDB, we are dealing with Mongoose. So that's why we are using the Mongoose method. We are not using MongoDB method. Let's come to ChatGPT and let's say that, hey, I say, can you give me alternate of MongoDB methods for Mongoose? Come on, Mongoose, like insert one and insert many. You see this, okay? And it will tell you that yes, raw MongoDB versus Mongoose. You can see the Mongoose alternate is model, that is user model.create. So model that is user model dot create. So this is dot create. Insert one MongoDB, the method to insert data in MongoDB is insert one. For Mongoose it is mongoose dot model dot create. So user dot create. Okay, insert many, model dot insert many. Okay, so sometimes it overlaps, sometimes it matches, but nevertheless we are going to use Mongoose alternative. Okay, but behind the scenes this model.create will be converted to insert one, that we don't have to care. Okay, it will be handled by Mongoose because Mongoose not only handling the conversion of this method from one to another, but it is also handling this schema validation. Okay, so that's why we are using Mongoose database. Okay, Mongoose ODM actually. Okay, now here we are going to say create. Now how are we going to create this user, where this user data is coming from? Yeah, very simple, request.body. See, sometimes even I forget. Okay, so this will come from request.body, and after this we are simply going to say res dot let's show the status code as well. So when something is created, the status code is 201. It means that the resource was successfully created, and after this we can simply say that JSON, and let's print this user. Okay, so res.status 201 JSON is user. Now let me do a little bit back to status code. I'll say okay, and it will tell you why status code is needed. This is a topic for beginners. Status code is short number, 100 is continuous, server says I got your request. So these are some messages, these are some numerical messages that we send to backend server via some code. So when you say 201, it means that resource was created. So when we create new data, sign up, post is created, it simply says that 201 resource was successful. 204 will be passed when if you do not provide any content. It results into success, but it will simply means that there was no content. Okay, so login success is 200. When something is created, it is 201, and similarly we have 400, 404 not found. When some URL is not found, it simply sends 404. This means that data or page doesn't exist. Okay, so from here if I save this, now let's go to Postman, click here, and here I'm going to say localhost user, and from here this is a post request. So let's go to post body. From here select JSON, and here we are going to provide name to be 34. Let's go with 34. The moment I will hit send, let me zoom a little bit. The moment I will hit send, you'll get a message of 201. That means, okay, we get 500 internal server error. Why? And the issue is I'm stupid because I forgot to parse my JSON. So here I will have to say app.use express.json. Okay, now everything will be okay. So now if you hit send, you'll see that our data was created. So if you want to check now, you can say show DBs. You can see local DB CRUD. So you can say use local DB CRUD. And so collections, see users, you can say db.users.find, hit enter, you can see your data is showing here. Okay, so see, this is how we created one data that is stored in our database. Now let's play with it, and let's not provide either name or email. Okay, I will simply not provide any name. Let's see what happens. By default it generates an error, but if I pass this very simple string, what happens if I hit send? It says 500 internal server error, it says validation error. Why? Because this name is nowhere to be found. Okay, so it means that yeah, validation is completely working. So we need to provide this some data. So this is how we created two users. So if I run this command again, db.users.find, you see one we get Ankit and one we get Amrit. Okay, so yeah, this is how we create something. And after creating, let's create a route for getting all the users. So I'll say get all the users, and remember all of this is coming from a real database. Okay, we are not doing anything locally. So again, I just repeated all the commands. So here I can say user dot this time we'll have to say find, and yeah, we do not need request dot body, we just have to run users dot find, and this time we don't even have to provide this status because we are not creating anything. So rest.json user, so the moment we will, and this should be get. So if I provide maybe the ID, we'll have to provide the ID, or no, we don't have to provide ID, we just have to say slash users, and all of our users will be shown here. Okay, so if I go to slash get users, if I hit send, see all of our users are showing here. So this is how you get all of the users. Let's now write code to get individual users. Okay, so here I'm going to say, so here let's copy this and let's paste it here. And this time, instead of using user.find, because it finds all of the users, we are going to find user by their ID. Okay, so find by ID is another method provided by Mongoose to find users by their ID. So what goes here, this time it's not request.body because we are not creating something, but here we are passing something in the URL. So here it will be request.params.id. okay, so we are going to get the ID, and then we are going to fetch the user with that ID. So if I save this, all of this is already explained in previous few lectures, so I hope all of this is pretty easy to you. So here if I go to get, let's first of all let's get rid of this. Okay, if I hit send, we have 3 users. Okay, if I copy this, let's fetch Harry Potter. Okay, so here if I say get, and if I provide this the ID, and yeah, it's get. If I hit send, it says 404 not found. Why 404 not found? Let's see, app.get slash users, because here we have to say slash colon ID. I forget to provide the path parameter. Okay, so if I save this, now if I hit send, you see we are getting this data. Okay, so this is getting individual data, and after this we are going to talk about update. So let's see how to update our user data. So to update a data, we are going to make the put request. So here we are going to say put, and here we are going to say user, and let's fetch the user by their ID again, and this time again it is going to be an async function. And here is the most important part. Now this is not how we updated in MongoDB. It is going to be pretty similar, but this can be a little bit confusing, but trust me, if you pay closer attention it will make sense. So here we just have to create a variable, and we will say update user equals to, here we have to first of all await, because we are using asynchronous JavaScript. So here we have to use, on user model we have to use find by ID and update method. So find by ID and update method, call it like this, and inside this here first we are going to pass the parameters ID. So request dot params dot ID, and then after this we have to pass the request.body. So request.body, so this is the ID, it will fetch find by ID. This is the first part. This parameter is the first part, find by ID, and this parameter, by the way, this is not parameter, this is argument. Okay, so this argument will find users by their ID, and this argument is for updating the request.body part. Okay, and after this we have a very simple thing to say. It's pretty common. We just have to say, come on, we have to say new to be true. Why? Because this is a new data. Okay, new to be true. And after this we just have to say rest.json, please show me updated user. Okay, so if I save this, we are putting it, we are updating it. So again, this is finding the ID, and then this is updating the request body. It is pretty simple. Okay, so very simple to understand. Okay, so come over here, I will say put, first of all we are fetching the ID. Wait, well, it is already here. It's saying 404 request resource could not be found. So yes, let's fetch all the users first, and let's update this. I think Amrit's email is ankit@gmail.com. So let's update its email. So here I'm going to fetch by ID. I will say put, but this time, first of all, let's pull it. If I get, we are getting the data, but after this we have to put this name is going to be Amrit, and this is going to be amrit@gmail.com. and the moment I will hit send, it says 404 not found. Why 404 not found? Let's see, /user. Oh, it's users, not user. How stupid do I have to be to do all of this? So it is amrit@gmail.com. so if I hit send, you will see that the data is successfully updated. Okay, so it means if you now go here, you can see for Amrit the email is ankit@gmail.com, but if you say so users.find, now the email is updated to amrit@gmail.com. so all of this is happening on our backend. Even if I start the server, the data is not going to get deleted. The data will remain in our database. Even if I shut the server, for example, if I shut the server and if I kill this cell, if I come back God, if I open this mongosh, if I say show dbs, you'll see all of our database is still here. So again, I can say use local db CRUD. I'll say so collections. I'll say db.users.find. You'll see all of our data is still visible here, so it is not deleted. Okay, earlier what was happening is the moment we set our server right here like this, all of our data was deleted, but no more. Why? Because we are using a real database. Okay, now after this we have to also understand one thing is delete, and delete is pretty simple. Okay, so again, deleting is really very easy. So here we just have to say app dot delete. Here again we'll have to delete users by their ID. So simply execute this function. So here we just have to say await user, this is the model name, user dot find by ID and delete. Earlier we used update, now we are going to use delete. So again, we just have to say request dot, here we don't have to provide multiple things, multiple parameters, request dot params dot id, and then we just have to show a very simple message that res dot json, and here we are going to show a very simple json message. I will say message 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 to be user, come on, not like this, user deleted successfully. If I save this and if I go to, let's delete Harry Potter, let's go to get, I'll say get me all of the users. What is Harry Potter? Let's take this ID, paste it here. I will say delete, and the moment I will hit send, status is 200. Okay, message user deleted successfully. So now if I go to get, if I hit send, this user is nowhere to be found. It says null, which means the data does not exist. So if you go to /users, you just have Ankit and Amrit. You don't have Harry Potter. Even if you come over here, if you rerun, recycle through previous command, you just have two data, Ankit and Amrit. Harry Potter is deleted. So you can operate on MongoDB from here, but you can operate on MongoDB by connecting to an Express app as well. So now we are going to move our local database to cloud. So go to mongodb.com and create an account. In my case, I already have created an account. So when I will click sign in, I will be redirected to cloud.mongodb.com. So when you are redirected to this interface, in first instance, this may seem little unusual to it, but trust me, there is nothing complex here. All you have to do is you have to click all projects. If in any way, if you are not seeing this page, just click all projects, and from here click new project, and here you have to provide the name of your project. So here I will say, what should I say? What is the name of this project? It is MongoDB, but here we are going to give it a more meaningful name. I will say pushing to cloud. Okay, pushing to cloud. So this is the name of the project. Now here we don't have to touch anything. This is some advanced things. As of now, we don't have to do anything with this. Click next, and after this it is saying that do you want to add any members or set some permissions? No, we are the owner, so we are not going to do any of that. But if you want to do it, you can provide the email. They will be sent a link that they can click to get their permission. From here, all we have to do is click create project. So now our project is created. So this is the name of the project. So the main entrance to our cloud Mongo database. Now after this, we have to create a cluster. So what is a cluster? If you go to ChatGPT and if you say, something like that, it will tell you that a cluster is nothing but it's just a folder that keeps check of our databases and multiple servers that are working together. So a simple analogy is, if only one computer stored all videos, if it crashes, YouTube is gone. So they use many computers working together. So many computers are like cluster. Okay, so here we have some graphs as well. Not graphs, but presentations. Okay, so ChatGPT is competing with me. Good luck, ChatGPT. Whom am I wishing? Anyway, so after this, we have to click create, and now here you cannot change the name once the cluster is created. Okay, but here we are getting we have been given three options: M10, Flex, and Free. These are some paid options, but here we are going to choose the free option, in which we get 512 MB storage. That is sufficient enough for learning purpose. We get a shared RAM, and we are getting a shared vCPU. So I think for learning purpose, this free tier is sufficient. But if you are developing a more production ready app, consider choosing Flex or M10. But since I'm assuming all of you are beginner, I'm telling you to choose free. Okay, and here you have to name your cluster. You can name it anything. Okay, it's not a rocket science. I will simply say, yeah, cluster 0. Let's keep it as it is, and then select AWS. And this one is here you need to be very careful. Always select your nearest location. So I'm from India, so that's why I am selecting Mumbai, because it is nearest to me. This is the nearest server that I am going to connect to. But if you are from North America, choose an Virginia, that is maybe North Virginia, Oregon. If you are from Middle East, consider choosing Bahrain. For Africans, you will be choosing Cape Town, that is in South Africa. And yeah, Oceania region, Sydney. For Europeans, any of these. If you are in Germany, you will be selecting Frankfurt, Sweden, Stockholm, Ireland. And if you are in France, consider selecting Paris. Okay, so yeah, but yeah, you need to be very careful. Select your nearest location. You can select other location as well. Like if I select Sao Paulo, that is in Brazil, South America, it's not going to be very difficult for me to access my data, but there could be some latency issue. Okay, so it's always comfortable. It's always it is always suggested to select your nearest location, that is Mumbai. Okay, so now after this, in my case it is Mumbai. In your case it could be anything. So we don't have to do anything here. We just have to say create deployment, and our cluster is being created. Now here comes the fun part. Here you have to be always you have to pay attention, because this page is very important. Here you are being asked to create a database username and password. It is also very tricky, because once you create database user, you will not be able to see this password. So it is always recommended to save this password or create password that you remember. So I'm just going to save this password and also have a meaningful username. So I will say what I will say cloud underscore db. Okay, and so here I'm going to save this somewhere here db. Okay, and after this we have to click create database user. We will be creating database user, and now we have to choose a connection method. So click choose a connection method and then click drivers, and after here come over here and you have to copy this string, because this is the connection string on which you are going to make the connection. Okay, so copy this, come over here and paste this connection string. So this connection string will go here. Here we are using the local connection string, but now we are going to use the connection string provided by our cloud. Now I want to dig a little bit deep right here. So if you pay attention here, you can see this is the name of our username. This is the database username and this is the password. Okay, once you click done, the next time you will try to access this page, your database will be shown but your password will not be visible, and that is because of the security reasons. You only get to see your password once, and in no way you can again see this password. No, you can update it, but you cannot see this exact password again. So once this password is gone, somehow you could not keep track of this password, you will have to update it. You will get option to update it, maybe in security somewhere here, but you cannot see this exact password. We are going to simply click done after this. So next, go to security, go to database and network access. Now from here we have to click IP access list, and we have to click edit here, and we have to click allow access from anywhere. If you read, it says that only my system from which I created this cluster, if I do not whitelist my IP, then only this system can access this entire project. Even if I am logged in from another device, suppose I am in USA or maybe in Romania, if I'm using someone else's computer to log in into my account, I will not be able to access my database. That's why what we are doing is allowing access from anywhere, so that I can have this access of connecting to this database from anywhere, even if I'm not using this system. Okay, so we have to say confirm, and after a few minutes, I think it will take a little bit time. I think it is pending. It will take 2 or 3 minutes to set up everything. So from here we are almost done. Now the next step that we are going to do is here, this is the string on which we are going to connect our database. So here we are simply going to paste it. No, this is the biggest mistake that a beginner do. Never provide your connection string for cloud right here in your page itself, because when you will move this project to GitHub, when you will expose this code to GitHub, then this string, this connection string will be visible. Now why this is a bad thing? Well, because your username and your password is visible here. So you should never paste this raw string right here. Rather, you should do something that is considered secure. So you should always reference this string by pushing this string into a more secured folder. Now here, how that security works. Now here, to secure this string, we have to install a package called as .env. So here I have to say npm i.env. Now .env is a package that helps us to set environment variables. Now come to this package inside this MongoDB folder. Here we have to create a folder name called as .env, not folder but a package name called as .env. Now here we can create any data that we are not supposed to share straight away in our code. So here we are going to say mongo_url equals to, here we are going to paste this entire URL. So take it and paste it. So this is the URL on which we are going to connect, okay, where we have our database name and here we have our password. Get rid of this. We are going to reference this mongo_URL variable, but first let's fix this string. This is a raw string, but here after this slash before this question mark, we have to provide the name of the database as well. So here I'm going to say cloud database, cloud first cloud database. First cloud database. So this is the name of our database. Okay, we are going to check it. Okay, everything is cool. Now over here, instead of this raw reference, here we are going to say process.env.mongo underscore URL. What is this? Let's see. It's mongo underscore URL. So process.env.mongo underscore URL. Now it says error, mongoose error. So far what we have done is we have installed the .env package, but idiot me forget to configure it. So we have to say require .env. Okay, so first of all we will have to import .env, and this is mandatory to import on top of the file. Okay, so import .env from this .env package, and after this we have to say .env.config, and we have to call it. Okay, because to access environment variable we need to configure our .env package like this. And so now if I save it, now you can see server is listening on port 3000 and MongoDB connected successfully. So if I click pushing to cloud, and if I click browse collections, we will see our database, and we do see our database, first cloud database. Let's click here, and we do have a user, but we do not have any collection. So let's create one, and I will say post, and if I hit send, yes, data is successfully created, which means if I come over here and if I refresh this, we will have one collection. So congratulations. So this is your first data that you pushed to your cloud. Now this is your cloud database, and this is your local database. Okay, so even if you say so DBS, you are not going to see this database here. You will not see this database that is called as first cloud database here, because this is a local database. Okay, and this is your database moved to the cloud. Okay, it means that if you work here and somehow if you delete something, you can always access a database from your cloud, or maybe you can keep your database on cloud and you can connect to this database from any other Express app. Okay, by the way, let's do some research on it, and let's say maybe if I want to update it, I will say let's put, and I will take this ID, I will say now Amrit Kumar. Okay, and if I hit send, updated, and if I go to cloud, now our data name Amrit will be updated. So if I reload, it should be Amrit Kumar, and it's Amrit Kumar. Okay, and now if you want to delete it, and if you want to delete it, you can say go to delete. Okay, delete by ID. If I hit send, successfully deleted. So if you reload, you will see our collection will again, it's just empty. Okay, so this is how we create an app, and we move our data that was previously available on our local system. Now we moved our data to this MongoDB cloud. Okay, so congratulations on completing this MongoDB part. Okay, and next up is Git and GitHub, and after that we are going to develop a few more applications, and after that we will understand about authentication, cookies, etc. Okay, so with all of that, I'm gonna see you in the next section.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another new section. In this section, we are going to understand the basics of Git, GitHub, and how we use both of these to manage different versions of our project. If you have been related to development from a while, there is a high level of chance that you must have came across these terms Git and GitHub. Git and GitHub is very common to hear nowadays, as it is an absolute necessity in development phase. Any serious developer in general, or if they wish to get a good job in any high ranking company, must have at least basic knowledge of Git and GitHub, as it is very convenient tool which is used by millions of developers around the globe to efficiently manage their development workflow. And that's why it is also necessary for us to understand, since we are also learning to develop web apps, and at some point we also might find the need of managing our developed project. So first we are going to understand what is Git, and after that we will understand what is GitHub. So what is Git? Git is a software or program that we install in our system which gives us the ability to manage different versions of our project. Now let me simplify all of this like I'm talking to a 5-year-old kid. So suppose you are developing a project. It could be anything. It could be the next giant social media app or any other web app. So you started the development, and in first attempt you developed 20% of the project according to the features you have planned. Now in the second attempt you finished 40% of the development, and then in third attempt you finished 60% of the development. Now when you were almost done developing 60% of your project, you made some mistake in your source code which resulted into altering of the functionality of the entire web app, and there is no undo and redo as the files are extremely lengthy and hard to read individual parts. Now you are in the middle of nowhere and you don't know what to do. After a long time you suddenly decide to write the same code again. Now that's completely possible, but that's a lot of work, and if you want to do that anyway, you need a picture perfect memory to write the same code again, which you likely won't have. So now you are sitting alone and worrying about losing all the correct codes and thinking what to do next. Here comes Git. No, Git in any way can't get you all the codes that you have just lost, but it will simply give you one choice to make, and that to use Git whenever you will start developing any future project. Git will allow you to commit different versions of your project, and at any stage, if you made some mistake, you can simply go back to the previously committed change and can start developing right from there without worrying too much about losing the entire web app. Now other than Git, we also have GitHub. GitHub is the database where we store all of the committed files under the name of repository. A repository is nothing but just a location where Git stores all the codes. Now again, we are going to see all of this practically, but now let's see some of the commands that we are going to use practically to achieve the management of our project. Over here, if you see, we have bunch of Git commands that helps us manage our web app. Now we are going to execute all of these commands practically for sure, but right now let's just have a general understanding about what all of these commands does. So first command is git init. It initializes empty Git repository, and as I just mentioned, a repository is nothing but just a location where we keep all of our committed files. Next is git status. It checks the status of files if modified or not. Now it might not make much sense to you, but as I just promised that we are going to do all of these practically. Next command is git add. It adds a specific modified file to staging area. Then we have git add space dot. It adds all the modified file to staging area at once. And after that we have git commit -m. It makes the commit with the updated message. So whenever we will make some commit, we are going to give a message related to the specific commit. For example, if we have add some features and then at that particular point we are going to make a commit, then we'll in this -m flag mention that this is the feature that we are committing at this stage. And finally we have git push. Git push simply pushes the code to the repository. So the same repository that we created in the beginning, which was empty, now with all of this feature using git push, we have pushed our code to this repository. Now all of this is a theory lecture. You understand what is Git, what is GitHub, and you also understand some of the Git command, which might have not made much sense to you at this point. But now we are going to do all of this practically. But before doing all of this practically, we have some installations to do first, okay? So now head over to the next video where we are going to do some installations that will allow us to use Git and GitHub on our system.
Now I will quickly guide you to how to install Git in your system. Just make a very simple search git download and then click here. That will take you to this website git-scm.com, and then you can choose your operating system. And since I'm on Mac, I'm going to choose Mac. By default, Mac already comes with Git installed, but even if somehow for some reason if you want to install it again, then here are some of the methods that you can choose. Now earlier back in 2020 or 2021, I remember Git used to give us a package, a DMG package that we could download right here. If you read, it says provided an installer for Git until version, this one. So now these installers are no longer linked from here because there are no updates. Okay, so now we do not have any binary installer, so we will have to choose either homebrew or Mac ports or any of this. I think homebrew will do just fine, so you will have to install homebrew, and if you just run this command brew install git, git will be easily installed in your system. For Windows, I guess for Windows, I don't have much experience with Windows operating system, but I'm sure I will try to give you a few links in the description that you can follow along to install git in your system. But trust me, installing downloading and installing git in your operating system, it's really not a very big thing. I will try to give you the I'll try to link you with a few resources that can guide you to install git. But I just wanted to make this video, I just wanted to clear this concept. Now let's move along with the video.
Alright everyone, so now we are going to configure Git in our system so that with the help of Git we can manage different versions of our web app. So remember, in the previous video I told you that Git is a software that gives us the capability to manage different versions of our project with the help of commands to be exact. Now we are going to learn about commands for sure, but right now we are just going to go through the basic setup of Git. So we will be installing Git in our system, and then we will be configuring our system so that we can use Git internally. Okay, now from here the process for installation for Windows, Mac and Linux all are same, right? So you have to pull up your web browser, and from here, thank god I did not mention code editor. Okay, now from here pull up your web browser and make a search for git scm, and make sure to make the exact search as me. So git space scm, hit enter, and once the search appears, click the first link which will take you to this URL which says git-scm.com. So please click. So if you read, it says Git is a free and open source distributed version control system designed to handle everything from small to very large projects with speed and efficiency. Okay, so it's a version control system, to be exact, a software that gives us the capability to manage different versions of our project. Okay, now from here if you go to this little iMac section, this is an iMac, right? Okay, so here you can see it says download 2.31.0 for Mac. Now if you are on Windows, it is going to say Windows. If you are on Linux, it will say Linux, right? That's completely fine, you understand that. Now if you, before starting to download, I'm obviously going to download it, but before starting download, if you navigate little down, you can see we have something called read online for free. So it's a PDF book that you can read if you want to understand Git on an advanced level. Obviously we are going to go through the basics of Git, but if you want to understand the advanced level, like everything in the Git, so if you want to understand everything in Git from the pro level, then you can check this book right here. So if you click this, by the way, if you read, it says Pro Git by Scott Chacon and Ben Straub is available to read online for free. So if you click this, here you can see we have, what is this called? This is called table of content, right? So here you can see we have this table of content that you can click on any individual table, and then it will take you to that section where you can read about that particular topic. Okay, now let's go back, and now we are going to install our Git. Okay, so now we are going to install Git. Now from here I'm going to click this one. So click this button, and now we are taken to a page where we can install Git. Now here you can see, since I'm on a Mac, it is giving me option to install from homebrew, which I'm not going to use anyway. So I'm going to use binary installer, and then I'm going to click this latest version. So it says the latest version is this one which was read. Okay, anyway, just click this, and now I am taken to a page. Now I am taken to a page where, okay, so it says your download will start shortly, and I hope it starts shortly. And okay, so now my download is going to be started shortly until I click this OK. So if I click this OK, and now my download has started. Okay, now if somehow this download does not start automatically, there will be a button which you can manually click, and then it will start downloading. Right now I'm gonna see you once this download is finished, because I have to tell you some important stuffs related to Windows operating system. And now after almost 10 to 12 minutes, this stupid 25.5 MB file just got downloaded. And if you are thinking why it took this much time, then the weather condition at my location is completely not fine, and we are not getting signals. Anyhow, I have managed to do some online surfing, but it is going to get fixed very soon. Now from here we are going to install this package. But before installing this package, let me tell you one thing for Windows user. When you will install this package, make sure to install git bash. Yes, git bash, because by default there are some commands that is not going to work in your default command prompt. Okay, so in the future, in just 1 or 2 videos away, I'm going to tell you some of the commands that is not going to work, that is not going to be available in your normal command prompt. That's why you have to install git bash so that we can set up everything correctly. So now from here, I'm just going to double click and hopefully, okay, I just have to right click and open, since this software is downloaded from another source. Open, and let's continue, install, and let me give my password, which is server, and then come on, done. Great, nice sound. And let's do our ritual right here, and we are done. Now from here, git is installed in our system. Now if you want to check, just open terminal, and from here you just have to say git dash dash version, hit enter. And if you are getting any version returned, in my case it's git version 2.31.0, the same that we just saw right here. Where are you? This one, release git 2.31.0, the latest one, right? Now if you are not seeing any, come on, let me open the terminal again. So if you are not seeing this version, then there was some problem. Please try to follow the same steps again, and hopefully you will be able to download git. Okay, now from here we have installed git, and from next video we are going to see how we use git to manage versions of our project. In this video, we are going to get a high level overview of how we are going to use git and version control to keep track of the changes in our application over time. Right now, we are just going to explore this via a visually interactive presentation, and then in the next lecture, we will actually run these commands to integrate git in our project. So, with git and version control, typically comes a lot of confusion. That's because there are a lot of new terms we are going to need to define and concepts we are gonna need to explore. Once we are familiar with the basics with how git is going to track our files and manage our projects, it will be a lot easier to run the commands in the next video and actually understand what's going on. For this example, let's imagine that we have a new project. So I created an empty directory on my computer, and I will say that I am building a node application which is going to be world's next giant social media. Now I decided I want to use version control with git, and the first thing that I would need to do is to run a command to initialize git in that new project folder. We will talk about that command in the next video, and we will actually run it. For the moment, it's actually enough to know that you have to start with git in every project where you want to use it. Now once git is initialized, you can start to add files into your project, and that is where these 4 columns are going to come into place. We have untracked files, unstaged changes, staged changes, and then we have commits. So let's start with the first column, which is untracked files. So by default, git doesn't track files you add to your application. You will have to run some commands to tell git that you want to track specific files. So if you add files to your project, by default they are going to appear as untracked files. Now from here, I am going to add one app.js file which will hold the initial code for my app, and then I will add one readme.md file which will hold the documentation related to the application. So by default, all of the files will show up in untracked files. Now at this point, we can start the process of getting them into commits. When something has been committed to git, git is already tracking it, and that's a 2-step process. The first thing we do is we move everything we want to commit over to staged changes. So this is where we put things we want to save, and then when we save, all of these things gets wrapped up into a commit. So let's see how that looks like. So we would run a git add command, which we will use in next video. This is going to allow us to take one or more files from untracked files and bring it over to staged changes. In this case, I will just bring one file over, leaving the other in untracked files. I can bring both of them if I want, or I can just bring only one. Now from here, as I mentioned, staged changes contains the things that are going to be included in the next commit, the next saved point. The next process would be to actually create a commit using the commit command, which we will also use in the next video. When we use the commit command, it is going to take all of the files in staged changes, in this case just one. It is going to wrap them up into a single commit, and that is going to show up over here. Now each commit has an identifier which is unique to that, and we can track commits by this ID. So after running those two commands, git add and git commit, we would have a setup that looks something like this. We have a single commit tracking some changes to our project, and we have a single untracked file readme.md. Now let's say that we are going to continue developing our project. We added a new file, and as we know, it is going to show up under untracked files. So I added index.html in the root of the directory, and that is going to show up here in untracked files sitting next to readme.md. Now we have included this new file into our project, and it's time to use it. So we make some changes to app.js, rendering this index.html file into it. So when we make a change to the files that Git is already tracking, that comes under unstaged changes. Now what categorizes a file that Git is tracking? It is a file that has been included in a previous commit. In this case, app.js was the only file included in the previous commit. So this would be the only thing currently under unstaged changes. So now at this point, we are going to make another commit. Remember, that's a two-step process. So we bring the file we want to commit over to staged changes. Then we make the commit taking all of this file and then wrapping them up into a new commit. So right here, I'm going to use the add command once again to bring two files to the staging area. These are app.js and index.html. Now I could bring readme.md as well, but I want you to know that you don't need Git to track everything. So once the add command is done, our setup is going to look something like this. And then we can use the commit command and take all of this to create a brand new commit. Right here, I use the commit command that wraps up all of our files from staged changes, and it puts them into a new commit. Now at this point in this process, we have two commits inside of our setup. We can revert back to those commits to get the application in that point of time. So at this point of time, our first commit, we have a single file app.js in its old state. With the second commit, we have two files app.js and index.html in its updated state. As we continue to add new features to our project, we can create new commits, and that would show up over here alongside our two initial commits. Now this is all theory. The goal was to just let you familiar with how Git works, and now in the next video we are going to do all of this practically. So head over to the next video where we are going to do all of this practically. Now if you remember, in previous video I told you that if you want to use Git so that you can manage different versions of your web app, then the first thing that you need to do is to initialize Git inside the project. So now first of all, you need to navigate inside the project. So make sure that whenever you want to use Git, you must be navigated inside the project where you want to use Git. So I want Git to track different versions of weather app. So we first will have to navigate inside weather app. Now I am already inside weather app. So here we are just going to execute one single command, and this command is git init. So when you will say git init, Git will be initialized in this project. So if I hit enter, and now if you read, just ignore the above this message, just ignore this message. From here if you read, it says initialized empty git repository in this location, and then with an additional .git file. So which means that Git has been initialized in our app, and there is a single file that is called .git that has been created in our directory. Now if you focus here, then you can see that the color has already been changed, right? Now you can see all of them are turned to light green, okay? Which means that Git is initialized once we ran this command. So git init, okay? Now if you read it further, it says initialized empty git repository, and I told you what is repository. It's just a location which holds all of our file, okay? Now we are going to talk about repository in depth anyway, and at this location. So it says initialized empty git repository in users/code/desktop, and then we have weather app, and inside weather app it created a .git folder. Now this .git folder is something that we don't have to touch. No, Git use this internally so that it can create a data structure of all the changes that we have made over the time. Okay, and if you see, you cannot figure out .git folder right here in the tree view. Okay, we are already inside weather app, but still it says that it created .git folder inside weather app. But if you look closely, we do not have any folder or any file named .git, right? Because by default it is hidden and we don't have to touch it at all. Now if you want to anyway see this .git folder, just come over here, and if you say ls-a, ls-a will simply lists all the hidden folder inside the directory. So if you hit enter, now you can see we have all of the files like index.js, package.json, views, node modules, public, readme.md, and then we have .ds stored, and then we have .git, and then we have another two secret folders. Okay, now this is how we view secret files. Now from here, what we are going to do is that the first thing that we need to do is that we need to check what are the unstaged file. Okay, now whenever we are working with Git, just in the previous video I told you that we first will have to stage our file so that Git can track for any possible changes. So first of all, we'll have to stage all of the files that we want Git to track. Now first command that I'm going to run here is git status, and I'm going to tell you what it does. So if you say git status, if you hit enter, let me bring terminal little up. Now if you read, it says untracked files, no commits yet, obviously because we have not created any commits. But if you read, it says untracked files. So these are the files which are untracked. So Git is not going to track for any possible change right here. And if you read further, it says nothing added to commit, but untracked files present this. And this is the command that we need to use to add these files to stage changes. Now we are going to do that, but first let's clarify a little more on this. So if you read it, it says use git add file name to include in what will be committed. Okay, now we understand what is, we just in the previous video we saw what is tracked files and with unstaged changes and what are untracked files. Okay, and then what is commit, we understand all of them in the previous video. Okay, now from here, git status, when you run git status command, it is simply going to tell you that what are the files that has still in the untracked files. Okay, so all of the files that we have right now here, right here in the tree view, all of them are untracked. Now how do we add them to be tracked? Over here we use a command called git add, as it is mentioned right here, git add, and then from here you pass the name of the file that you want Git to track. For example, suppose I want to pass public, I want the public file, public folder to be exact, to be tracked. Here I can say public. If I hit enter, nothing happens, right? But now if I say git status, hit enter, now you can see it says new file, this has been staged, this has been staged, and here you can see it says change to be committed, which means this has been attached, this has been added to tracking list, and rest of the files are still in the untracking list. Okay, so here you can see it is saying untracked files. So these are the files that is untracked, which means Git is not going to track for any possible change, but Git is going to track this file, this public file. Okay, now from here we just don't want only public folder to be tracked, but we want all of the folders to be tracked, right? Now how can we add all of the folders to the tracking list all at once? So in order to do that, we say git add space dot. If you run this command, all of our folders are going to be added on the tracking list. But wait a second, we can run this, there will be no problem at all. By default, there are some files and folders that we do not want Git to track. These are node_modules. So why node_modules should not be tracked? Because these are the files that if you want to use this folder, right? If, for example, suppose that I gave you the zip file of this folder, there are chances that you are going to see this node_modules. But if there is no node_modules, you can run one single command, npm install, and then this node_modules will automatically be downloaded inside the directory depending on the package.json and package-log.json. So we don't need to manually tell Git to track node_modules, no, because anyone, if they want to use node_modules, if they want to have node_modules inside the directory, they can just download it, okay, by pressing npm install. So let me prove this. If I just come over here, if I delete this node_modules, just delete this right now, if I just press ls, you can see there are no node_modules, which means our app is not going to work, right? But if I just say npm install, hit enter, just in a moment you are going to see node_modules will be up, and I'll have to refresh this. So if I refresh, Now you can see node underscore modules is back, right? So we don't want to tell Git to track this file. Why? Because this can be generated by just running one single command. We just want the Git to track all of the files that we have coded. So we have not coded node underscore modules. It is generated using the file, using the packages that we have as a dependency and as the content that we have inside package.package-lock.json. Okay, now over here, how can we tell the Git to ignore this file? So inside the project folder, just inside the project folder, you'll have to create a file which is called .gitignore, and make sure that you create this in the root directory. Okay, so over here in the root directory, you just have to create a folder called .ignore, folder or file to be exact. This is the file. Okay, so this name should be exactly as it sounds. So .git ignore, there should be no change in this name. Okay, so always remember that just write the exact name that is written right here. Otherwise to be exact, Git won't be able to find this file, and they will keep node underscore modules also in their tracking list, right? Now from here, hit enter, and now .git ignore has been created. Now from here, you just have to write the folder name or the file name that you want Git to ignore, and we want node underscore modules to be ignored. So we say node underscore modules and slash, as the file name is this one, node underscore modules slash. Now save this. Over here, if you come and now if you say git status, hit enter, now you can see we have .git ignore, but we do not have anything called node underscore modules, which previously we had. So you can see we have node underscore modules right here, but now we don't have any node underscore modules folder. But now we have .git ignore, which holds this node underscore modules file. Okay, now from here, if I just say index.js just to prove, and now if I run the same command, now you can see index.js is also ignored. Okay, but we don't want index.js to be ignored, so I'm going to delete this. Save this, rerun the command, and now this is the status of our directory. Now from here, we want all of this file to be tracked by the Git, so we say git add space dot. If you run this command, you don't have to manually write the file name to add these files to be tracking list. If you hit enter, nothing happens. But now if you say git status, hit enter, now you can see it says changes to be committed. Git, all of these files have been added to the tracking list, which means now Git is going to track all of the files for any possible change, and then it will tell us that these files are changed. If you want to make some commit over this, just you can make this. Now we have just added all of the files to be tracking list. Now we are going to commit it. So remember what is commit? Whenever we want all of the files, so this is the first stage of our development. So whenever we want to save this part of the app, we are just going to make a commit. So how do we make a commit? We say git commit with -m flag. Now inside this -m flag, you can write any message, but to be exact, whenever you write a message inside a git commit, please try to write the message that is relevant to the commit that you are making at that point. So at this point, we have completed our first level of our project. So here I'm gonna say completed first level of, let's say, whether app development. And now if I hit enter, now you can see if you read, it says git commit with this message completed, master root commit, and this is the ID for the commit. And then if you read this message, this says with this message it has been committed. 12 files changed with 1300 lines of insertion. So all of these files contains 1300 lines of code, and you can see the details of all the files that is mentioned right here. Okay, now if you just again make a git status, hit enter, it is going to give you nothing. It says, oh, this come on, git status, hit enter, and now it says nothing on branch master, nothing to commit, working tree clean, which means you have not made any change right here. Everything is completely fine, which means everything is up to updated. So Git is tracking everything. Now from here, if you just make a change to index.js, or what if I just make a change right here? Okay, so let's just make a change here. Okay, I'm just going to write a little console, and here I'm going to say console.log added. Save this, and now over here, if you just say git status, hit enter, now you can see it says modified, which is the file that modified. Index.js has been modified. So Git is tracking all of the files. So whenever you will make a change right here, Git will simply tell you that, hey user, I am Git, I am telling you that index.js is now modified. So what are you going to do with this? So what I'm going to do is that right now I'm just going to get rid of this. later if you want to add some feature, you can add the feature and then you can make a commit at that particular point. Okay, now from here again, if I run git status, okay, it is still saying that this has been modified because you have completely modified this right now. So what you need to do is that you'll have to commit this file again. So let's add console.log. So let's add console.log. Let's add console.log. Hello, I am a code. I am hello, I am console. Okay, let's save this again. If I run git status, it is going to say modified index.js. Now let's add this one. I'm going to say git add, and I can say index.js, and I can say git add dot as well. In this case, it is not going to be any problem because index.js and dot, both of them are represent same because we have just modified only one file. So if I hit enter, and now if I say git status, now I can see this file is turned to green, which means now we need to commit this change because we just made change. So we need to commit this so that git can create different versions of all of the committed file. So now I can say git commit -m, and now here I can say additional console command added, hit enter, and now you can see one file change, 3 insertions and no deletions. Okay, so additional console command added. Now if you again run git status, hit enter, now again it is saying nothing to commit, working tree clean. Okay, so now we have created 2 commits. The first commit, we're holding the actual file, and the second commit is holding an additional console command, console to be exact console.log, in our index.js file. Okay, now this is complete basics of git. Now we want this directory to be hosted somewhere, and here comes GitHub. So in the next video, we are going to take all of this and we are going to host this to GitHub. So GitHub is a place where we can host all of the different versions of our web app, and that is what it is called as repository. So we are going to create one GitHub repository where we will be pushing all of these changes to that repository so that we can manage different versions, right? Now for that, we will have to use further commands like git push, but for that we are going to see in the next video. But if you just run git push right here, it is not going to work. See, it is not going to work. Why? Because there are some problems right here, and we are going to deal about this in the next video. So first we are going to create some repository, and then I'm going to tell you how do we use git command to push all of these codes to that repository. So I'm going to see you in the next video. In the last video, you initialized a new git repository for weather app. You also added a couple of commits. Now we can take all of these commits and send them off to third-party services that we want to use like GitHub, so that we can use all of these codes later. Now the question is, how are we going to transfer this code over to third-party services like GitHub in a secure way? And the answer is SSH. SSH stands for Secure Shell, and it gives us a medium for securely connecting with another machine. And in this video, we are going to set up what's known as SSH key pair. This is a set of 2 files that we will be using to facilitate this secure way of communication between 2 machines. So now to generate this file, we will have to run some commands from the terminal, and then in next video we will push our code to GitHub. So if you are on Mac and Linux, you can stick to your normal terminal of VS Code, but if you are on Windows, this is where you have to use Git bash program that I told you to install while we were setting up Git in our system. The commands that we are going to run are not going to available in your standard Windows command prompt. You need to use git bash to access them. So Mac and Linux, they can perfectly work with terminal, but Windows, you will have to use the git bash program that comes with Git. Now if you did not install git bash program in your system in the first attempt, just try to reinstall the Git, and then at some point it is going to ask you to install git bash. Just click it and install git bash and then follow along. So now from here, the first thing that we need to do is to see if we already have SSH keys in our machine. It's possible you have that from another project you are working on. So right here we are going to run a command, and the command that we are going to run here is ls, which stands for lists all the files inside a directory, and then we say -a, which means list all the hidden files as well, and then we say -l, which is just going to just print all the files in a list view manner, and then we say ~/.ssh. Now when you will execute this command, the possibilities are that it might fail it might say that .ssh file does not exist. That's completely fine. You don't have to panic. Okay, it is going to be created automatically on the way. Now if you hit enter, now if you are seeing output something similar to me, that's completely fine. We are going to follow along. But if you have file called id_rsa and another one called id_rsa.pub, that means you already have SSH set up and you can use those instead of creating a new one. Okay, now if you seeing output something as me, then we are going to write another command so that we can create another file. Now if you don't have any file, then we are going to execute some commands to generate one, and the command that we are going to execute is ssh-keygen. This will just generate the key pair, and then we say -t, which stands for type, and then we say RSA, this is an algorithm that we use, and then we say -b, this is the bits, an ideal one is 4096 bits, and then from here you say dash capital C. Make sure that this is capital. This should not be a lowercase. This should be in uppercase. -c. And then from here you just pass the message that you want to create, that you want to pass with this command. So over here I'm just going to say code, and then when we hit enter, it says generating public/private RSA key pair. Now if you run the same command, okay, it is still generating, but if you read it, it says enter file in which you want to save the key, and by default the key will be saved in this file, and I'm going to keep this one, and I will request you to please keep this one. Just hit enter right here, and then we are not going to give any passphrase, so just hit enter again and enter the same passphrase again, and now here you can see that the key has been created. Now if you run the same command, this one ls-a-l, now if you hit enter, now you can see we have two files. One is id_rsa and another one is id_rsa.pub. Now from here, the last thing left to do is to make sure that our SSH key pair is actually used the next time we set up an SSH connection, which we will be doing in the next video. From here, first thing we need to do is to make sure that the program is running, and after that we are going to register our new private key file. So right here, in order to check if the program is running, we are going to execute one command. So here we are going to say eval, and then inside quote we are going to write dollar, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we are going to write ssh-agent space -s. Now Windows user, you don't have to write this code. Please skip this. This is not going to work in your system. From here, if I hit enter, now you can see we are getting some message which says agent pid with some number, which means our program is successfully running. Now from here we are going to register the file. So now we are going to register the file, and in order to register the file we will have to run one more command. So from here we are going to say ssh-add, and then we say capital K. Now Windows and Linux, you don't have to write this -k. Please skip this. This is just for Mac, as -k in Windows and Linux means something else. And now from here we are going to say /.ssh and then /id_rsa, and now we are going to hit enter, and now you are going to see identity added, which means everything is working. We saw our program is running, and now we have connected id_rsa to the file that we wanted to connect to. Now from here in the next video, using all of this file, which means our connection is completely secured. Now we are going to generate the RSA key pair, and then we are going to add an SSH to the GitHub account so that we can transfer our code from this machine to the GitHub server. So I'm gonna see you in the next video. Now that when our SSH keys are on place, we are ready to start sharing our code with those third-party services. In this video, we are going to push our code to GitHub server, and then in next section, we will set up Heroku and we will send our code on Heroku for deployment. So now we are going to navigate to github.com. So if you remember, when we were developing our front-end project, we have created a new account on github.com where we have hosted our project as well. So right now you need to navigate right there. So now from here we are going to create a new repository. So we are going to have our local repository on our computer in that .git directory that we explored earlier. We are also going to create a repository on GitHub. That is how GitHub is going to be able to get access to our codes, so it can show it right here on its user interface. So we are going to do something like that right here. Now in order to create a repository, you can click this button, or you can also click this plus button, and then from here you can click new repository. Now once we click new repository, we are taken to a page where we have to fill some form. To be exact, we have to give some name to our repository, and then it will be created. So first, if you see, it is asking us for a repository name. So what is a repository? It's just a location where our codes, these codes are going to be hosted. So here you can write your repository name, and to be exact, it does not have to be same as your original directory name. So over here you can name it anything. So I'm just going to name it weather dash app, and it is available. Now from here you can keep it public or private. If you keep it private, the code that this repository will hold, it will only be accessible to you, but I am going to keep it public. Now here you can see it says initialize this repository with these 3 files. Now I'm not gonna go with any of these options. From here just click create repository, and just in a moment, now you can see our repository has been created. Right now it does not show code because we have not pushed any code onto our repository. Now from here we can do some settings so that we can push these codes over to this location. So this is the location where all of our codes are going to be stored. Okay, so exactly this location. So this is the directory. To be exact, this is the directory that GitHub has created for us, which is going to hold all of these codes. So this is local and this is on GitHub server. Now from here, if you read, it gives us multiple ways to push these codes over to this location. So if you read, it says create a new repository on the command line, or push an existing repository from the command line, or simply import code from another repository. Now we are already working from the terminal, to be exact command line or terminal. So we are going to use the same terminal to push these codes over to this location. Now from here, if you read it, we have multiple commands right here that we already have executed in our directory. So these are git init, we did that. Then we have git add, we also have added all of the files to the tracking change, and then we have committed the code as well. Okay, now from here we are just going to use these 3 commands. So if you read, it says or push an existing repository from the command line. So this is the existing repository, so we are going to push this repository from the command line over to GitHub server, to be exact on this location. So first we have to execute this command. So now let me break this command for you. So first we'll have to access this command. So we are just going to copy this one over here, and then over here just paste this and hit enter, and it is not going to do anything. Now let me break this for you. So first we have git. Obviously we have git because we are using git, and after git we have remote. What is this remote? A remote is nothing but a version of your project hosted somewhere else. So we are going to host versions of our project on GitHub server and later on Heroku's server. So this is remote. So this exact part is the remote. GitHub server is remote. Then we have add. So what we are doing, we are adding. And then after that we have origin. So this origin is the name for the remote. This value can be anything you like, but by default your first remote, this is your remote, your first remote should have a name origin. This is a common convention that you will see across the web. And after that we have a long string that is divided into 2 parts. First is the GitHub, and then the location, then the username to be exact, and after that the name that you have picked for your repository, which is weather-app, and then we have .git. So at this location, on this URL to be exact, all of these codes that you are going to push from this terminal over to this location will be hosted. Now over here, if you see, we have 2 more commands. These are git branch-m main and then git push-u origin main. Now branching is a bit advanced concept in Git, so we are not going to go into that. But if you want to know more about branching, you can read the book that was mentioned in git-scm.com. So if you remember, when we were installing Git from git-scm.com, I introduced you with a free ebook that you can download if you want to know advanced concepts of GitHub. Now from here you just have to understand that we can have different branches of a repository on which we can do some work, and then we can later shift our branches. It's just like different branches of a tree. So we have one single tree and then we have different branches. Okay, but at this point we are just going to keep it this basics, okay? Otherwise you are going to get confused. And the next command is git push -u origin main. So this command is responsible for taking all of the code from the local repository and then sending them over to the Git repository. So this command will simply take all of the code and then it will push over to this location. Now we are not quite ready to run this command. If you will run this command, this is simply going to fail because GitHub is not sure that who is sending this code. What we need to do is to finalize our SSH configuration. So to get that done, we need to take our public key file and give it to github.com so that it can create that secure connection. To create that secure connection, click this drop down and from here go to settings, and then from here go to SSH and GPG keys and then click new SSH key. Now here you can see it is asking us for two input. The first is the title and second is the key. Now in the title you can write anything. I'm just going to write code block and you can write anything. And then in the key we need to paste the content that is inside id_rsa.pub. So now over here go to the terminal and from here just execute this command which is going to give us the content that it is asking us for. Now just write cat and then from here we are going to write tilde/.ssh/id_rsa.pub. If you hit enter, it is giving us this long giant string. You need to copy all of this till ssh-rsa. Just copy this, come over here and paste it right here and then click add SSH key. And now it is asking us for password. I'm just going to confirm password and now it is done. And now our connection has been established, but it is saying never used because we have never used it before. Now we are going to check if our connection is established correctly or not. So in order to do that, we are going to execute a command. Now if you are on Windows, make sure to use git bash. So here we are going to say ssh dash capital T and then here we are going to write git @github.com. Now if I hit enter, this is not an error, okay? So it says the authenticity of host can't be established. Now from here you just have to write yes, hit enter, and then here you can see the username of our GitHub account is right here. So now it is saying, hi, the code block dev, you have successfully authenticated, but GitHub does not provide cell access, but that's completely fine. Now from here, if you go back and now let's select the repository that we created. And from here, now if you copy this command, git push -u origin main, and now if you paste this right here, hit enter, just in a moment, just allow this, and it is asking for some authorization. It is going to be authorized automatically, and just click continue, and then just click authorize GitHub, and now we are being back. So now we are just going to click cancel. So now that when we have authorized, now if I copy this command, come over here in the terminal, paste it right here, hit enter. Now all of our code is going to be uploaded on this repository. So just in a moment, now you can see everything is done over here. If I refresh, all of our code are right here with this readme.md file, and if you read it, everything is written right here, okay? And if you read, it says render two files name. Okay, so this is the readme.md file that I had created just to introduce you with the challenge. So if you create a readme.md file, by default Git is going to assume that this readme.md is containing files, to be exact files related to this as a documentation, okay? So that's how we have set up Git, and that's how we have used Git commands to host all of our code from local to over to a web server.
I ran into a problem. You see, YouTube has a limitation of 12 hours for one video. Now I'm already at 10 hours and the section I'm about to record has a lot of advanced details that needs to be explained thoroughly. Now I'm someone who does not like to break promises or underperform. No, not at all. That is something that I cannot do. So if I start recording now, this last section, it will easily be around 4 or 5 hours long because there are a lot of concepts that needs to be explained in greater details. So if I try to merge this 5-hour long section with the 10 hours long course, it will be around 14-15 hours long, and YouTube will not allow me to upload this course, and I will be wasting a lot of time unnecessarily. Friends, this is really not under my control. Earlier, YouTube allowed creators to upload videos without limitations. That's why sometimes you may see older video durations extending over 2 days. But now things are different, so I will have to adapt to new changes. So the next section is uploaded separately, making this course officially complete. And with this, I am feeling proud for fulfilling another of my promises. It was a nice journey. I hope you all learned a lot, and I hope to see you in the next course. Please tell me what you want to learn, and I will see what I can do about that. Finally, I will leave you all a simple message that please like all my videos and subscribe this channel to respect my years of hard work. I don't really get paid much by YouTube, but that is not why I am here. I am simply here to share my experience. So yeah, please subscribing is something that is you can do at least. With all of that, I'm gonna see you in another big course. Lots of love, and stay safe and stay happy. Okay, see you.